Okay, ladies and gentlemen, official good morning start to our Bone Spirit explosion build, where we will temper the most interesting temperings, because there is, with the bone tempering, we got Bone Storm duration behind me, but not only Bone Storm duration, okay? We have freaking Bone Spirit explosion size. That is something I'm really keen to actually figure out if that will work with the Bone Spirit explosion size, how much this will work. Then we have Bone critical damage and Bone Spirit damage. I don't think we need Bone Spirit damage, because Bone critical damage should work better, since we're going to be playing Grasping Veins to essentially explode everything upwards, right? But we have the perfect chest already, which is +3 to Macabre skills. Before we go into the equipment, though, let's actually refund the skill points. We don't actually have to refund skill points. I gotta get used to the respec mode again. Good. We're gonna have a lot of damage reduction in this build because we are using Reap. So we will actually use Reap, right? Together with Acolyte's Reap for making corpses. So once in a while, we're actually gonna use Sting. And we're gonna use this weird skill up here to essentially make our core skills, and this is a core skill, do more damage. Huh? Interesting. Now, we don't need any corpse interaction because this build actually doesn't have any corpse interaction. We're not going to need this once in a while and that once in a while. We're going to have the curses and the damage reduction movement speed, even though I'll probably kick the movement speed out. Then we're going to have the Bone Spirit with the bonus crit chance. We finally have all ranks in there. One, two, three, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I have other points somewhere that I don't need them. Where do I have too many points right now? Okay, where do I have too many skill points? Ah, here. Another 3. So 1, 2, 3. But I need 2 more. Where are 2 skill points stuck? Ah, here in... I'm a bot. Okay. We get 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. We actually need 1, 2 in here. Now we get 1, 2, 3. We got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1. And we need the bone. Okay, this should work out very well. It's kind of like how we're looking at. So that's the base Bone Spirit with currently 5 out of 5 ranks. Then we're going to put on the chest. Problem with this chest is it doesn't actually have sockets. Fuck. I don't know if I have exactly 2. Holy balls. I do have exactly 2. That makes me happy because I would have been horrified not using that chest. Essence per second. What is the third stat we want? What do you think? Probably maximum life. I mean, maximum life is just so important at this point. I mean, we could take armor too, just to boost armor higher. Don't have to worry about anything anymore. Just take armor once in a while, okay? So we need to get that armor up. Then we can temper it too. We need to go for some safe call tempering so I don't screw this up. Defensive tempering should be... Well, we could go for Blood Mist cooldown reduction, but I don't think I want to risk that because it would burn through too many things. So probably... life. I mean, it's kind of nice to get the Blood Mist cooldown or Blood Mist duration. I'm gonna go for... Oh, that's a low one. I just like that. Okay, utility should be... Boots are gonna be corpse tendrils. Gloves are gonna be corpse tendrils. That means chest can be... Barrier generation. Decrepify size. Corpse tendril. Yeah, barrier generation. It's usually what do you... No, not thorns. Not thorns. Not thorns. Jeez. Not crowd control duration. Not crowd. Oh my goodness. I should have taken the thorns. Should have just taken the thorns and be happy about it. We're fine. So the good thing is we can we can downscale our materials now way easier. So that's actually amazing. It costs 15k now to downgrade your materials. That is such a relief that we're not staying like for ages anymore. And I can finally get this 1, 2, 3, 4. Now let's see what stat we're getting. If this is now crowd controlled. Okay, let's reset that. Cost to reset is still 5 million. That's a joke. Especially for the first 4 ranks, right? If your crowd control duration again, I will just throw up. Thank you. I mean, I would literally start like crying here. Okay, like throwing hands at the monitor. Okay, straight up. Is that the build you were talking about yesterday? Yep. This is the build we were talking about yesterday. Okay, so this is the chest with essence per second. I'm not entirely sure how much I'll need essence per second, but we'll try. Now let's take the boots, and I have 2 boots that I can choose from. Okay, chat. We have 2 boots we can choose from. We can either go for the Bone Spirit boots, but they have Shadow Resistance life per second, which sucks. Or we take the Essence per second boots and try to get Bone Spirit. I think I'm going to try to get Bone Spirit. But I kind of feel like that's not going to happen because this is like the problem right now, correct? I got to roll. And as you can see right now, have I seen a single rank in anything? I mean, only getting 2 to choose from is, in my opinion, just still not enough, right? Because, like, what is this? Why do I only get 2 to choose from? Just juggling things around. Let's scale to Warrior Mastery. So we could just be endlessly burning through money here now to get, like, anything. But you're probably not. There's 2 to Bone Spirit. When I should probably just be happy with getting at least 2 to Bone Spirit, right? Temper that with basic movement speed. Basic movement speed. Okay. But temper that with corpse tendril size. Corpse tendril size. Corpse tendril size. I didn't want corpse tendril size anyways. Okay, well, the second item that did get shit. I want to need more Opticide. I don't know if I have more Opticide at this point. Today's not our day, chat. Today's not our day. We're just bricking items left, right, and center. They should let us reset temper. I don't mind this. It's just like, you know, you'll need to find a new item. Okay, so we got the boots. Essence per second, everything good. We got the chest, essence per second. We got the macabre skills up. So our Bone Spirit is currently sitting at a comfortable 10, which is already good. Then we have these gloves, which have critical strike chance and critical strike damage, which is actually insane, right? Plus 3 to core skills. It's just, that glove is just pure love. So we need to temper this as well. Now it gets tricky because I need bone critical strike chance, right? Bone critical strike damage, not chance. Thank you very much. That's a max roll. That's good. Now I need, you guessed right, corpse tendril size. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Was that hard? And 1, 2, 3, 4. And we need damage. I feel robbed. Reasonably robbed. But I'll leave it at that because I'm you know, 1, 2, let's just get a bit higher. So this one is like a very dangerous piece of equipment already, bringing us actually up to a nice value of critical strikes. So that one is good. So this is good. This is good. That is good. Temerity stays for now. We might actually replace Temerity through T-Balt's Will. No, actually, we need T-Balt's Will. Do I have a T-Balt's Will? Tib. I don't have a T-Balt's Will. What? Seriously, that's a surprise. That does come as a reasonable surprise, though. What other things can pans have? Anything that I profit from? Okay, 1, 2. Oh, we need to wait. Store things again back. Those. That's my tunic. That's my gloves. That's my tunic. Now we need the helm. So for the helmet, we have. Sorry, Deep Sea. What can I do for you? We got cooldown reduction. You have pans. What do you want? 150 distilled fear. As you go for a method, I literally farm every single whisper that you can see here, and then I hate life. That's my gold farm method. It's free. I don't do free, Deep Sea. Peasy, we don't do free. So I farm everything. Is Bone Spear minion build any good? Yes, the Bone Spear minion build can farm the pit, but it's not that good against tormented bosses. Is there a build plan you're following? I created a build plan before the season. This is the build plan for before the season, but obviously reality makes things a bit different. So we're going to have to adapt reality to this now and see where it leads us, especially when it comes down to the cooldown reduction. That will be tricky. I'm going to take this helmet probably with a 7.8%. I could take the ranks into Crepify for the bonus damage reduction. No, joystick, I can't take things for free. It's just against the rules. You know, so I like if you would kindly let me give you something at least, you know, here's 50 living steel. Here's 50 living steel. If you want to farm some Grigoires, the Galvanic Saint, that gives you here. There you go. You can get shards of agony and sell them for millions of gold. Thank you for the T-Balt's Will. It is appreciated. Especially now, T-Balt's Will has something interesting, guys, and that is damage reduction. But T-Balt's Will also has max resource, which is actually needed because I need to pump my max resource as high as possible. Okay. Now we can masterwork that one too to make it a bit more damage reducing. That's like the cool thing about this one, right? So if you upgrade the T-Balt's Will right now, you essentially just bump the damage reduction or the maximum resource, which could be up to 18 right now. Jesus Christ, I'm missing definitely out on this one. But yeah, you get more damage reduction now by masterworking it, which is actually quite fucking good. Like if you think about it, right? These boots are made for walk-in. Let's move. Okay, which helmet are we taking? We're probably gonna take this one, right? And then we re-roll the life per second into something else. We could take this helmet with maximum resource, but I feel like I might be missing out on life because if I go for this maximum resource helmet now, which would be good, don't get me wrong. I end the Crepifies for the cooldown reduction. I kind of feel like we're going to be missing out, especially we're only at 8,200 armor at this point. If I do that, I might actually have to roll a total armor percentage. Like see this is like this is getting us to 9,000. This is only getting us to 8,000. Let's try the tempers. So I would have to go like for a total armor temper then. Okay, thank you, I guess. I guess like the thank you. Let's get corpse tendril size. Corpse tendril size. Oh, you give me corpse tendril size right now or with throwing hands. What is wrong with you? And also one of the things where I totally disagree why that is actually in there. That's corpse tendril size and it's kind of like where it shouldn't be. Okay, this cooldown reduction is extremely important. Why? Because the cooldown reduction is there to push your bone spirit, and that's the main thingy. We need bone spirit to be very low on cooldown. Okay. Now we're going to take this helmet and we're going to replace the... No, actually, we didn't want to replace anything. And we could replace the Crepify, but I kind of want to keep it. This would be 1, 2, 3, 4 as well. Oh, 10 maximum resource. Look at me, chat. Look at me. I am the chosen one. Okay, things are moving quite nicely at this point. I mean, we're what? So that is 8.6% cooldown reduction, which brings this down to 10.97. The problem is you need to have this essentially down to 7 seconds cooldown. Okay. Have you tried Cruise Embrace? We just talked about Daniel in our latest video that Death Embrace, that Deathbreaker's Pendant is sadly one of the saddest things in the game because it's essentially useless with minions. Because what does a Blood Surge Nova around you mages use you? A good idea to use Yen's Blessing Boots to proc Bone Spirit. I don't know if Yen's Blessing could do that. Let's quickly check Yen's Blessing. Casting a skill has a chance to cast a non-mobility, non-ultimate skill that is currently on cooldown. That's the problem. You're not casting skills. So, like this is never on cooldown. The ultimate goal will be that Bone Spirit is spammable and never on cooldown. Okay? We're going to do some pits. Yes, we're going to finish the build and then we're going to do some pits. But right now, we've barely put on the required equipment. Okay? So we'll still need to decide if we actually want to play this build with minions or if we want to play this build without minions. I'm probably going to go for the without minions, boost my maximum essence even further, which is actually useless. Sadly, maximum essence boost would be good, but you're never going to be at maximum essence. We're probably going to get more critical strike chance because we need 200% critical strike chance. And the golem gets sacrificed with a critical strike multiplier. So everything goes away. And the goal is essentially to have the ultimate critical strike multiplier. Oh, Blood Mist needs to be here. That needs to be here.
Not while I'm in town.
Yeah. Good. Now we need an amulet with cooldown reduction. Yes, shit. Cooldown reduction. So then we need an amulet too, and I think that's gonna be hard because I only have like one single amulet, I think. Here, this one. This has only 6% cooldown reduction, but it has Bone Spirit cooldown reduction too, right? It's technically the perfect amulet if you look at it, right? It has cooldown reduction and Bone Spirit cooldown reduction, right? Technically the perfect one. I don't want to put too much effort into this amulet because again, like it's currently just simply the only one I have. I could gamble, huh? You know what? Eat my ass, Chad. How about you just eat my ass? Because I'll just get a greater affix amulet now. Boom. That's an 8% cooldown reduction. That's what we're talking about, chat. Yeah. Just eat it. Come on. That's a lucky hit chance. It could be interesting for some other build. Terror. That's a 9% attack speed amulet. I do actually have to take keep that. If I want to try some attack speed things. Total armor. 45% damage. The rest can go to hell.
Come, travel. The stars of sanctuary await.
Hey, chat. So far, only 20 million wasted today. That's okay, right? How to get the elixir of anti-venom? I don't know. So the problem is that I have the elixir of anti-venom and I don't know why. I think it's from finishing probably the wolf quest line. Okay, step 1, guys. We need the resource tempering and that needs to be Bone Spirit cooldown reduction. That's an absolutely necessary tempering. If I don't get that, I will start crying and throwing a temper tantrum. Thank you. Good. Now I got this. We're going to go for the offensive tempering, and we're going to try to get Bone Spirit or Bone Critical Strike damage. Not Bone Spirit damage, because Critical Strike damage is just more important since it scales up. Thank you very much. So perfect amulet right now. No, it doesn't have a socket. No, I don't have. No. Okay, 47 minutes, then I can do it, because my current amulet doesn't have a socket. And I don't know how you're doing, chat, but I'm out of socket juice. I wish I could buy them somewhere. Truly wish I could. Okay, can I? No, I can't do more Opticite. So as you can see, we're down to 8.73 seconds already, chat. That's quite significant, isn't it? We're not done, though. Okay, I'm going to be rid of all my Neath Ions soon.
Not while I'm in town.
This would have cost me, this material transformation, right, before the patch, guys, would have cost me a couple million now. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Bam! 11% cooldown reduction. Yes! That's what I'm talking about. Look at this. And down to 8.23 seconds. But not done yet, because we have one final thing. And that is a focus. And we found a focus that actually does have cooldown reduction and cooldown reduction. But I'm not sure if I actually need the double cooldown reduction or a single cooldown reduction would be enough. See, this one has damage, resource cost reduction, cooldown reduction. I don't need the damage essentially there, right? This has maximum life and maximum resource. That would actually be insane. So if I put this one on, I am down to 7.65 seconds. If I put the double cooldown reduction one on, I am down to 7.19 seconds. So even without any bonus of cooldown, if I temper this or if I masterwork this, we're there, right? We got it. Now, I would kind of like to have the maximum life, maximum resource one, but the question rather is how much crit do I have? I am currently sitting at a comfortable 45% crit chance. 45% crit chance plus, and this is very important, I need to reach 100% crit chance, but without, look at the Skeletal Warriors. That one is going down, so that one works. Then we're getting 20% from here. Then we're getting 10% from here. So that's plus 30%. That means I would be at 76%. Okay. 76. Yeah, I guess I can take this. So I guess I could take the focus, the greater affix focus, and I could try to re-roll resource costs. I could try to re-roll cooldown reduction on this one. Right? I'm so fed up by only seeing 2 stats. I want to see 3 stats. Is there even cooldown reduction on the gear, chat? Is there even cooldown reduction? Because right now I feel like if I spend it 10 times, right? And if I see intelligence, like if I see intelligence every single roll and no other stat, I kind of feel like we're being scammed. Anyone else? Now this feels bad. I mean, obviously I could just keep tempering these items and I would probably get to the same result with this book than with the other book, right? So we're currently at, again, 7.65, and I keep tempering this. I would reduce this even further, but I guess it's more realistic to actually take this one, even though that cost me like way too much right now. The resource cost reduction would be critical strike chance. Yeah, let's just put that up. That's double cooldown reduction. And then we temper this towards, wait, first the offensive tempering. And that would be, no, first the weapon tempering. And for the weapon tempering, you go for Bone Storm duration or Bone Spirit explosion size. Either, actually you need both. So you need one of both. Chance for Bone Spirit to cast twice? No. Bone Storm duration, that's only 18%. I'm gonna break this, right? Bone Spirit explosion. Yeah, you know what? I'm take that Bone Spirit explosion size. And Bone critical strike chance. Let's not do that because I'm greedy. Oh, let's not do that because I'm greedy. Ah! Yeah. But that we didn't do that. Okay, Bone Spirit explosion size up to 40%. That's actually quite good. Okay, now we are at 7 seconds, so that's perfect. And I need a weapon. I need a sword. I need a sword. I need the slowest attacking weapon. We have one that has max int. We have one that has damage, life on hit, intelligence. Nothing too oh, that's intelligence max. Oh yeah, that I remember this one from yesterday. This had actually like he had intelligence max having critical strike damage. So like, okay, yeah, sure, let's fucking go. Let's see if I can temper this. Okay, so what we need is, again, we need now, actually, that's the problem. We need now the Bone Storm duration. Well, thank you. Like, I never said anything. Appreciate it. Bone critical strike chance. I'm not sure if I will need the bone critical strike chance, and I feel like I would do myself a disservice. Bone spirit. Okay, let's keep that max roll on bone spirit damage at this point. Okay, so that's good. We get the cooldown, we get the bone spirit. We need to get rid of the rings because these are my old rings right now. The good thing is I have so many rings. I do actually need to make like a collection of here. This is a critical strike chance ring, right? It's just a 9% freaking critical strike chance ring, but the damage over time is obviously useless. We have, where's my greater affix ring? This is intelligence. This would be essence on kill and attack speed. That one would be lucky hit chance, which is useless. This is intelligence. We got another intelligence. We got a damage. Then we got nothing. Well, this was critical chance damage and attack speed, which technically does not work for what I want to do. That's critical chance and intelligence. That's attack speed. I guess I'm going to take the one with crit chance and reroll the damage over time into something more fitting. Maximum life for now. Just like in case I need maximum life, right? And that one gets tempered into... And now the trick begins. We need this one. Casting Macabre skill to restores primary resource. Can you imagine this? That's a very good one. 17, perfect. And the offensive tempering is more bone critical strike damage. Bone damage, 55%. But how about you make it critical strike damage? Bone spirit damage? Let's leave it at the bone spirit damage for now. This one does have a socket, luckily. If this didn't have a socket, I would have just started crying. It's probably the most complicated build I've done in a while, so don't worry, you will see the result of the build, but it takes a while to get the perfect gear together for everything. The good thing is this essence, right? I get 17 essence when I cast a bone spirit. Well, watch this, Chad. Did you know that the essence that I get is going higher per masterwork as well? So this one is now 20 instead of the 17. Two-handed is not better for Bone Spirit. It is, but I need the aspects. And I need the cooldown. Because the main goal with Bone Spirit is for you to understand. We'll keep up our upgrading in a second. But there's 2 layers to this build. Layer number 1. Spending 100 essence continuously. Okay, so you need to make sure that you always, with every bone spirit cast, spend 100 essence, because then you're going to reduce the cooldown of your bone storm, right? The main goal is that even against one single target, when you do this, you got to make sure that you crit. See, this one wasn't a crit because currently I'm only at 66.4%. It's not enough. Now, obviously, when I activate this, I'm at 86%. So here, instant. Do you see this? Chad, not a crit. Oh, no, actually, he went away. But it's all about continuously critting with your bone spirit every single time so that you have 0 cooldown and you can go on. And that's why we're going to be playing too the aspect of the swelling curse to reduce to give us even more crit chance, because right now we are like at 86. We're almost at a 100% critical strike chance, but we need more. All right, we need a 100%. Like, it has to crit. I got a boot with a greater affix and movement speed and bone spirit. I do have like 2 bone spirits. Also, I also don't have 50 million gold to offer. You know, like, thank you for offering, but I literally don't have gold to offer. I mean, do you know how much gold I spent in the last 2 days? 130 million, chat. If I keep doing interesting builds for you, I'm essentially going to be forced to buy gold online at this point. So, ossified essence can actually stay on these gloves. Then, for example, ring number 1. What does ring number 1 currently need? We need to probably play Bursting Bones. So Bursting Bones is one of the... not Bursting Bones. What is it called again? Again. Bone Spirit. It is called Swelling Curse. Shattered Spirit. Shattered Spirit gives me essence back on hitting, right? Then you have on top of that, you have the Shattered, right? You have the Swelling Curse. That's another 25% crit chance. So if I'm taking this 25% crit chance, I'm at 60%, right? Plus the 12% that we're getting from the skills, plus the 20% from the Bone Storm, plus the 10% standard, plus the 25%, I should be there. And my maximum essence is increased by 2 for each enemy hit for 15 seconds, which brings me up to a potential of 200 essence. And then when we're actually boosting up our essence, we have even more essence on cast. The thing is, we'll never get this essence full. That's something to learn, right? That you'll never potentially get the essence full. Because you will just not get the essence full. Is there a gem that provides... This has healing received, right? Is there a gem that provides resource generation when I put it in my gear? Sadly, none does this, right? They changed this. Like the diamonds are still barrier generation, but I'm not getting resource generation from a single one, sadly. That would be so good if you could, like, kind of force this. Critical strike damage. We need more critical strike damage. I mean, we're at 800%. We're actually at 1,000% critical strike damage. Our armor is not up to the task yet. The good thing is we could probably sacrifice resistance by just using our Skeletal Warriors. Because right now we have Skeletal Warriors sacrificed for critical strike. But I don't think I need this because this 5% is irrelevant if I have this 25%. Because currently I'm at 50 plus 25% plus 10% plus 20% from the Bone Storm. So we're actually there. We had the 100% crit chance, which has my resistances out. And if my resistances are resistanced out, I can essentially just take the gem out and I can gem in. Gem in, you get it? Chad, let's go. You get it? I can jam it in. Whoa. Good. Chest. Second ring. Shit, we need a second ring. Fuck. Critical. No, we had a second ring. Wait, were we not playing? No, we were not playing Ring of Sacrilegious Souls in this one. I need a second ring. That has a socket. Because if it doesn't have a socket, we're screwed. You know what? I could take this one. This has crit damage and maximum life, and it technically has bone critical damage and resource generation. But technically, you want the resource generation doesn't actually have to be... Please tell me you have more tempers. Oh, you have more tempers. I could reroll this into possible... I could reroll this into exactly what I need. Fuck. That's casting ultimate skills gives you 53, which is not bad. You know what the fun part is? Since the resource generation is greater affixed already, right? If I reroll this right now, it's improving the greater affix. It's a little lesser known trick that people for some reason don't mention often enough. But you can essentially, like, if you keep this open for you, like, keep messing around with that. The problem is I'm about to break this item if I don't get the Macabre. Please go for the Macabre. Yep, that's bad. That ring is bricked. It's the first real bricked item I actually do have, and you know what? I'm just gonna destroy it wholesale before I accidentally use that for anything, because this one is useless to me right now for always and ever. Well, that's the first item I really bricked. Crit and... kind of want to, like, I want to ring with... You can only take rings with sockets at this point. Reroll the damage over time, probably. First, let me try to temper this. Do I need to? Oh, come on now. Like, I haven't been rolling this for a while now. Why is that blood orb thing anyways in there? Okay, that's 21. That's a max roll, Chan. Give me that bone critical strike chance. Bone spirit damage is nice, but we want the bone critical strike damage, okay? Yes! Yes! Okay, now we're gonna re-roll the damage over time into maximum life. Maximum life. Bit more. Okay, be happy. Be happy, chat. Stop rolling. Be happy for a jiffy. Okay, we got Bone Spirit. We got Swelling Curse. Where's that skull that I just made? Where did I put that ring with the skull that I just made? Here. Pony's confusing for you. How do you get 200 million gold? By absolutely slaving away. By putting on a movie and brain dead farming 3 a.m. in the morning before making my YouTube videos like an absolute monkey and hating myself. That's how I got 200 million gold. I actually had 300 million. So you essentially do every single whisper on the map, every single boring shit, every single Hakon's Refuge, lost key whatsoever. It does help if your build is so good that you can essentially just brute force your way through everything and just like aggressively mince everything in your like, you know, just go through like a maniac. Okay, we got that ring. That ring needs to be optimally, it would be 3, 4. Okay, look at me, chat. I got now I'm gonna get 44 resource if I use my skill, plus for every enemy hit I get even more resource, right? Now let me put on, we got Shattered Spirit, we need Grasping Veins on the amulet, so the amulet needs to get Grasping Veins because that's our biggest damage multiplier. Let's Grasping Veins. Then the gloves are gonna have duration. We need Osseous Gale. Osseous. Okay. We got Osseous Gale. This needs to have Shielding Storm. Shielding Storm. This is going to have Hardened Bones. And the boots are going to have Metamorphosis. Okay, then everything is set up, Chan. This is it. This is the technical 100% spam and wham. Now we have to do the Paragon board too. Ooh. So this is technically it, but we haven't done the Paragon board yet. By the way, greetings to everyone today. Happy Monday. Good Mood Monday. Hope you're not at work yet. You have a day off. Germany has bank holiday. I don't know. I mean, some people still have to work. My children don't. They have a whole week free. Ooh. When following your Paragon board, it says the bonus of the glyph isn't active. Well, so the reason is that you have your glyph not active because your glyph is not level 15. Level 15 hires the radius or increases the radius of the glyph. Let's do this. You see how I can spam Bone Spirit, chat? Look at my resource. I'm holding down my 2 button, okay? That's the level of things you wish to achieve. Right, and this is without the Paragon board done yet. But this is the goal. This was the goal, okay? Need more resource, you get more resource because you are going to hit more than one opponent and the bosses are bigger. I mean, the dummy is actually quite small, The reality of a boss fight is more like this kind of dummy. Right? The reality of a boss fight is more like this kind of dummy because most bosses are fat. And then you're doing this. That's why more maximum resource is also unnecessary, because you can only do that much, right? Now keep in mind, I can masterwork these two. The more I masterwork these two items, the more resource I get back for casting the skill. Okay. I think you can sacrifice some cooldown reduction for more damage or survivability. Sir, I haven't even done the Paragon board. This is a minion Paragon board that does nothing for this build. Now begins the real fun. Because the interesting part about this build is, or in general about Bone Spirit, that I can now completely focus on boosting my damage. Like I can play things like Sacrificial, where if my minions are all sacrificed, I do more damage, right? I will have to level up Sacrificial first to make full good use of this, because I obviously don't have Sacrificial leveled up, but I can just easily use this. Right? Now, it won't obviously be activated yet because, well, frankly spoken, we need to level it up. Then we can go into the Bone Graft board. And the Bone Graft board, we're obviously going to take everything because the Bone Graft board is a little bit too good. But we're not only going to take everything, we're going to take this resistance. And I actually did find a new way to tap into this board. Looks a little bit like this. It's kind of weird, but good. And this one gets the Amplify Glyph. When cursed, more damage. And it also boosts the damage, then bone damage, bone damage, bone damage, right? And then we're going to get more critical strike damage, because if you look at this right now, look at my critical strike damage. We're currently at 445% with bonus. So this is alone with bone. Ignore that number for now, because we haven't boosted it yet. Because we're going to now daisy chain boards in a row. And that is when we're going to put the, not the Son of Death, we're going to put the Bloodbath board now. No, actually, we have to put the Cult Leader for the Son of Death first. Why is that? Because Son of Death has crit and crit, and you want both crit boards technically activated. I get to decide which glyph is best here. Could probably play Territorial. Need to level that one up too. Territorial is all about just activating. Yep. No, this one is better. Just activates this smoother. Then we just need the willpower for this, and we need the dexterity for that, but that shouldn't be a problem. I could go out on the bottom into the Bloodbath. Bloodbath is essentially only meant to do this. For the Essence Glyph, and that's 44, and now we're in a total of 850 critical strike damage, 445 critical strike damage with bones, and that whole thing is going to be taken times 75%. Right? So that's quite something. I like that. Actually, if I do go up here, cut all of those down. Technically, I could cut this out and put that one in, because That's just 7, and it's more. 7 is always better. I like that. Okay, we get that there, then die. 65 points. We need to take Son of Death. Flesh Eater. Because Flesh Eater is... overrule probably. For physical damage. And now I have 33 points that we could willingly spend. So with these 33 points, right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 glyphs only activated. We could activate like even more glyphs, which is quite simple, right? And we could just make our way down out here, walking fast, looking good, and you could go into the hulking monstrosity to activate something. I mean, what would I have to activate? Exploit for vulnerable. We would like to activate another damage reduction, actually. I don't know if we have anything. I mean, control is not what I want. Control wouldn't work for this build. Imbiber is not bad. Imbiber can be played. Revenge is useless. Undaunted would give us more if we're actually fortified. I don't even know if we have a source of... Wait, we have a source of fortify. We have 1 point in necrotic carapace because of that. How much do we fortify? Beautiful. Beautiful. I like it. You really need to max out CDR on a one-hit build. This is not a one-hit build. This is not a one-hit build. It will never be a one-hit build. This is a Bone Spirit spam build. Yes, you can improve damage by using a two-handed weapon. But for that, I need to max these 2 items out to the max. So I need to masterwork these items 8 times to maybe drop this item. This is a maybe. So if we can get away with a two-handed weapon, we will do this. We will get away with a two-handed weapon. Don't worry. It's in the list. We want to do that, technically. But first, we'll try it out this way. Right? Okay, which board? Blood Baguettes board is not an option because it's kind of like useless. And I say like just a crit damage board, like a dexterity board, because Cult Leader is actually a very interesting dex board. Like if you just want to activate a glyph, right? And you can just take void if you want to. You almost have it activated already. Done. That's it, right? That's the minimal amount of points. What we could do with these 12 points is technically boost our survival even more. 24,000 life. Not that much. Good amount of crit. Well, I didn't actually try out what happens if I... Yeah, that's 12 million damage right now. That's kind of nice. Yeah. Especially with the regularity that it's being dealt. So don't forget about the world boss. How much? We get 18 minutes left. Okay, we need to work up some glyphs. So let's do the first things first. Let's try out a nightmare dungeon quickly. Right? You're only seeing 40k hits from your minions at max. I mean, you know, you might have followed the build, but you might still have terrible gear. Okay, so activate this. Pull everything together here for a second. Boom. Ah, we need to kill these first. Oh, and then go back and kill them first. And we can just spam it. I need to get used to like actually spamming this. right? See, now we didn't crit, so we need to get used to doing this too. Because for damage reduction, yeah. Okay. I've like actually never played this build. Like I've built the build, correct? But I've actually never played it. We've never gotten to the playing part of making this of playing it, and it's just working nicely. So why do you have the Reap? Because the Reap makes corpses, which is quite good. The only problem is we're not having any kind of fortifying. Go through this, pull it together. Boom. This is exactly working the way I want it to work. That's good, you know? Especially with a bigger size, like you just... Okay, that's working. Is Harlequin a good upgrade for the minion build, or is Master working better? Harlequin is horrible for a minion build. Many reasons for that. Like I even made a whole YouTube video about it because exactly of that question. Okay. Because people kept asking me if Harlequin is an option. The answer is no, it's not an option. Oh, I accidentally got killed by that thingy. Oops. So Harlequin is not an option. I mean, not for minion builds, because like you have to understand that the bonus to skill ranks, okay? The bonus to skill ranks is only actual skills. It's not passives, okay? So if you're having like +4 ranks, it's not Golem Mastery. It's not Army of the Dead. It's really only the skills that can have actually more than 5 points, right? Or more than 1 point. And that's where it just gets useless for minion builds, because it doesn't boost anything that minion build needs. We still have the occasional not 100% crit happening. I see they're still like I'm not sure how it cannot 100% crit when I'm essentially like having 100% crit. Was geht? Ihr sollt unten noch gar nichts machen, solange ihr noch Stoffanzüge anhabt, ihr kleinen Schweinchen. Okay. Macht die Mama gerade Frühstück? Was habt ihr denn gegessen? Du hast Joghurt gegessen. Sehr gut. Super. Oh, I didn't think about this. But if casting a macabre skill gives you essence. Macht ihr die Tür bitte zu, Mädels? Danke, Schatz. Was boring for my tiny humans right now. I'm sorry, child. Ooh. This is working. I'm just gonna get used to the style of the build, right? Do this, pull them together, boom. Definitely not at the pinnacle at what we can do with this, especially like when it comes down to the damage stacking, because technically the biggest bone spirits you do by pulling things together, right? Then dashing to become unstoppable, and then nuking. That's the most damage you can essentially deal, right? Oh, well, she would one hit kill me despite barrier and everything. Has me a bit surprised because we essentially have like the big barrier going on. So you have like your bone storm, which provides you with the barrier, and it should technically, with the damage reduction that we are happening, make us that we don't die to that. Let me leave a corpse behind that doesn't get consumed right now. Ah, I can just make my corpses. I keep constantly forgetting that I can just make my corpses with Reeve. If I need a corpse, because that's like the thing right now. I like struggle to get like a corpse for what I'm looking for. Also, my damage output is not high enough because we're not having enough resource generation. So we need to essentially up the resource generation right now to get to the point where we do enough damage with the spamming to make sense. Because we do good damage, right? But it's not enough. So wait, I need to make a... Let me step 1 make a corpse before you just nuke me, okay? So we need to step 1 make a corpse. Then we need to corpse tendril, because that would give us then the bonus damage for 6 seconds. Then we can nuke away. Then we can activate these. So again, like go in, make a corpse, then do this. Then have my bone spirit. I don't know where the bone spirit went, Chad. The bone spirit essentially went away. But our barrier is not enough to completely save us from just standing in there, which has me a bit miffed right now, you know? Yeah, some boss effects ignore the barrier. No, they actually do enough damage to kill you. It is because it's a tier 100 dungeon, you know? Like, so a tier 100 dungeon, wait, no, 32 seconds. A tier 100 dungeon is supposed to kill you. Still, though, regardless of that, I'm feeling like a bit squishier than I did expect to feel. You know? Should be fine, though. We'll be having to just tune things. Work around some stuff. But you know what? It's working. Fine. So the actual theory is sound. Now we just gotta make it actually, like, you know, fine tune it. Well, that's the Legion event. I didn't mean to go to the Legion event. I went to the world boss. Oh, now I'm at a Legion event. Now I'm at a Legion event, and then afterwards world boss. 23 health is a lot to ask for. I mean, 23k health is actually way more than we ever had in the tier 100. Usually in a tier 100, you have 15 to 18k health as a Necromancer. But 23 is actually a lot. I know the new season will put some unrealistic values in your heads, but this is like for tier 100 completely fine. Is the Blight build for Necro pretty strong? Which Blight build? Which, the minion Blight build, the other Blight build, you know? Okay, for the overworld, this is obviously nuking. Oh, we gotta kill a normal Uber boss with this too. We currently still have to get used to like playing Osseous Gale because there comes like a problem with playing Osseous Gale. Because right now you're essentially having the issue that you're consuming the corpses that you're creating. That's problematic. We'll have to into that. Maybe we have to put more points into Food Flash to essentially make a bit more corpses that I can regularly use them for corpse syndromes. You know? I run tier 100 and pit 90 with 45k health. I mean, yes, for tier 90 pits, you need more health. When I run around with like 35k, that's the max I'm willing to go for, to be honest. But for higher level pits, at least like up to 40k health with potions should be a thing. There's no question. I mean, that being said, like you just gotta avoid all the one hits. Done. And you're safe. Like we need a bit more crits, even though our critical strike chance is at 80%, which it makes it actually 100%, right? the thing. Like, we should never not crit because we're getting like the 25% bonus critical strike chance here. That's weird. Love to see your take on the Shadow Wave build. You will. But I want to make the Bone Spirit build work first. You know? My main interest is making this monstrosity work first. And that means in like making my boss fighting better currently. I mean, everything normal just dies, right? Everything at my level just gets pulverized. Oh, nice. Double masterwork gloves, but I don't think there's actually any good gloves you want. Pain Gorgers, attack speed and all stats. Well, that's actually not bad. If the critical strike chance wouldn't be so horrible and the actual effect of the Pain Gorgers wouldn't be horrible as well. I mean, that's like the worst part, right? You get a double greater affix 1 where everything else is utter trash. It's not even bad. It's just like trash. Okay, give me a second. I want to kill the Blood Maiden and see just how much we can kill her, right? Gangsta, good to see you there. Good morning. This season, Infinity Mist exists. Yes, Infinity Mist exists and is pretty damn strong because of Wither. That being said, Minions is currently reigning supreme. Either if you play the Holy Bolt Elixir or just in general, it's actually a good mix. We will also try to make an Overpower build work. My fear with the Overpower build is a little bit that you have to essentially stand still to make it work. Boom. I mean, honestly, I really like about the Bone Spirit build, just casting random Bone Spirits and just exploding things. I mean, it's a shotgun build, right? You do get a shotgun that you can just nuke people with. That's quite cute. I wonder, and that's something I've noticed now multiple times. When I do Blood Mist, my Bone Spirit instantly gets off cooldown. Like here, let me show you what I mean. So I do my Bone Spirit without a single opponent close by. And then I go into Blood Mist, and so often now it has gone instantly off cooldown. But what does that? Why? I work 12 hours a day, so I go to YouTube and try out different builds, and that's my goal. Providing different fun builds for you. If you're looking for consistent damage, you try Blood Moon Breaches, Banish Lord's Talisman, 2-3 Spirit, you send out Giga Nuke. No, that's not worth it, gamers. Because that's actually not consistent. Like, first and foremost, they nerfed the Overpower Amulet. But again, like, trying to rely on the Overpower Amulet despite your Essence use, it's not impossible, yes. But with a nerf of the Amulet, no. And I don't actually think that it offers more consistency. Personally, I mean, like, not a bad suggestion. Don't get me wrong.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, I'm waiting for. Okay, thank you. And I'm very happy about our damage output, because our damage output is just normal 10 million hits right now, which would be obviously vastly higher if I would just regain more essence. Like the biggest problem is the maximum essence regain, right? So you have to regain more essence. And for this, I think I need to roll rings that have resource generation. I think you can get a resource generation because we need casting Macabre Skills restores 20 primary resource. The thing is, they nerfed this because that primary resource restoration used to actually save 40. That cuts a little bit into the build. Sadly. What percentage is your Bone Storm aspect at? Max. Sixer. We make dot focus build, absolutely, but I kind of really wanted to have this power fantasy of the Bone Storm build because I think the Bone Storm build is like truly the most interesting power fantasy at Bone Spirit, because no one, like, usually no one plays Bone Spirit. Essence per second armor is good. We have it on the armor and we have it on the boots, but it's only 11 essence per second right now. What we could try out is putting Osseous Gale in. Not Osseous Gale. We could be trying to put in Torment. Torment would increase our essence generation on critical strike, so that would bump it up to 23, but it's just not what we want. Okay, we are at the world boss, so I can teleport over to Karagar quickly. So I need to check what rings can actually have. I always forget what rings can have. 925 is the biggest thingy.
I need more time.
Yes. Okay, we have rings.
Neither good nor evil. How may I help you?
Yeah, they can't get resource generation like this anymore. It's actually a bummer. Can they often have resource generation? No, it can't have that anymore as well. That's a bummer. I thought they could still have it. They can't. Is the Ring of Starless Skies any good for the Necro Golem build? Yes. The Ring of Starless Skies is just good. You know? Just that. Just good. Okay, we have 60% critical strike, plus 25% critical strike, plus 10% critical strike. And not only that, so we have critical strike on essence cast, so we get 1% more for every 30 essence, which is another 3% more. So we're sitting at a ballpark with a 10% skill at actually always 100%, right? And yet, for some reason, it's not always 100%. What does basic resource generation mean? When you're using a basic skill that you get more resource, if I'm not mistaken. So we have a base damage of 108%. Our resource is as as high as it can be currently. The problem is we're not casting with 149 resource every time. Okay. Is normal Bone Spear still good? We made a Bone Spear Summoner, and we also have a normal Bone Spear build. And normal Bone Spear has the advantage of having infinite resource right now. Because if you temper with 8 essence per second and 3 essence per second, for example, that would lead you to having an essence regeneration of 14. And then you put an item on that gives you resource generation on Bone Crit, 170%, and you end up getting like 30 resource per second. 30 resource per second. And it just zooms up like crazy, right? Did you see at him? This is because he's big, right? Against him, my resource just refills. So the fatter the boss is, right? The better the build. Because I can just get my whole resource back with the one aspect. Oh, I did get it done, chat. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, you want to see the final reward? You want to see what the final thingy has to offer? Okay. Oh shit, I need to wait. We're not ready. We're not ready. We need to clear the inventory. So I love Bloodwave. Is there a viable build? We will definitely make a Bloodwave build. Don't worry about that. But Bloodwave is still a bit bugged. Would you say with the new opportunities, anyone can absolve? No, no one will be able to do 200 pid. With the new opportunities, no one will be able to do 200 pid. They overtuned the pit so hard that you can't finish it, which was the intention behind it, because they want to create something to chase, like something on the horizon that is there, but unreachable, kind of, which I personally think is good and interesting. All of this. Are you ready, Chan? Okay, destroy us, cash. Gold, all bolts, scroll of amnesia. Thank you, and more holy bolts, right? Then we get. Oh, we actually do get a greater. That's kind of nice because we just got a bunch of.
Well done.
Here, I can make rubies, a royal ruby now. It's kind of cool. Because that obviously, like, I don't have royal rubies everywhere, and it pushes the HP higher, because end of the day, it's the difference between 6 and 9%. That's 3% life per ruby more. Then we have the Destroyer Summoning Cache, so I can summon even more bosses, like there's no tomorrow. right? And lastly, I'm getting one use. Oh, that's School of Mastery 2. Useless. Useless. That one is not bad, but we're also not playing the Blood Artisan's Cuirass. Okay. And another Even Piercer.
Come travel. The stars and
Good.
sanctuary awaits.
Now, I don't actually need anything in there because we're fully resistanced out already without it, right? We are fully resistanced out without it, which makes things quite intriguing. That's why we don't have the whole thing down here taken to the Paragon board. I mean, I could even like probably... Two more Paragon, one more Paragon point that I can use for maximum life. As a new player, which should you focus on first? In which regard? So I want to masterwork this one more, right? I want to get this item. I want to get my rings further up. I can actually do this right now. So now the resource is at 22 per cast, 25. So I'm getting 50 resource per cast. What we could do is we could re-roll the Decrepify that I have here currently, and we could try to re-roll the Decrepify into essence per second. That would be even more essence per second now. Which I would kind of like to get up to 5 essence per second. That's another 3. Come on, why are you making fun of me? I like wasting gold. Ba 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 ba. I like wasting gold. How much gold do you think I've wasted today, guys? The answer is almost 100 million. Just to make this build work and then probably see that it doesn't actually do as good as I want it to. Which would be horrible. Good. Core Dragon, Morgan's Work, Deserted Underpass. You know, Core Dragon Barracks should be fine. Butcher was ignoring all your minions. That is because Butcher is bugged around minions. He just obliterates minions with one single cast. Butcher just destroys everything. Butcher is just unrealistic against minions. How are we making this much money? We're playing way more than it's healthy. How are we making this much money? Why am I so slow? You know, I literally put every piece of movement speed away because you don't need more movement speed in the pit. Boom. Oh, boom. See, the build is plenty fun, right? Problem is really the no fortify thingy, that we're just like literally not fortifying enough. That is an issue for sure. The low movement speed is definitely going to miff a lot of people too. Oh man. It's really fun. Like, I'm not gonna lie. The problem is really to make this build work, the investment is harsh. That's why I'm saying this is an end game build, right? This is not a build you essentially play for level. You can play this for leveling, but it's more like a lover build for later. Gold is easy once you're in the game. It's not. Gold is still very tedious, takes a long while, and it's very annoying, and it's a chore over actually having fun. The thing about gold is that gold should come while having fun, and it shouldn't be like a chore to farm gold. Because if I wanted to feel like a chore to farm gold, then I could also go and play World of Warcraft back in the days, World of Warcraft Classic. But you know, Gold has to come easy. I'm already struggling for money in real life, Chad. I don't need to struggle for money in computer games. You know? On that topic, by the way, don't forget to use your Prime Gaming subscriptions. Thank you. We do appreciate it. Did anyone say Prime Gaming subscriptions? Yep, I did. Thank you very much. It is I. Banging now. I mean, like the build is exactly doing what you want it to do. It allows me to just spam my bone spirit and completely obliterate everything. I mean, here, boop, boop. You're seeing 15 million bone spirits there partially, which is actually low because we're playing we're playing currently a one-handed weapon, and technically we would want to play a two-handed weapon, which I cannot do right now. Pull everything together. Ba, ba, bum. Ba, 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 bum, 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 bum. Ba, 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 dum, bum, bum, ba, da, bum, 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 ba, da, bum, bum, bum. Beep, 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 dee, 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 dee. Oh, what a fun build to play. See, this is what I wanted for the build. I wanted it to be like just brain dead fun, right? Just going around and essentially go, nuke, 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 nuke. The annoying part is obviously if you die. I mean, like technically we are at armor cap, right? We have a bunch load of damage reduction going on. I mean, you have to understand that this build has the most damage reduction of the Necro builds because you're essentially having like all the damage reduction going on, right? Plus the Paragon board damage reductions, plus the minion sacrifice damage reduction. That's the thing about the minion board, right? Minion board usually doesn't have the minion sacrifice damage reduction, which is another 18%. Yeah. Lucky it doesn't work on minions, right? Nope, lucky it is generally shit. Because lucky hit is a 2, like even if you stack lucky hit to the max, so right now you get like greater hit lucky hit affixes, it's just like lucky hit has been shit since the beginning of the game, because it's like such a low calculation that it more often than not does not work, right? When you want it to work, like you want lucky hit to be like cool, but then you actually do the math and you calculate how likely would it be for your skill to hit, and you kind of notice, you know what, it like that's bad. And you notice that it's very bad and the chances are horrible because it kind of ends up being like, oh, you have a 3.5% chance to trigger your lucky hit effect, and you're like, what? I mean, can you imagine that old Ring of Mendown was 10%? So old Ring of Mendown was a 10% chance to trigger, which means even with your highest lucky hit chance of 70%, right? 70% lucky hit chance on your bone spear, for example. Well, that 70% lucky hit chance essentially means that you have a 7% chance for the Ring of Mendown to trigger. Doesn't really sound awe-inspiring, does it? At least last time I checked. I'm actually quite sad. Going for crit damage or mage? I went for both. Which Mendown was good for minions? We did extensive test yesterday. The problem isn't stays that Mendown doesn't scale with your minions. If they actually make Mendown scale with your minions, it's going to be crazy. But I doubt that will actually happen. Okay, Mendown will probably not scale with your minions ever. Pull everything together. Bum, ba, 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 bum. So how are we liking the Bone Spirit build so far, chat, from what you see? Minion build obviously stronger, but it's again like there's no question that the minion build is stronger right now. right? Finding something that will be just net better than the minion build is not gonna happen fast, especially not like how easy the minion build is to get good, right? That's probably the biggest differentiator with the minion build. Like you can have the crappiest of the crap shit gear, right? And the minion build will already be good. When you have noticed during the building process how much we actually needed for this to be good, like how many cooldown reduction items I essentially needed, that this skill would be truly a core skill I can spam. Because the biggest problem usually with the Bone Spirit builds is that you don't have a core skill, right? Because it's not worth it to use a core skill. And that's why we wanted to make it spammable, right? But that's why you need to make Bone Spirit like something you can just spam away now. Is a Dario Visage good for minion builds? You can use it. That's a big you can. You suck. You suck. You suck too. Sorry. Officially bullying enemies is not nice. Didn't mean to be so mean. But what if they do suck, chat? I need to change where my curse and where my basic skill are, because I tend to like curse with a right click. I'm so used to cursing with a right click, right? That I can essentially not get used to not be cursing with a right click. I'd rather like have my basic skill on 3 to pump that in between. And yeah, there's the next bloodstone, but if there's the next bloodstone, where's the altars? You know? Pull them all together. Boop, boop, boop. 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 And so wait, we're having like 12 to 16 million is kind of like what we're seeing here right now. Seems reasonable. Oh, that's the butcher. But the butcher just does so much damage that he just essentially just works through our like any defense. Not sure how my Bone Spirit went on cooldown there again, because, right? Yeah, my Bone Spirit just goes away. Like, it just went wandering. Did you see that? There, it went wandering again. It went wandering again. So weird when it does that. I feel like we need like a bit more resource generation, resource barrier generation, so that we would just like live with a bit more barrier, right? Because we're doing the damage, right? But in order to do the damage, we need to like stand right next to him and just spam him away now. Okay, butcher down, chat. We did it. We're better. Superior gamer. You thought it wasn't possible. You said we can't do it, so we did it. Actually, no one said we couldn't do it, but I'm just creating a narrative here, okay? And the narrative is we couldn't do it, but we did. I avenged everyone that has been struggling with the butcher now. This is for you, Chad. This is for everyone who has died to the man. He just got pummeled by the technically Worst skill in the Necromancer armament, which is actually sad because you want like Bone Spirit to be good. And I feel I currently feel like Blizzard failed Bone Spirit a bit. Correct? Interesting question would be, could we? Okay, chat, this is cool. You know, you've seen that we have quite some critical strike chance now, correct? Could we change away the 10% critical strike chance to get more essence? That would be a interesting question. Sonic, thank you for the Prime subscription and support. Sonic, welcome to the Knights of the Round Table. Fantastic to see you there. Hope you're doing well. Could probably use the other skill. How are you doing with Bone Spear? With Bone Spear, we cleared a tier 70 pit, and that's kind of like where my current equipment failed out then. We did Bone Spear Summoner though. So Bone Spear Summoner was fun, was good, was working, but yeah, kind of like around tier 70 of the pit. It seems like the limit to it. I mean, the limit on where you can farm chill, it can definitely push a bit deeper, but you want to farm, right? So this is essentially how you fight a boss fight, right? You just stand there and you just spam your ability. And the thing is though that you have to stand like really close to the boss, because if you're not standing really close to the boss, then your bone spirits travel too much, right? I mean, this is like a unique, unfortunate combination of coming shit together that we have this like dumbass we have this dumbass like explodey thingy just happening while we just want to stand there and essentially just nuke the dude, right? I just want to nuke him, and we just have to look out for that thing not damaging us the whole time. Yeah, okay, that went quite good. I mean, it's definitely better for the pit, because for the pit you only have the exploding echoes, but then otherwise, like, you just have to take care of the boss itself. But did I not level up sacrificial? Did I just level up something else? If that's sacrificial up to 15, that's good, because sacrificial would now boost things here, and I can get another point free. More points free, more points elsewhere, especially like if I get another point free, I can put more into crit, so we can get crit even higher. How did this will do against higher pit bosses? I mean, like, now that we cleared a tier 100, the first thing we're going to do is a normal 61 pit. So the first test is always a 61 pit, right? Did you play Bone Summoner with Golem? We tried Bone Summoner with Golem, and it does feel very weird. Yeah. So what you need to do is, and I need to hammer this in your brain, guys. Tier 61 of the pit is enough. Technically tier 70. You don't need to do more. To work in 7 hours, sleep well, Stealth. Thanks for dropping by. So I'm about to get stuck at Blight versus a 90 pit boss. Yeah, this is not for pit pushing. This is for pit farming. Okay, guys. Here, this is a tier 61 pit, right? This is a pit farming build. This is not a tier pushing. So we have to, I think this is a very important distinction that we'll have to make. There is pit pushing builds where you essentially like really try to get deeper into the pit, right? And then there's pit farming builds where you just farm resource with. And this is definitely, like, as you can see, I can very easy just like go through, like pull everything together, like, right? This is just very good fun. I mean, so like minion build is brilliant, don't get me wrong, but this is just a power fantasy that the minion build doesn't fulfill, because like you have your minions do your thing, but being able to just walk into everything and press your shotgun button, because that's what I call it. It's the shotgun button. and the shotgun button just goes boom, right? Like, this gives me levels of joy that minions can never do. I hope you're feeling this. Looks fun. It is just, it's just like, you know, because every bone explosion, like, the real fun part about this build for me is like the what it takes to make it work, because this is such a tricky build in using everything the game like really gives you, right? Ow. This is such a tricky build in everything the game gives you, trying to make it work, trying to really take all the things that the game has with the cooldown reductions and everything, and like when you get it to essentially work, it's kind of like, fuck yeah, 400 IQ. By the way, did you notice that these shrines reset when you kind of like fall out of the area? It's a weird thing. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I want you in my room. This is for the old people that know old people music. So you, Chan. You are the old people. Oh, shit. Those spiders are really hunting me right now. I gotta be a bit more careful, like the way how we're like playing this. Because right now my actual life is only 25,000, so I probably have to like get the life up with a potion to 30k to get more barrier, because that's the thing, right? Barrier is life, life is barrier, and I feel like we need to temper more barrier generation, because the higher your barrier generation is, the more barrier you're creating. Otherwise, what we could do is we could potentially turn the barrier into a shadow skill. Why would the barrier into a shadow skill be an interesting proposition? And let me explain this. Because right now the thing is that when your bone storm is a bone storm, it only does bone damage once. So it's kind of like one bone hits, one bone damage, one bone hits, one bone damage, one bone hits, one bone damage, correct? But if you turn bone storm into shadow, then it's kind of like bone storm hits and it's tick damage over time. So you hit 20 enemies and they all tick for, they all tick for bone storm. So bone storm is like damage, 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 damage. So the more enemies you damage, the more enemies are essentially stuck with that. The more barrier you're generating. Oh, great. The most annoying one. I mean, that's working plenty good for a start. Oh, that's Lilith. I don't want to die to that. Thank you very much. Oh no. So that fight went really well so far. I like that. We need to work a bit on the bone cooldown reduction, because your current cooldown reduction is essentially over corpse consumption, and yeah, I need to get used to using Reap more, because I'm essentially not using Reap. I need to, like, every 6 seconds essentially funnel in a Reap. Because Reap is cooldown reduction as well, right? Let's down, cooldown down. Because we're now waiting like for the cooldown. Oh yeah, my spirit went places again. I need to. Oh, I'm stuck in the wall. Like specifically annoying to fight against. Yeah. Still, we need more smoothness. So that was a tier 61 of the pit, right? But we had to work for it. Now, my big question is, if we would go for a two-handed weapon, right? Would that make that much of a damage difference? Correct? First, before we do this, though, a normal Uber boss. I should have the material to just go to normal and Dario, not tormented. I don't think this is currently a tormented farm build. Get the shackles, get the pin cushions. Let's go to a normal and Dario quickly. Right now, not a tier 200, just a normal one. Do you think your Black River Bone Spear build from last season is still good to use? Oh, yes, the Black River Bone Spear build will still do good. It will just not go, like, it's a pit farming build again. It's not a pit pushing build. So again, pit pushing, pit farming, two different things. So with the one brain saying, with the minion build, you can technically go indefinitely deep into the pit. The better you get, the better gear you get, the stronger things you get, the deeper you will go into the pit, right? If. Why no Littlest Wall? What for? The Littlest Wall doesn't work in boss fights. You have cooldown reduction happening. So the cooldown reduction in this build is actually very funny because it works over essence. So for every 100 essence spent, and obviously I spend 100 essence with one ability straight away, right? I use one ability, that's 100 essence spent. For every 100 essence spent, you... reduce the cooldown of all your skills by 1.5 seconds. Here. Now, my thought currently is, since we have enough critical strike chance, what if we take Dreadful Bone Spirit? Can we try that out? Because Dreadful Bone Spirit will give us another 30% essence back. Oh, come on. Where did my Bone Spirit go again? See, that's like one thing we need to talk about, the Bone Spirit AI. That like clearly has something like to actually go for, right? And then just still decides to be weird about it. So for normal Uber bosses, like no problem, right? You're just you're just being an international heavyweight cyberbully. We need to try this out with a two-handed weapon, but the problem is I have like 14% cooldown reduction on that, right? Oh, I get a T-Bolt's Will. Whee! Which has a better maximum resource than the other one. Whee! I might actually use that. Okay, let me sell some things. We need to go back to Karagar. I get a triple greater FA sword I plan on using with my new build. It has life, crit damage, and damage. Would the 45 be better, or should I roll off for intelligence? No. You have to understand that intelligence, 450 points of intelligence, is 45% damage plus. The only advantage of more int is also more elemental resistance at the same time. Okay? We need to downgrade Neath Iron to... By the way, this got better, Chad. So Neath Iron can be now downgraded to Ingolith, which is an absolute power move without spending millions. Okay, so be happy. This got fixed. We complained enough. Everyone rejoice. Raise your arms. Shake your booties. We are better. We made this work. Just as we should. I wonder if there's like any way I could get even more essence than I have right now. But I feel like I'm kind of like nicely maxed out currently. What I'm doing.
Follow the stars.
Okay, 1 to 2. So we get this now like many times up, right? So currently we're at 12.4% cooldown reduction and 17.6 bone spirit cooldown reduction. Together, this brings it at a 6.86 seconds. If I now take this off, I'm at 7.92 seconds, which is just not there yet. Probably if I would get the helmet. So now with this, I'm at 6.77. So how high is the ceiling if I now take a two-handed weapon? Should actually be able to take my two-handed scythe. Because a crit, it has life on hit. I don't need life on hit. Fuck, I need a different weapon. What do you have? Crit damage. You're useless as well. I hate you. Take a sword, probably. Right? Should probably take a sword. Maximum life on hit. Jeez. That's a lot of maximum life you get there. Get vulnerable damage. Sword. What do I have in swords, Chan? I don't have that many two-handed swords. Like, it's very limited currently. I'm going to take this one and re-roll the life on hit and just say suck in. Well, we could also take this one and just re-roll the overpower probably into critical strike damage. Right? Hey, we got enough money, so we're just throwing it out of the window. I don't have enough money. I hate doing this. This makes me very anxious every single time. Yep, fantastic. I love throwing money out of the window. Weapons, bone augments. We need bone spirit. That's the question. Do we want the explosion or the bone storm duration now? 50% bone storm duration is actually pretty nasty. But that would mean I can't increase the explosion size of my thingy, right? %50 bone storm duration is like, it's something, John. My second green. Okay, so this would bring us up to 1,000. That's actually, wow, that's 1,500% critical strike shebang. Let's see. Can you beat the game without a weapon? No, everything scales off of weapon. Even your minions scale off of weapon. So not having a weapon would mean like really, really bad for you. Okay. The stream going very good, Harry. I mean, we're making this build slowly work, and I want to farm some gear today and some materials. We're actually taking it very relaxed. Okay, let's take lead, multiple. See now, do you notice the 1 second here that I can't spam the ability? Sure, we're doing more damage. But the damage isn't that much higher. I'm going up to like a 15 million, right? But I had that much too before. So the ceiling is not that much higher on a sword right now. Right?
I need more time. I need more time.
Maybe you don't notice that 1 second. Let's try a tier 61 again, and maybe that 1 second just doesn't feel like it, right? Which build do you rate the most fun? I mean, like this, like probably the Bloodwave build will be the most fun in the long run because I'm just an absolute sucker for a Bloodwave build. Is Lilith drop fixed? No, doesn't seem to be fixed. Last information I had, and that's today. Okay, let's go in. Pull things together. Activate the barrier. Boom, nuke everything. See, there was this 1 second now. That just doesn't allow me to spam it freely. That makes it feel a bit awkward. I mean, then again, this 1 second actually allows the essence to fully refill, kind of. That makes sense. But I feel like we're doing better with the offhand right now. It just felt smoother, really having like a 0 cooldown happening. Especially this would need you to like really have all the masterworks and everything to even like remotely pick up a two-handed weapon, right? Well, we'll play this through now with a two-handed weapon. Yeah, what I'm feeling too is like the corpse explosion, the bonus explosion size missing, because it was kind of like with the bonus explosion size I could also sometimes just stand a bit further away. It'd be fine. Okay, what I'm asking myself is, do we want to like kind of try to get blood orbs into this, or are we gonna completely ignore the existence of blood orbs? I mean, right now it kind of feels like we wouldn't need it, especially because we would lose an aspect. My problem is if I get blood orbs in, I would lose vulnerable. That seems like a bad idea. But from a timing perspective, we're currently looking for like a 3-minute clear. That's actually really nice. So sometimes minions actually struggles to do like speed clears, not because they are not killing fast. It's just due to the nature of minions, right? They need to run to their target and everything. Whereas here, like I'm essentially just jumping from minion pool to minion pool and doing my thing, right? Allows for quite nice clears. The bonus life is nice we're getting. You're gonna make a corpse and then go away from it. That's the trick. You know, when you blood mist to make corpses, you're essentially making a corpse and then you're like blood misting away from it. You know, like this, and then you make a corpse and you blood mist away from it. So you can actually. Yeah, we do the damage. But now with a cooldown, it's just awkward. Because right, you want to spam him, but we can't essentially spam him, right? I hate her wind thingies. That should have killed me. Not sure how that didn't kill me. Ah. Ah. Oh, Lilith, sure. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it feels plenty weird with that 1 second timer. I really don't like it. Let me. Oh, I can't change the weapons. No, really? I wanted to change the weapons back to. Oh no. How long does the season last? A season lasts for a month, depending on how long they make the season. I mean, right now this season will be marginally longer than the other seasons due to the delay of season 4. Like, in case you missed it, season 4 was obviously delayed, right? This is so weird with that 1 second cooldown. I really dislike this. I know I said it many times now, chat, but I can't say it enough. On how tremendously weird this feels. But we just fizzled that. It was actually really nice. You could just do this, right? Oh no. You shall not pass. Oop. Oop. I can't be bothered to care for that. Okay, we didn't crit. We need the 0 seconds back and then fully experiment with the change in skills. Because what we did right now was Here, explode this straight away. Thank you very much. Oh, thumbs. This is really not what I wanted, chat. Yeah, we'll get the offense back. I mean, at least we tested it. At least we tested it. So conclusion already for the people that asked why not a two-handed weapon, because it literally feels ass, you know. Because the two-handed weapon just literally feels ass. That's why not a two-handed weapon. And the amount of acid fields is ginormous, like BBL kinda. Yeah, that did not feel like it. So good. Now let's go back to the actual, 0 seconds cooldown. It's funny how much money I wasted on the two-handed weapon just to essentially be like, oh yeah, you know what, two-handed weapon, whatever's. Let's just let's just throw that two-handed weapon in the trash again to then go back and do the same here with the 0 second cooldown. So that's brilliant. Do I need the cooldown on Amulet? Lacking 3 seconds of Bone Spirit. Do you need cooldown on Amulet plus the cooldown tempering? Okay. So there is a cooldown tempering for Bone Spirit cooldown reduction. I mean, as you can see right now, we're below the 7 seconds. So I guess I could phase out cooldown reduction on the helmet in the long run. That's something I could get rid of. But yeah, here now this is what we're talking about. Now we're back in business. Ryan. Now we're back in business. Yeah, we had to test it. We had to test it, but I have to say that last run frustrated me to no ends. You know, of literally having to wait for that 1 second. That felt just horrible. Good thing to know about this build. So again, we have cooldown on amulet, we have cooldown on helmet, and we have cooldown on offhand. But now we are actually below the 7-second cooldown, so that's interesting. Now we have essentially cooldown too much. This is the new best build for Necro. No, this is a farm build for Bone Spirit lovers. So this is one of these builds I create because I really love the build. I love the idea. I love the concept. It's not like, I mean, it's a build that will do every content, right? So again, like you can kill all the Uber bosses. You can get into the pit. You can do a tier 100 dungeon. So all of the things are possible. You can't do the highest level of the pit with this, and it's also not a build to solo farm tormented bosses. Like I would not solo farm tormented bosses with this. So these are kind of like the limitations, right? And it's quite interesting that we're finally at a stage in the game where you can create builds that just simply don't do everything, right? Because before it was always like you need a build that does tier 100, Uber Lilith, blah 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 blah, Melphis, blah 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 blah. That was really simple, right? Making builds that do all the existing content was actually really simple because there wasn't just that much content that had to be done. Now with everything that we have out, like with the tormented bosses too, I mean, I don't know if you're actually doing tormented bosses solos. That's probably my question to the community. Are you doing tormented bosses solo, or are you doing them together with your friends? Because if you're doing them together with your friends, the build is absolutely fine, right? Because you have enough survival to essentially survive tormented boss encounters, and you have enough damage to not be a liability for your friends, right? That's important. No one likes to be a liability. I'm stuck. No one likes to be a liability, right? Solo, tormented, and consider I play Necro. Everyone expects to carry damage in a party. True. What class benefits the most from Shaco? Yes. Probably Barbarian and Rogue. Because, I mean, at the end of the day, these are the classes that are always in the trenches. They're always up and close, up and personal, right? Inside the enemy's booty. Deep inhaling those butt crack juices while they're trying to get their shots off. My bone spirit just went away again. I hate that. Probably the only weakness of the build, that your bone spirit just wanders off. No one likes that, right? You're just there, you're slaying out, you're destroying, and then your bone spirit is like. Tier 30 best to farm Opticide. I would go deeper. I would rather transform Ingolith into Opticide because they buffed that, so it doesn't cost the world anymore. Chan, it used to cost like gazillions. They changed the cost to normal values. Oh, Jesus Christ. I need to pay a bit more attention there. I mean, like, I actually do need to look out to not get killed by this, but the damage is like really, really good with the 0-second build, right? Is Bone Spear the OG Necro build? Nah, you could play summons even from the very OG on. I mean, Bone Spear is the strongest Necro build in Season 1 and Season Eternal, essentially. But we're long past that of Bone Spear being that build. I mean, Bone Spear is still fantastic, don't get me wrong, right? Oh, I'm just ignoring the threat of Elias right now. I'm sorry, chat. I'm noobing a bit around. So Bone Spear used to be the #1 OG build to essentially play. If you wanted to just be the strongest, but you could play minions too, but only minions with Mandeln. But it was also not minions with Mandeln. It was minions with Mandeln and the bug of and the Bone Prison bug, because there used to be a bug with Bone. Ow. Yeah, without Bone Storm, you're just instant dead. That's interesting. Is Bone Spirit super strong now? Bone Spirit is stronger than ever because you can do the cooldown reduction. So we have the amulet with cooldown reduction. We have a temper that says casting Macabre skill to give you essence. So essentially, I cast my Macabre skill and I always get 50 essence back. You can imagine that is fantastic because look at my essence right now here. Right? So I'm essentially just spamming like my essence empty while I fight Dave here. But for some reason I managed to get myself killed consistently. I mean, this is an interesting combination of ouch right now. It's the first boss we're struggling against. Intriguing. And you managed to actually bring the Bone Spirit down to 0 second. You could do that before. So the Bone Spirit down to the 0 second cooldown. The problem has always been the essence regain. I mean, as you can see right now, apart from my Bone Spirit actually wanders off, like we can really get the essence back kind of nice, right? To actually spam our Bone Spirit. And that's cool. I mean, who doesn't want to be able to spam their Bone Spirit just like that, right? I mean, look at this. You just go away now, right? Not only are you going away, you're actually doing also quite some damage. I wouldn't have to like look out for everyone and their mom to like consistently try to molest me. Could focus even more on damage. I think the biggest thing you could do is probably introduce more crowd control into the build to like stagger the opponent more so I can essentially just spam away, right? CE plus Bone Spear. The problem with CE plus Bone Spear is that Bone Spear just... I mean, like Bone Spear does nice damage, right? The problem is Bone Spear damage is like a couple million, right? couple million sounds good, but right now a couple millions is actually not a lot. Because they made the HP of the bosses so much. I mean, right now my thingy here is, for example, hitting like for 10 million per Bone Spirit, up to 10 million per Bone Spirit, and as you can see, it's like always critting. So, you know, like that. You're hitting good. Oh, that was almost my death. Oh, what? I didn't even see what killed me there. Dude, you're doing like the maximum currently is 15 million, and the order to get higher would be... I mean, we are at, as you can see, we are at a lot of critical strike chance and damage. And the order to get higher is masterworking your gloves and your weapon, because my weapon isn't masterworked at all, right? So that gives a lot of damage bonus. but there's no more leaps in damage coming. So again, like I have only 13 ranks in Bone Spirit, and it's possible to get 17, 21. So I can get way more ranks in Bone Spirit, and that ranks is multiplicative damage increase, but there's a limit to how high you can essentially bang out. The biggest problem, as you see here right now, is survival. I do have tons of damage, right? I do have tons of barrier generation, but we're running into this problem where our barrier, no, everything is broken, so we got to go out. So where our barrier generation is getting broken, and then we die. And the only way to kind of fix this would be by either tempering more barrier generation. I could get more max life, so I'm not sure if a potion would help that much, but technically you could go for this. Bone Storm and Bloodwave are also darkness skills, deal shadow damage over time. If I manage to get this in, I would technically have more barrier. Now, I do want to try this out. The problem is that I do need to play. And now let's look at this. I do need the Swelling Curse, because without this Swelling Curse, I am currently only at 52% critical strike chance, together with a 20% from Bone Storm, together with the 25% from Swelling Curse. That's 100%, correct? On Bone Spirit, 100% critical strike. Ta-da. Then you need the... Oh, wait. You know what? I actually can put it on my offhand, because at this point, on my offhand, we have had a complete useless aspect the whole time. Oh, that's good to know. I'm so smart. 5 billion IQ, chat. Look at me. Having just a useless aspect on my offhand the whole time. Okay, so now you can use the HP elixir, obviously. So we can do quest elixirs plus HP elixirs. So we're going to just craft elixir fortitude. 5 billion IQ, I like to call it. So now we are at 30,000 HP, right? 30,000 HP is fantastic. Let's go back in. And the reason why Ultimate Shadows is so good, because it should, technically, create a lingering shadow damage over time effect versus the boss that stacks, because every time it hits, like it hits. And that creates so much barrier that you're technically always buried. Does that make sense? So now see, even when I'm like dashing away from them, they're still taking shadow damage and they're still creating barrier. Okay, so even when I just touch the minion once with my shadow effect, it's still enough to just keep providing barrier for me. And the thing is, this makes it also a shadow skill, but it doesn't make it a shadow skill, right? So Bone Storm is now also a shadow skill, but not mainly a shadow skill, which still allows me to essentially reduce the cooldown of the bone skill the way I do right now, but I can run into more like danger without having to fear anything. And that makes a big difference, right? Now, before you ask why not the Litless Wall, it's mainly because we are always on our opponent anyways, and the Litless Wall needs you to do damage outside of the Litless Wall to actually apply the Litless Wall, right? Outside of the Bone Storm to apply the Litless Wall. But the thing is, we're always like, this is how close you gotta be to your opponents, right? So the build kind of lives from, like, you know, if you're inside your opponents, then you're doing it right. If you're not inside their opponents, if you're not like sniffing their armpit juice, then you're doing it wrong. Like, you need to be up their butt, deep in there, looking for their hidden money reserves. And then you can now we can essentially just go around really with the shadow damage, right? And as you can see, we're feelingly more tanky, because again, it's like contact damage. So it's contact damage from the Bone Storm, followed up by the damage over time, that then continuously just refills our barrier. Plus obviously us then just nuking everything really quick, so we're not too long like stuck with the opponents. Ta-da! That was quick. Wow, that's wow. It was Now let's see if that theory is exactly working the way I want it to work, right? Also, how are we reducing cooldown? Again, we're reducing cooldown by essentially spamming our bone skills. And by spamming your bone skills, you're losing... Oh, my ghost. Yeah, this seemed just vastly safer right now. Maybe it's also just the combination of enemies that makes this vastly safer. But I would say this was, oh my goodness. This was a very nice... Yeah, I mean, that was ta-da. Does it make sense? How did that look now, Chan? How did that look now? Actually, do that on a let's do that on a tier 100 again, just to see how the difference feels, correct? Because now that felt way better. Now, there's a thing we could do. We could sacrifice T-Bolt's Will, guys, because T-Bolt's Will is only 20% more damage. Minions is still better. This is out of the question, but people don't want to play minions, right? Not everyone plays the best build in the game. And guess what, chat? I am not here to only give you the best build in the game. So we're gonna play the Bone Spear. We're gonna play the Bone Spirit build today, and tomorrow I actually have a plan to make the minion build even stronger. Okay, tomorrow I have a little plan to make the minion build stronger and more tanky. So you're essentially all gonna have a better time for the people that like to play the minion build. But I'm not gonna tell you that plan yet because it's gonna be my dirty little secret. We're going to improve the build furthermore. I'll probably introduce some blood mistening because people really like to play blood mist, right? I'm always scared. This is a tier 100 dungeon, by the way, in case you wonder. My question is, could I drop Osseous Gale? Because I kind of would like to play the conceited aspect for another 25% damage boost. But for that, I would have to drop Osseous Gale. Not sure if I could, though, because I feel like against the boss, we just have the ability always just enough up, right? Minions or shadow minions? I don't know what you mean. Like you need to be more precise about how you describe your things, because there's like literally there's 4 different shadow minion builds, and there's like 5 different pure minion builds. So which 2 builds are you asking for, sir? Do you want Golem? Do you not want Golem? Are you looking for the Blighted Golem Summoner, where you're using the Blighted aspect with the Unyielding Commander to push stronger? Are we talking about Bone Storm instead of Army of the Dead Golem Summoner? Are we talking, you know, Blood Mist, Blight, Reap, Decompose? As you might notice, right? Bunch. Shadow Mages on top. I mean, like, most of the Golem Summoners play Shadow Mages. I would reckon all of the Golem Summoners play Shadow Mages. Tell me your suggestion for leveling Helltide. Helltide, more Helltide, and then a lot of Helltide. And then if you're actually, like, if you're sick of Helltide already and it's coming out of your ears, then you do a bit more Helltide. And actually, if you don't like Helltide, don't play this season, because this is truly the season of the Helltide. I mean, this is where you're gonna live. The Helltide is your bread and butter. The Helltide is where we're gonna make sweet love to your mom. Okay, like Helltide it is. And again, if you don't like Helltide, you better. Oh, hello. The butcher. Bop, 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 bop. Oh, come on now. Come back here. Stupid ghost, come back here. We're having a little fight against the butcher, and you're just going on vacation or what? I'm going on a journey, pony. It's like, no, you're not going on a journey, you little shit. You're like, I need you here right now. The best way to avoid this from happening is literally facing your opponent. So if you don't want your ghost to like go wandering on vacation, you need to face your enemy head on.
I need more time. I need more time.
Fear my wrath. Oh, fear my wrath while I'm stuck light. Sorry. Fear my wrath, you little shit. Okay, that's 2 butcher meats already done, Chad. And yes, minions would struggle more with this because the butcher is really annoying versus minions.
I need time.
Do you have more viewers since the season Necro? I mean, obviously the interest in general is higher and my YouTube videos are doing better than ever. But you also have to consider that everyone and their mom is doing Necro. So yes, we do have more viewers this season probably because of Necro, but I keep telling me it's because we're just making banger good quality content, right? That it's Necro content is just a happy coincidence. I mean, it's nice that I'm actually always making Necro content and I don't have to bend out of my way. What's really funny is that some people where their main character is currently not the strongest character anymore in the game suddenly are asking for Necros to be nerfed for some reason. You know? Suddenly it's like, Necro is too strong, nerf it. And you're like, but no. I mean, Necro is just strong at this point, right? Hello, Resurrected Malice. How are you doing on this beautiful day? Let me just make a bunch of corpses on your place of living or your place of undead. You know what the problem is? He's too small. Eat shit.
I'm not ready.
And yes, I'm just holding my finger down on this. In case you wonder, yes, I'm just holding my finger down on the skill, guys. Good. Good. I'm just holding the button down and let's go. Good. Which is the next glyph we're upgrading? There's still so many I haven't upgraded. I need to start upgrading domination too. With one clip of the golem, it would be gone. Yes, Lord Lucifar, but I know this exceeds the horizon of a lot of people. Don't get me wrong. And this goes for all the people writing the golem would have killed it in one hit comments. Some people don't want to play the golem. Some people just want to play other fun builds, you know, and enjoy their time. I know it sounds crazy and almost unbelievable, but there's a lot of people who simply play the game for fun. And not for the most optimal, strongest build. You know, they want to have good builds to enjoy their time. And that's why builds like this exist.
To buy surprise inventory.
Blue TriStar, that's a lot. I know I'm lying through my nose. I kind of want to masterwork this one. Need a little bit more. Yeah, we need a little bit more transmutation here. because I want to get this up. That would give me even more resource. I mean, this is like, for me personally, this is my favorite farming build here right now. That I just enjoy for farming reasons, which is brilliant. More than minions, because minions are fun, but it's very hands-off fun, you know? It's like you can watch, but you can't touch kind of thingy, right? What do I have to do? Slay the Blood Maiden? Don't mind if I do, Chan.
I need time to do that.
I wait for seasons of the loadouts. The sad part is, I'm pretty sure we could have loadouts already if they would limit their scope. Because what do we need, Chad? I need Paragon boards to be saved, right? I don't need gear sets to be saved. I mean, gear sets to be saved would be nice, but let's be real. What's the real time eating thingy? What eats your time away? That's on the one hand that you're essentially having to redo your skills every time, and that you have to redo your Paragon board every single time. But if you don't have to redo your skills nor your Paragon board, yeah, then I only have to change my gear. And you can't tell me that making multiple Paragon boards in a profile would be impossible. The problem is, I do believe they're stuck in this. We need to make an armory, right? We need to make the perfect armory experience. No, the fuck you don't. I need Paragon board A, B, C, and D, and then I can swap seamlessly between my builds. Like, just give me Paragon pages.
I need more time.
I play Even Pierce Light, and it slaps as Golem bosses. Just takes 30 seconds instead of 10 seconds. Exactly. I mean, most of you are, like, I don't know how your ambitions are this season, guys. But I would assume that most of you don't actually want to push deep into the pit, because it's very atrocious and very annoying. My assumption is that most people want to find a comfortable level of the pit they can farm. Like let's say pit tier 70, right? And when you have pit tier 70 found and you can comfortably farm it, you are technically not having a reason to like go deeper in the pit. Because I mean, oh my goodness, my ghost went past again. I mean, you technically have found like your level of she got banned. You found like your level of the pit that makes sense for you, right? Because everyone is like, oh, I need the best build. I need to farm like tier. Can this do tier 200? Sir, you could never do tier 200. I mean, like, I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt your feelings. But even if you have the best build in the world, you're probably not going to get tier 200 done because you suck, right? You're not good enough. I'm not good enough as well. I suck too, right? But you suck. Like, your skills are not high enough, even with the best build, to achieve what you're looking to achieve. And that's the harsh reality that we all have to go through, that the pit 200 is probably achievable by a few selected that are willing to lose their life over it. Because you have to farm, like, in order to get deeper in the pit, you need triple greater affixed items, right? So the chest needs to be Golem Mastery, Max Life, and Essence per second, maybe. And all need to be greater affixed. Then your gloves needs to be Mage Mastery plus attack speed plus maximum life, all greater affixed. Alone getting this together at some point, right? To just get deeper into the pit, like, the time it will take to get these items. Unless you're just taking your wallet into your hand and you just buy yourself gold and then you go on the marketplace and you just trade for these items. But it's gonna take a while. I just want higher drop of boss mats to farm without such a grind. Which boss mats? What are we talking about? I mean, right now I have more boss mats than I can ever spend from the maiden. I mostly kill the maiden and the Helltide and open the boxes, and I mean, I have like 200 living steel, kinda. I just gave 50 living steel away to a viewer for the chest piece he gave me, you know. But elixir is that I'm not the elixir I just took. That's a mine cage. The mine cages are to make the Helltide harder. It rises the levels of your enemies. It's very comfortable. Just saying this season Pit 200 is impossible without a credit card. No, I'm saying that Pit 200 will be generally impossible. The reality is that if you want to get deeper in the pit, again, you just need to do a tremendous farm. But even if you do the tremendous farm, you also need to have the tremendous skills. Right? Because again, getting deeper in the pit is a skill question. It's not only a gear question. I mean, like right now with a Holy Bolt Elixir, all of us can go at least to 120. 120 is kind of easy to achieve. Okay? That would be with a Holy Bolt Elixir. I mean, even this build could get relatively deep with a Holy Bolt Elixir. Tortured gifts open. Yeah, I wanted to just open the ones here. But that's obviously stat padding, right? I mean, I can currently clear a tier 100. I could clear up to tier 110 with my current gear without Holy Bolts. I'm currently at 100. I haven't gone deeper because I just have no ambitions currently, right? Until I find better gear. Because right now I'm doing exactly this. I am playing other builds to farm the gear for my build, right? Because why would I just play the golem? Like, playing the golem gets boring at some point. So I'm essentially playing these builds here right now to get the gear that I can then enjoy my time with the golem build as soon as I have the cool greater affixed items. Also, I'm obviously a content creator and I don't want you to get bored by just seeing the golem all season long. Do you think a mixed corpse explosion blight build with Even Piercer and Black River could be strong? Yes. I don't know if you need Even Piercer, but yes. The thing is, right now with Wither, you can get quite some nice damage. And if you manage to get your corpse explosion up to do millions of damage, so if we manage to get the corpse explosion up to do somewhat ballpark of 10 million per tick, and then your Wither node has the chance to do 150% bonus damage, and it's X 150% on 10 million. Tell me, chat, what is 10 million times 150%? And that is your tick that is happening every second on overlayering corpse explosions. So you can overlayer like, what, 5 corpse explosions on top of each other, and each corpse explosion ticks every second twice, and every tick is for 10 million, and then every tick for 10 million has a chance to get X 150% damage bonus with a 30% chance, kind of.
I need more time.
No? Sounds like a lot because it is a lot. Blood Maiden just bamboozled. Good. Oh, I got 4 minutes to finish this whisper. Fuck. There's a 75er up there. I'm just finishing the whispers because in case you missed it, chat, we burned through what, 80 million gold today for this build. How do you get 10 million space? Oh, 10 million space is really easy. So corpse, like you can get corpse skills on your chest. So that's +3 to corpse explosion. Greater affix would be +4. Then you can get corpse skills on the ring. You can get corpse skills on the weapon. So the weapon would be another +3. Ring would be another +3, if I'm not mistaken here right now of the rib. You could get plus corpse skills, if I'm not 100% wrong, either on boots or on pants. So that is also in the ballpark, even more. I think it's on boots. On boots, I think it's corpse skills, yeah. So tons of corpse skills actually available. You can get like +20 or so on corpse skills. Relatively, I'd say easy. And obviously +20 in corpse skills, then it's quite significant, correct? And then you would obviously have to think about maybe playing the gloves, because there is the gloves that give it another 40% multiplier, and Black River gives your corpse explosions 130% multiplier anyways. So you have a corpse explosion that does then a base damage of 250,000 damage per tick, and that 250,000 damage per tick then gets hired by 130x. And then you have all your multipliers anyways happening, and you could go for the 40x on your gloves if you wish to, plus the 240% or 120% of the blighted aspect that you could be playing. I think you understand. You get the drift. You get the drift, right? My burden is too full. Oh, Jesus, I can't pick up the living steel anymore. Oh, that's unfortunate. Goodbye, fleeted, flooded depths. Then, I'm gonna clear this. do struggle to get enough angel breath. I always have 1,000 angel breath and I have no clue where I'm getting it from. I have no clue where I'm getting angel breath from. I have it, but where's it from? Does anyone know? Because I'm looking. Just don't know. I just like, it's just there. Should we search only items with max stat or at least look for normal ancestral legendaries? At this point of the game where I'm at currently, let's say tier 100 of the pit and trying out other builds. I do look at items, but I'm generally only looking at greater affix items. Unless I'm looking for something with skills. So again, I'm looking for a chest with +3 in corpse explosion. I am looking for... Oh, that's actually really interesting. So we'll take the Bloodless Scream here. That's actually a weak Bloodless Scream, sad face. Might still take it. So yeah, especially when it comes down to gloves, I always look because gloves might have exactly what I'm looking for. And boots. Oh, that's 6 essence per second. That's usually a safe call because you always need essence per second. But yeah, like boots for essentially potentially skill thingies and rings because rings are just nice. Then you're marking every item off. You're going to check here if there's anything that upgrades. Nope, nothing upgrades. Then you're going to go to the vendor and sell the shit. Because you don't really need the materials at some point anymore. Then amulets is also worse to check because amulets could be having skill ranks too. And if they don't have skill ranks, then we're good to go. Inventory is cleared out. Helltide is going to be over in a second. There is a Legion event and they're worth it to do. But technically, we would have to do another tier 100 like... Oh no, before we do another tier 100, thank you for reminding me. Let's actually put our boss materials away again. I mean, this is all my living steel, Chad. Is this all my living steel? Ba 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 bum.
The fort is ready for whatever you need.
By the way, before the season started, I said your inventory will never be overfilled again. I lied, Chad. My inventory is overflowing because I'm just collecting too many greater affix items just in case I need them. I'm tier 100 pit now and I want to try something that's not golem. Then you can try Bone Summoner, but it will be less efficient. And you can try this build, for example, which is a Bone Spirit Spammer. Why are you doing Nightmare Dungeons? Are you still leveling glyphs? Yes, I don't have everything 21 yet. I mean, my goal today was make this build work so I can give you a build guide tomorrow for the people that are interested in seeing this work. Still do some min-max tweaking, so there is some things I can essentially like probably figure out about this build that we could do better. I mean, still want to change some aspects to essentially do more damage because I feel like we're not at our damage max. We could probably try to multiply this up further, even though we are already really high. Maybe Paragon board, maybe a different glyph, but we kind of have all the glyphs already. I just don't... I mean, I would need some more essence regain out of the Paragon board, but there is not more essence regain in the Paragon board. I kind of wish I could play the chest. So I wish I could play the unique chest piece that gives you the chance to pop out Bone Spirits on Blood Gem. But in order to get Bone Spirits on Blood Gem, I would have to get Blood Gems and then and that wouldn't work against bosses. So stinker. I mean, there's the thought where Bone Storm is technically consuming corpses, right? So we're playing Osseous Gale here right now, and Bone Storm is actually consuming corpses with Osseous Gale. And if Bone Storm would eat corpses with Osseous Gale, okay, so the one that like Osseous Gale prolongs the duration of Bone Storm. So if it would eat corpses, and I would play the aspect that makes blood orbs on corpse consumption, would then technically the Bone Storm continuously create blood gems that I could then pick up to launch bonus ghosts. Now the idea is kind of cute, but I don't think it will actually work. Right? Did I forget to put my first... I forgot to put my first stone in. I'm so stupid. I spammed the Opal vendor for gloves. I got 2 pairs of gloves with 3 greater affixes. Loving the vendor this season. The vendor is brilliant because you can finally gamble for something. I mean, before it was just go for the vendor for an aspect. And now you have an actual real chance to get what you're looking for. Like, the vendor is your friend. Which is great. Would grandfather be better to use in this build, or are the 2 aspect slots just better? The 2 aspect slots are better. It's not a question of better. They're just mandatory to even make this work. The movement speed is crippling. Well, I don't care much about movement speed in general, because in the pit, movement speed is not really helping. I mean, currently I'm, for example, I'm sacrificing movement speed always for the damage reduction from close enemies, because you're standing to in close enemies. And generally, like, I don't need to move like ultra fast to enjoy myself. Like, I'm used to Necromancer walking slower than everyone else by leaps and bounds, right? And I don't have the skill points. I wish I had the skill points, chat, but I don't. I'm gonna decide if we actually do want to use Reap, because I'm really not often using it. It's a bit of a dead skill. It's like only when I get to the impasse of not having things. The problem is, if I wouldn't use Reap, what else would I use? I could technically go for Bone Prison, but that seems weird. Versus wouldn't do it as well. A core skill is not necessary. Corpse Explosion I don't even have time to use, right? And I don't have corpses to interact with. So, what would it be? Prisms are rare as fuck? Yes. Prisms essentially don't exist. Unless you're hogging world bosses. That's why you, like usually I'm like, world bosses, you know, I can't be half-assed to go there. But, yeah, you have to be, right? So we just talked about it, like the Blood Artisan's Cuirass. We just did the whole theory craft. Like we can try to add it in. I mean, this is why we're doing these live streams, to min-max improve builds and have fun with them, right? This is why these live and for you to like the stream and drop a membership and subscribe and get your Prime Gaming subscription in Twitch. Wink, wink, wink. Twitch Prime. You know, I'm not having a stroke. This is like, you know, I'm good. Anyone knows a good way to fix the Fenris error? Haven't heard of it. I hope you get it fixed. Errors suck. So you can get scattered prisms from Legion events as well, but it's a 50-50 chance, aka either it drops or it doesn't. Daggy, thank you for the brand new Prime subscription. There we go, Daggy. I hope the 79 means you're old as hell, because that fits right in the community. Ba 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 baby bell ba 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 baby bell ba 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 baby bell. He almost nuked me with his shadow shebang. Trying to make a bit of a distance to him so I could actually. Oh shit! I stood. I need to look out from his shadow, because his shadow actually does kill me. Because it burns like right through the Bone Storm, which I personally don't agree with. Okay, chat, I personally don't agree with that burning through the Bone Storm, because we're sitting at like 30,000 life if I drink my potion, right? And the Bone Storm is enabling us, so I feel like it shouldn't. But it does. It makes me sad. I guess if I eat all of them at the same time, it's a bit too much. Feel like if we drink the potion, we're sitting at 30,000. And I can't really get much more life, because, yeah, I can't really get more life. I'm kind of like maxed out on life. I guess I could weasel more life from the Paragon board. Oh, my dude went away again. You know what the only problem is? Casting corpse tendrils in between. I guess that's the only thing your Reap is there for, to make a corpse for corpse tendrils. Right? The only thing your Reap is there for. 1 corpse, 4 corpse tendrils. Sacrificial max. When we get this, 21, 21, 21, 21, right? There's a lot of glyphs to still 21. Especially I still have to upgrade control, desecration, dominate. Gravekeeper is kind of useless. Don't know why people still use that. I'm desperate when I run back to 5k gold. Yep. Have you used the quest elixir already? Yes, with the quest elixir I'm at 35k health, but I feel like 1 elixir gotta be enough, right? Mostly. What do you recommend when it comes to farming Opticide from the pit? This highest possible up to 30? No. So for Opticide, you were actually finally, and they changed it. Okay, chat. If you missed the update, there was an update, ladies and gentlemen. There was an update. Let me show you. The downgrading of materials is not expensive anymore. So you can finally downgrade, and it costs you 60k, 20k, 15k, 5k, 3k, and 1k. So you're farming Ingolith as high as you can, or you're actually farming Neath Iron. So technically you want to do tier 61, at least tier 61, to get your Opticide, because you're then going to downgrade to get the Opticide. The next build going to be tomorrow is probably Golem again to make the Golem even better, and then we're going to try to push deeper into the pit without the Holy Bolt elixir. And we're probably going to do a mix of Holy Bolt and no Holy Bolt. So, yeah, should be deeper into the pit. Then we're going to be working on a Shadow build. So for the Shadow build, we have been gathering gear like crazy, but I kind of want to do the Shadow build when I have the perfect gear to like come out swinging out of the window. So that's going to be a potential Blight, no Blight, Black River, no Black River, Super Shadow booster. It's going to be fairly interesting to see how well that one works out. We get a Bloodwave build coming. Okay, another Bloodwave build. Then we do want to level Sork and Druid at some point, but I think that has to wait because there's way too much that we can do with Necro this season. I mean, on the one hand, I also want to do a day where I just try to push deeper with the Holy Bolt elixir. So just to see essentially like how deep can I go? How deep is it possible to bring yourself? But this is the shotgun build. You equip your Necromancer with a shotgun called Bone Spirit, and then you just dash into everyone, get in their personal space, pull the trigger, and it goes boom, and then it goes boom, and then it goes boom, and everything dies. Like here this structure, you go in, boom, 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 and it's dead. Then you pull everyone together, and boom, boom, everyone's dead, and then you boom him too, and then long range boom. Just in case you can't run there. Where do we get the quest elixir? So as far as I don't know, it seems to be from finishing the Iron Wolf stuff. I mean, I just had it. Like, I know I have the Iron Wolf stuff done and I have it. I know other people don't have the Iron Wolf stuff done and don't have it. So my assumption is the recipes from there. So yeah, we definitely, like, I definitely want to do a day where I take the Holy Bolt elixir to just push as deep as I can with the Holy Bolt elixir, because end of the day, so I'm always reluctant to do this because it's kind of like, you know, it's again borrowed power. It's not like your own build's power, but like I still do want to see how deep it actually goes until the stats just get ridiculous, because you might have missed this, right? But tier 130 of the pit, the bosses have multiple 10 billion HP. Okay, so the bosses don't have like 1 or 2 billion HP in the pit 130. The bosses are looking more like 100 billion HP. Just to give you a ballpark of what you're going to be dealing with, right? Just to give you like a slight feeling of what you can expect. And that's where you're like, okay, so if you're so heavily overtuned, you really do know that you're gonna hit a wall, because yes, my golem, like even if my golem hits the perfect hit, right? So if your golem hits the perfect hit, your top's doing 1 billion damage. But that would be all your multipliers multiplying, all your things thinging, like you hitting the perfect timing on all your stuff, right? And that you only have to do 100 times then. Right? I mean, that's the thought. So if that is a thing where if everything goes perfect, you're actually then, you know, doing the do. Well, perfect. Then you only have to do it now 100 times, right? Over and over again. I love how we can just stand in front of her and spam her with our bone spirits without fearing like any death. Right? We just bodied her, Chan. We just bodied her. Just like standing there. You dead. Okay, that one fully upgraded. Know what the fun part is? That we today spent 80 million to make this build work, so I could essentially make a YouTube video about it. Then I'll probably swap back to Golem, to then a day later swap to a different build to, you know, to just have spent 80 million. Are you adding this build on MOBA? Yes, we're going to be adding this build tomorrow on MOBA. Today's the day of really trying to find out how we could improve this further. Oh, I found a good Bloodmoon Breaches. That's nice, finally. That's a very good Bloodmoon Breaches. We're planning to do Bloodlands builds too, Chan, just in case you wonder. So we have a very interesting idea for a Bloodlands build. So what we're talking about, for everyone that just joined, howdy. Happy Monday to you. I hope you're not at work. So we could play the Blood Artisan's Kuraz, Chat. But for that, we need blood orbs. But if we do that, we would lose Bone Storm, or we would lose T-Bald's Will. So currently, I think, what do you say? Could we get rid of T-Bald's Will? But if I get rid of T-Bald's Will, and that's the thing, correct? What else do we put in? Because right now, T-Bald's Will is giving me that 20% damage multiplier, but I don't feel like we really need this. Oh, and it gives us like the potion capacity whatsoever. So if I would now say, okay, we could put on instead of that, like the chest piece to give us the thingy, and we would also lose the essence per second, but that's okay. But then we would get another bone spirit. Yet we would have to create blood orbs then otherwise. So Shielding Storm would then come on our pens from the chest on the pens, right? You would get the chest piece would then be that, and we would have to somehow put the aspect of the Embalmer on, which would lose me 23% damage. That's kind of bad. We could lose the boots, because the boots would be... The boots can't get the hardened bones aspect. Because the aspect of the Embalmer, for some reason, is a defensive aspect. One of the things that I've been complaining about for a while right now, why is consuming corpses to make blood orbs, Chad, why is this a defensive aspect? Can we refresh the masterwork in an item? Yes, you can completely reset it. It costs only 5 million gold. It only costs you 5 million gold. Who wouldn't like that? Because blood orbs heal you. Yeah, but like from a logic perspective, this is totally a utility thing for me, right? And that's why I'm often saying Necromancer is a heavily flawed class, right? There's a lot of things that don't really make sense. Oh, my spirit went to Narnia. So this is, for example, right now a tier 61 pit. And you kind of see me like farming tier 61 pits instead of higher pits, because tier 61 pits is kind of like where you can do usually like a very simple 3 to 4 minute clear, right? And if you can 3 to 4 minute clear this right now, it's providing you with 20 ingolith, and 20 ingolith can be downgraded to whatever you feel like, and then 20 ingolith, 20 neath iron, and then you can downgrade to whatever you want. Since the maximum masterwork, the 12 times masterwork, you really do only on very special items, right? I mean, on my golem build, I have a few items that are already 12 times 1 to masterwork. But for this build, for example, I would not have a single item where I want to spend the 12 on. I would spend maybe the 8 on it, right? And that's because 12 times masterworking costs alone 20 million gold. So it's like 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, and then 20 million, and then 10 million. So the final masterwork is quite expensive. I'm not sure if we could force a little bit more damage in here, but I'm just not sure. Is there Litless Wall this season? The problem with Litless Wall is that Litless Wall needs to be shadowed to be useful, because else it's not providing you with enough area. So you would have to play it in a shadow build, and most shadow builds are anyways Infinimist builds, and that's where Litless Wall often doesn't make that much sense, because you're like, you know, you're living more in your Blood Mist than you're actually going to be interacting with the environment to essentially use the Litless Wall. So yeah, that's where like Litless Wall is still, yes, very much a thing, but most of the time it's not really being used. Essence per second for ranks of Skeletal Warrior, Master, and Helmets. Well, so your Skeletal Warriors are not really doing that much more damage. I mean, yes, the thought is that more Skeletal Warrior Mastery, more Skeletal Mages, and so on, you'll just do more damage. The reality is that that's not the case. Your main damage is and stays from your golem, and like you're better off making yourself a bit more defensive, so you can just keep being the nasty unit you are, instead of like trying to somehow work some more minion masteries in. I know this goes against everything you believe, because you obviously want to have the maximum coolness of minion explosions and everything happening, right? Oh, gotta have that thing go away. Oh no! I'm stuck! Stepfather, mother! Step whoever is listening to this. Ah! 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 That thing is gonna get to me before I get to it. I don't want to die in this corner here right now, man. It almost get to me. Ow! I just wanted to spam him away because we'll get somewhere. Boop. I love this build, but I need more damage. That more damage would now come simply over masterworking. So this is it. I'm at tier 61, correct? I'm at tier 61. I want more damage. I want to play this build. So what do? I masterwork my main weapon multiple times. I masterwork my Lotus. I mean, these do critical strike damage. That one does critical strike damage, right? I masterwork my gloves, which does critical strike damage and bone critical strike damage. I masterwork my rings. I masterwork my amulet. So this is how I could squeeze out like a significant bigger portion of damage still. These gloves are fantastic. They have 90% damage over time. That would be so good, but they have critical strike chance, which is completely useless. Damage over time is nice though. This one has attack speed and critical strike chance, which will be fantastic for your minions, to be honest. How can you farm more gold this season? You're broke. The answer is simple and you won't like it. You just have to spam whispers like it's a job. Just spam whispers like it's a job.
Come, traveler. Much
Okay.
thanks, friend.
What's best Necro build without Holy Bolt abuse? Still minions. I mean, minions just go tier 100 of the pit. I think tier 110 is probably the deepest you'll go without Holy Bolt elixir. I am currently, see, this is where I'm sitting. I made it to 100 without Holy Bolts. I've just yet not bothered to attempt the 100. And the simple reason for that is if we're looking at my gear, I'm missing crucial pieces. I do have for my minion build a chest piece that this is looking good, right? But is it really though? I mean, it has maximum life, barrier generation, golem mastery, life per second. What I would have to do is I would have to reset the masterwork and redo it until I hit the golem mastery, correct? And even then I'm still stuck with the life per second. Now I do have good gloves with the 4 ranks and skeletal mage mastery. This is quite nice. They're amazing. They do a lot. I love them. My amulet is fine with Hellbang Commander, apart from the maximum life, technically, even though it doesn't hurt to have, right? So 4 ranks to Hellbang Commander, also very nice. And we have the weapon with the life on hit, which comes very good because you want that life on hit. The minion attack speed is quite low, so I would have to retemper this. We do have Skeletal Warrior Mastery on the helmet, which is useless. You would rather keep the Skeletal Warrior Mastery out and replace that in the direction of Decrepify, because 3 levels in Decrepify is just better. And then we would have to obviously 12 times masterwork everything, right? Drift Whispers gives 3 million gold. It's not 5 million. I know we all want it to be 5 million, but it's 3 million from a Tree of Whispers. But the goal is to essentially, like you see this one, correct? This is 3 Grim Favors for killing 3 Hellborn. How quickly do you kill 3 Hellborn? I essentially do every single Helltide Whisper quest because they're simple.
I need time to do that.
A Whisper Cache can critical hit. I think it's like the legendary Whisper Caches. If you hit them, I do believe they give more gold. So what I do is I essentially like check it out, put on my mind cage, right? Then I move myself to the lady, slap in my baleful hearts, kill everything around me, kill the lady. If these guys ever let me put in my baleful hearts, kill the lady, and then you're already done. Because again, three Hellborn is just killing 3 ladies. And when you could assist Iron Wolves, but finding these Iron Wolves is annoying, so I'm not doing that. Then I'll invest my cinders to open a chest or 2 to get even more gold, right? And then you go for the next Helltide where it says 250 cinders. That's easy. Dragosoul, thank you very much for joining as a member on the YouTube. Appreciate it. Yes, you can do that too. So thank you for liking, enjoying, but also membershiping. That's quite cool. That bone spirit. This is definitely not for the lazy player because this build needs you to play. Why no more armor? This is enough. 9,232 is the armor cap, and you don't need more. Let's say 9,300 to make it simple. If you have more armor than that, you're literally you're doing nothing. You're wasting stats. I know it's still very hard to believe, and a lot of people struggle with this concept because I consistently read in YouTube comments, I have 30,000 armor and yet I am dying. I don't understand. And there's no hurt feelings. Like if you don't understand, that's what we're here for, right? To explain you where you missed the mark. But yeah, there's a new armor system, and that armor system literally just changed everything. Okay, now I teleport out after doing this because I need to gather 250 cinders in the other region. And how do you gather 250 cinders in the other region? Well, that is very simple, isn't it? you please stop attacking me? I'm trying to teleport out. What's funny for me is that Blizzard made the aspects of the armor increase your evade cooldown to actually give armor than the cap itself. So, you know why Blizzard made the armor cap, Chad? You really want to know why Blizzard made the armor cap? The reason is that they're unable to program it correctly that armor and higher level enemies would work. So they essentially made it simple for them and just decided to say, okay, 9,200 is always 85%, and that's it. And it's a very slim solution to a problem of not having a correct calculation that might be busted and broken. Because I think that today it's still busted and broken. Because again, like look at my Necromancer, right? We are having the highest amount of damage reduction a Necro can have. With like the 25%, with the 18%, with everything, okay? So we have so much damage reduction with the Decrepify, and yet, despite all the damage reduction, and despite, even if we're running around with 30,000 HP and more, somehow minions kinda still kill us with a one-hit. Which makes you wonder at times, like, what is going on? So something is still broken, not the way it should be. Weird. And you can only pray and hope that one day it will work, or we will get any kind of combat lock to see what doesn't work. But yeah. I've heard people talk about wanting to get 100% attack speed for minions. There is one single Paragon node that makes minions strong, and that is the Cult Leader Paragon node. The Cult Leader Paragon node says for every 30 attack speed, for every 30% attack speed, for every 20% attack speed, you get 30% more damage. So if you then get 100% attack speed, you get a 150% damage increase. And that is multiplicative, by the way. Okay? 150% multiplicative damage increase. For existing. Okay. Did anyone kill level 200 Duriel? Yes. I mean, it depends on your build, obviously. Minions can definitely do it. I mean, every tormented boss is a joke for minion necro. For example, with the Bone Spirit build here, I would probably not go to a tormented boss. You do have the damage, but I reckon it's just going to be tedious because you get to stand there and they're doing like quite some damage. And yeah, I can imagine it to be just too tedious for this build. At this point, if you do want to kill tormented bosses, you should get a specialized tormented bosses killing build, aka minions, for example. I mean, I for example, I did 700 million damage to Duriel without Holy Bolt, to Endario without Holy Bolts. So you can one-hit them. This is why people don't trust armor cap, because Blizzard's system is broken. Yeah, but the problem is if you don't trust Blizzard's armor cap, more armor doesn't do anything. So the system is 100% still broken. Armor system is still weird and things are not working as they should. And higher level monsters are definitely doing too much damage. But no matter how much armor you get, you're not going to fix that problem by having more armor. You're just having more armor then, because the armor cap exists. The armor cap is real. The problem is that the higher echelon calculations might still be utterly broke or renode. Is there a build guide for this build? Well, the Blood Bone Spirit build that you have is essentially what I did today with a few tweaks and alterations. So you can watch the start of the stream, because the first 30 minutes of this stream were essentially made to build this. Armor cap is the same with all classes, yes. It is the same for all classes. No class has a special different armor cap. Apart from barbarians, they're just broken, right? They don't need any armor anyways. Oh no, wait a second, barbarians aren't broken. That's us, chat. The necros, we're broken. Is it possible to masterwork passives on Amulet? Yes, but so Masterworks increases stat by 25%. So now if you masterwork 3 times, the stat is already increased by 15%, but obviously that doesn't do anything. So you gotta, like, you're right. You gotta hit a stat where it does something. Usually a greater affix passive gets 1 rank bonus if it gets masterworked, but that's about it. So you can't like indefinitely masterwork those kind of, right? There's like hitting it once, I think, is more than enough. More doesn't do more. You know? More does indeed not do a more. Let me teleport out. Throw a tantrum. Biggest reason I got into the season of Summon Necker, I always loved summons and Necker that's a play ID 2/2. That's a good way. Why does the frenzied dead attack speed don't show in the stats? Because Blizzard sucks. You don't seem to proc the blighted aspect regularly. Are you playing the aphotic aspect? Did you change that in? Unless you're playing the aphotic aspect, then you're not going to be triggering it regularly. Because that one is kind of mandatory. Oh my goodness, this is 150% critical strike damage, Jesus, and 21% resource cost reduction. This is the perfect weapon for the critical strike overpower build that I'm planning to do. Holy, that weapon. Let's go places, chat. Or slay some demons with that. You know, slice and dice. See, all the one-handed weapons don't even consider worthy because I just got that cool thingy. Boots is essence per sec. 2 to bone spirit. And everything gets sold.
Another time.
This might be a dumb question, but how do you get 12 potions? The question is not dumb. I get 12 potions by having T-Bolt's Will. T-Bolt's Will gives +3 to potions. It's a complete normal question where you just might simply lack a piece of knowledge. Which is okay. We don't hate you. Why is a two-handed weapon better than affixes or greater affixes? Well, that's very simple. Because the two-handed weapons base damage all your minions and whatever damage gets calculated off that. So if you have a two-handed weapon, you have a way higher damage ceiling. Now, no one says it's necessarily better than a one-handed weapon and a focus, because if you have a very good one-handed weapon and a focus, it might turn out to be better in the long run. But obviously the question is, let's say you have 500% bonus damage and it's 500% bonus damage on 5,000 base damage, or it's 500% bonus damage on 2,000 base damage. Which one is better? The answer is quite simple, right? But that's what you're essentially looking at. That makes sense to you. We have a Sever build and a Blood build. We leveled with a Sever build, so this build, my main minion build starts as a Sever build and then transitions. I don't have a Blood build yet. I mean, I have a Blood build that I theory crafted, but I don't have a Blood build yet that will blow your panties into pieces. I'm working on it though, because obviously I would like to exactly do that. I just got a perfect roll with 2 greater affixes, one-handed swords for my build, and bricked it by getting unlucky tempering. I'm sorry for your loss. That's the only appropriate response. I'm sorry for your loss. My condolences. Rest in pieces. Good. Now, what am I gonna roll? What do I want greater affix? I probably want. Still need rings. Some nasty greater affix rings. Oh, that's like damage over time and max life. The amount of rings I keep is atrocious. Bone Spear 3 rings. And I don't need it because I already have a core skill ring. It's probably one of the better changes they did to make a core skill ring possible, right? Oh, does corpse explosion count as a core skill too at this point? No, it doesn't, right? Is Lidless still viable or is it trash now? It is still viable, but not as viable as it used to be. Is there broken duo class synergy in this season? Do you mean like if you play two, like if you play a barb and a necro and that's insane? I mean, technically for a necro, everything that can stand in front and tank makes the necro even stronger, because then you can focus truly on your damage. I mean, which you anyways do, but that's partially due to your minions actually tanking. Okay, seriously, I'm just trying to depart this area. Could you stop the bullying? You nerdy nerds. Did you know that in Cargill you can get a side quest that lets you use the second elixir that gives 15% max life? I have that second elixir already. I just didn't know where the quest was from. Scythe or sword for the summoner build. Sword is technically, scythe is technically better. Gap to Morgan. Good to see there. Jacob, thank you for the 82 months of support. Internet high five. Are item 2 gold trades viable? I mean, yes, but you gotta find actual people to buy them, right? I mean, yes, you can trade, but you gotta find people who buy your stuff, as always. I mean, everyone and their mom is obviously trading, but everyone and their mom is obviously poor too. I mean, the problem with the whole market situation is like, how are you gonna have a good market running if everyone is poor? Bow Mages, our latest YouTube video has it in there, sir. We have a whole Bow Mage build that we did in yesterday's live stream. So yesterday's live stream has a whole Bow Mage build, and we made a wrap up in the last YouTube video. 2. This is the new monster, yes, but only for farming the pit for materials. So this is definitely not I push as deep as possible into the pit. This is more like I farm the pit for materials kind of build. But while you're doing that, you're actually having fun, okay? Because you essentially... I will save you, dear Iron Wolf dude. Don't worry. Oh, we get everything. Perfect. Did someone summon her and couldn't beat her? No problem. I have arrived with my trusty ghost at my side. Did. Don't worry, have arrived to save you all. So for the pit, you recommend the golden build if you want to dive deep into the pit. Again, like what do you like? If you just want to farm the pit, there's more options. If you want to farm the pit, there's a blood build, there's a bone build, there's a shadow build, there is this build, right? So that's for farming the pit. But if you're wishing to push deeper, 2 connotations again, then you definitely have to play Golem right now. Without Holy Bolts, so you don't have to play Holy Bolts, right? Golem is still the strongest by nature. Is the new Uber good for Necro? You mean Tyrael's Might? Yeah, sure. I mean, Tyrael's Might can work. It's damage reduction end of the day, and it gives you like these little explosions. They're nice. They're not needed though. Oh, look, a Hellborn chat. How cute. Oh, that was a 19 million. That's actually kind of cute. Okay, now I have so much more that I didn't actually want. Is your horse and character going gold? It's a player highlight. Wait, like you just have to subscribe to this channel. and become a member, and then your character will automatically turn gold. And this is obviously a scam. I mean, what else would it be? This is obviously 10 out of 10 a scam. No problem. Thank you for asking. And that's a scam too. Did you know that if you subscribe to this channel, your PP size will also increase? Your internet PP size, obviously. And this is a scam. Good. One thing that we have to do is we have to put on the new horse, because I saw that we got new horses. Yeah, so we got the horses in the back right now, and I think we need to put that on, because it actually does look good. Torchbearer. Oh no, that looks absolutely fantastic. That's what I'm talking about. Vendor, why are you not selling me anything, vendor? Ta-da! Ta-da, Chad! Oh, and you can obviously change options, gameplay, all the way down, your player highlight to anything you would wish it to be. But I currently try to adapt my player highlight to my character. So if I am playing a certain look, I'm trying to get a player highlight that vibes with that look. Right? That is better. Okay, I'll be very quickly back, and then we can talk more Diablo. Happy Monday to all of you, chat, by the way, and thank you for supporting my content so much, because I'm going on vacation next month and I'm already really scared of the income loss, so this is helping. Thank you. So, your only subscribers should get plenty of bath water. But I don't take a bath. I hate bathing. I hate sauna too. I can't be the only one, Chan. I mean, if I want to sweat, I make love to your mom. Okay, right? And if I want to wash myself or shower, but I'm not going to lie myself into hot scalding water. And I'm not going to sit in a room to just sweat. That doesn't sound fun. Right? I know that in Finland, sauna is sacred. And Christina's family is from Kazakhstan, so their sauna is sacred too. And our Russian uncle, he has a sauna, his banya, in the basement. And once when we came to a visit, he insisted that we would go sauna. And I was like, okay, sir, like, we'll do it. And what did he do? He came in with his, and I don't know what they're called, these leaves, like these leaves that you take into the sauna. And he came in the room and he was like, and you're just sitting there and it's like already very hot. And he goes like, and it gets like even hotter. And you're like, why are you trying to kill me? What have I done to you? I'm nice to your niece, right? I married her. Birch leaves, right? Yeah, he was just trying to kill us, essentially. And I was like, isn't this good? Isn't this good? And you're like, yeah, this is great. This is great. I'm loving it. Please more. Just give another round. Yeah. People, you know. Any steps you take revenue drop because of vacation? No, I'm only going for six days or 7 days on vacation because I hate vacation. Now, like I'm probably like I'm too ADHD, too workaholic to ever take long vacations, but I can't rest much or I go crazy. What do I do to prevent any revenue loss? I create so the 2 days before vacation, I essentially create 7 YouTube videos that even while I'm on vacation, there's content. And everything else is just stupid. It's very stressful because I don't know if you ever created 7 YouTube videos in 2 days. It literally kills you. You're feeling like an empty husk because you're essentially speed running the recording, the quality content, the thumbnailing, the video editing. So you're doing everything. And I mean, I usually try to put out 1 video per day, right? And I obviously don't want to do more because I want to keep the quality up. I just don't want to pump out videos for the sake of making videos. I could do that, but I prefer you to actually get good content. And I hope you appreciate that. But if you want more, I can give you just some meaningless videos like here, I killed a tormented boss. Yeah, there's the video. And then stuff like that. But that's obviously like, I mean, that's what we have the live stream for. You want to see me kill a tormented boss? Not with this build though. I'm not going to do this to myself and like try to kill tormented bosses with this. This is not a solo tormented boss killer. This is a team tormented boss killer where like the other people are tanking for you while I'm spamming my ability into their butthole, essentially. But yeah, I try to do like a video per day, which takes everything from 3 to 4 hours, and usually a video takes up to 6 hours if you're editing and doing everything yourself. But ADHD hyperfocus helps. But if you then do 7 YouTube videos in 2 days, then I need vacation. This is Bone Spirit, yes. Will you add stats for the new Bone Necro? Yes, I will update the whole mobalytics, don't worry. But again, I'm like only one person and no editor, and it all takes time, you know, family and so on. So I do update these things. It's just like, you know, not always ASAP instant. Like if you have questions, you can always ask them in the live stream, and we'll see that we get your questions answered. This is Bone Spirit, and it's going very good. I mean, this is a 3-minute 2 boss right now. And the boss itself, you're just sitting there, right? And you're just spamming him with your ability. Then you go Blood Mist whenever the echo appears. And then you're just hogging his butthole. And you just spam your ability like pop, 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 right? And then Elias comes again. And then we keep spamming. And then we make sure that we don't get killed by that. Because that would be a shame, wouldn't it? Activate the Blood Mist, the aura again. And then we're spamming. We're back to spamming. Then we get killed.
I'm not ready.
This, by the way, might be the single-handed scary ability because I tend to like just miss the rhythm, and then we're done, and that's it. Boom. So that was what, 5 minutes with Bone Spirit. We're getting better. I feel like it's almost like we're actually getting better at playing the build, right? Are you planning to play Druid? We will play Druid. We will play we will play Sorcerer at some point, but again, my plans for Necro at this point are Bloodland Summoner, Infinite Essence, and Blood Orb Creation, or just nuking. Then Blood Surge Summoner, Infinite Essence. A Wither Shadow, no summoner. Bone Spear, no summons. That's also on the menu still. Blood Wave, maybe summoner, maybe shadow, Poopmancer. And Bone Spirit 0 cooldown, that's an X. I mean, we have done the Blood Golem, #1. That's also an X. But this will be improved tomorrow. So tomorrow's stream is going to be about this one. Because I want to show, and we're going to push the pit. So tomorrow's pit pushing. Pit pushing, woo. And we still have these builds to actually make. So that's kind of like the plan with Necro right now. And I just focus on Necro every season at first because I know the most about Necro. And I obviously want to, like, I know there's a lot of Necromancer content out there. And I'm not going to say that a lot of creators are only making Necromancer content because Necromancer is hot right now. But we know that in reality, a lot of creators are making Necromancer content right now because it's hot. And the builds are working, but they're probably not the best possible builds, you know? because they're literally just working, and you have people that actually don't have really much clue about the class try to kind of min-max and give you Paragon boards. And that can lead to suboptimal results. It is what it is. I mean, I'm not saying I'm making the best Paragon boards, but I am. I mean, that's what we have the live stream for, so you can actually watch and you can decide yourself if you like things. That's why I do like live streaming as a content creator, because at the end of the day, it's a proof of concept, right? I mean, if you enjoy, if you want to see one of my builds, you can essentially just drop by and be like, hey, where's the live stream? Is it true? You know, can you actually clear certain content, or are you just lying to us? You know, did you just say you can, but you can't? Do you actually suck? See, I don't know. People have been asking me this for days, and I literally don't have an answer for you. Phoenix, thank you for the 20 months. Tom Star, thank you for the 6 months. Good to have you two gentlemen there. I don't know why my numbers are so clear. I have been trying to find the setting. Okay, so I have been in the options, and I tried to look at it. I do have my font scale on medium. I don't know if that helps, or my cursor scale. Cursor scale, actually, no, cursor scale can stay medium. We have high contrast cursor. We have the additional highlights running here in gameplay. We have the additional highlights running here, character visibility, but I don't think that does anything. Under accessibility, I don't think I changed anything as well. So font scale is still the same. High contrast cursor picker, chat opacity, colorblind. No, well, there's nothing. Like, we have system messages, combat warning, party chat. No, nothing. Like, we changed nothing. I changed nothing. Maybe it's because here I have this, like, reduced strobing, combat hit flash, and screen effects. They're gone. Maybe that helps. But yeah. So there was a question about the shotgun. Are you going to do an upgraded version of the Shadow Necro without? Yes. We do Shadow Necro without as well. Don't worry. Shadow Necro without is coming. So yeah, I do feel like my numbers are also pretty clear as day, but I don't know why. So I'm sorry. You seem to hit a wall at level 54 pit. I mean, first and foremost, don't look at your attack power. Your attack power means nothing. It means squat. What build are you playing that you're getting stuck? Maybe we can help you here. You're saying you're getting stuck at level 54 pit. Also, like I will say this, and this is very important. Getting deeper into the pit requires skill. So you might have to also learn to play your build better. Because no matter at how good the Blood Golem build, for example, is, the Blood Golem build still needs you to actually hit the rotations. I think most people struggle as well with the minion build to go deeper because they're actually suck at doing the rotations. Like, they suck at like trying to stack the Flash Eater up and many times in a row and that kind of stuff. And I think that can cause issues. Now, the interesting part is that we're actually planning to make the blood build safer and better for people to play, so you don't struggle that much. Because we're planning to introduce Blood Mist into the formula, because Blood Mist allows you to essentially cheese things a little bit. And we're planning to introduce another portion that I can't talk about yet, because I want to surprise you in the next video about the Golem. Tomorrow the day after tomorrow might be the Golem update, yeah. So we're gonna do the live stream tomorrow about the Golem. Tomorrow's video will be about this build. I'm gonna be intrigued how the people react about this build, because this is obviously not the best build. It's just a very good and fun build. How people will react. Just focusing about boss mechanics. Yeah, I mean, you gotta be dodging like the boss thingies and everything. Like you can't just stand there, right? You gotta at least play a modicum of well.
I need time to do that.
Boop. Perfection. What about the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls to trigger spells? Which build? I mean, the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls makes only sense if you're playing Corpse Explosion and Corpse Tendrils, at least, and preferable minions as well. Otherwise, it doesn't really make that much sense to actually use. If you're only playing minions, not really, then Army of the Dead is better than playing the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls. If you're only playing Corpse Tendrils, then it doesn't make sense at all, right? If you're only playing Corpse Explosion, I mean, you should be able to manually press that Corpse Explosion button, right? So yeah. So in a summoner build, the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls mostly does not make any sense. I know the thought of having things automated is nice, but like you don't profit from it essentially, because you're gonna be spamming. Like, I mean, in the summoner build, you're doing nothing but actually spamming Race Skeleton to get the Flesh Eater node up. Someone have a link for the current build? No, because it doesn't exist. I mean, there is a link to a theory crafted version of this, but this is the working version. I mean, we can walk through this in a bit. This build works in Pit 100, no. The only Necro build working currently in Pit 100 without the Holy Bolt Elixir is... Oh, you just went away. Is Minions? I think there will be there will be shadow builds that work as well. I just haven't gotten around to make that one yet, right? Oh goodness, I love it. I love it. Dead. I haven't gotten around to make that yet. Wait, if I want to, I want to level up Exploit. Should level up Darkness because I'm planning to play Darkness tomorrow, probably. Trying to play Darkness. So this build is definitely not meant for Pit 100. This build is meant for every normal Uber boss. This build is meant to... That's Gloom and Lucky Hit Chance. This build is meant for hit farming, as you've just seen there. And ultimately, tier 100s. And just having fun there. So you can blast through Nightmare Dungeons. You can blast through the pit. It's just a very fun build to play. And it's a fun build to also max out, right? This is very interesting to like see how low can you get the cooldown. Because now if I masterwork the necklace a couple more times. So if I bring this up to a 12-hour masterwork, and if I bring my helmet up to a 12-hour masterwork, I think I can drop the focus and I could play a two-handed weapon. Which is really interesting thought to actually go for. Potentially. Might not be necessary. Is X-Felds any good for Shadow Necro? X-Felds is not good, no. The problem right now is you're down to 3 stats, okay? 3 stats. One of those stats you want to be damage over time, most likely. And then if you have to, and maximum life. And if you have to sacrifice now 1 stat almost on every piece for a lucky hit chance, because that's what you would have to do. In order to get X-Files rolling, you would need a huge amount of lucky hit chance. And with only 3 stats, it kind of feels bad to sacrifice that for lucky hit chance, right? So, can you show the current build you're playing? Yes. So we're playing a Bone Spirit build where Bone Spirit has 0-second cooldown. Because it's currently at 6.77 seconds, and if it crits, it gets a 7-second cooldown reduction. So we're spamming Bone Spirit with currently 1,500% critical strike damage and a 53% critical strike chance, which means that with the aspect of the Swelling Curse, we always crit. Then we always crit. We have Bone Storm Beast Shadow for the bonus area generation. We're currently playing Metamorphosis to be unstoppable, T-Bolt's Will for a damage multiplier, followed up with Ossified Essence for the damage multiplier. Bone Storm Barrier, Hardened Bones for damage reduction, more damage with Corpse Tendrils, followed up by the Bone Storm Consumption duration increase, and also casting Bone Spirit Splinters for Essence. The interesting part is that we're currently restoring so much essence by just casting. AKA, we cast a Bone Spirit and we get 27 essence and 22 essence. So merely casting this gives us 50 essence back. Still, running normal Ubers is better than tormented ones. Running normal Ubers, Gregoire, and so on, yes. But for Endario and Duriel, it's better to run the tormented Endario and Duriel. It technically makes no sense to not run tormented Endario and Duriel because tormented Endario and Duriel have a 50% drop chance, have 5 times the drops for 3 times the mats. So if you can kill tormented Duriel and tormented Endario, it's like a no-brainer. Kind of like how it is. But you're limited by stick and stones. Absolutely, you're limited by stick and stones. I mean, we have done what? How many? 10 pits today, and we didn't get a single stick and stone.
Time to do that.
We like tons of damage. We're only doing normal ones. I mean, if you do it in a team, it's actually harsh. So solo tormented bosses is really easy. That's the conundrum. Solo tormented bosses are a joke. I mean, not a joke, but I mean, like you can one-hit them with the Golem Necro, right? But if you then actually do the tormented bosses with a team, I mean, we yesterday did tormented Endario with 4 Necromancers, and that was whew, something. It was a challenge, I'll tell you that. What tier of the pit you get stick and stones? I think you can always get stick and stones. The problem is they're so rare that you just don't get them. For a Shadow Minion build, is it better to use Blighted Bone Prison or Blight itself? This is an absolute personal preference. I am not using Bone Prison. I am not a fan, and I won't even singularly entertain the thought. That being said, I am actually going to be dropping Blight from the Shadow Summoner because we'll activate potentially Shadow Blight different. Now, I don't want to spoil too much. It's going to be interesting. Are there any rumors about a patch tomorrow? There has been a patch today that already changed gold stuff. But, I mean, a patch comes when they tell you a patch comes. I don't know what you would expect to get patched, though. I mean, the main thing that we needed patched was gold things. Here, while we continue to review the gold economy, there's one change we felt we needed to make right away. Masterwork material conversion cost has now been dramatically reduced. That's obviously what already happened. The Masterwork material mat conversion is reduced, and that was needed. No-brainer question, right? I mean, it was bullshit that I take 6 million gold to downgrade my materials that I've already farmed. Bullshit. Maybe the patch the bug spark from Uber Lilith. I mean, do you need it that much? I don't know. I'm sitting at 2 sparks, right? That would be my 3rd spark. Yeah, sure. I mean, getting the spark from Uber Lilith, but it's really nothing that affects like a big portion of the community as at this point. I mean, sure, we want this to be fixed, but I don't think it has any priority. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. How old are you? I'm 35. How old are you? I'm a streaming grandpa with all these kids nowadays. Children, Chad, children. They don't even know Twitch before Twitch Prime existed. Right? Children. Get more sparks from Iron Wolves. I already have my Iron Wolf sparks. 4 characters and you get an Uber. I mean, obviously, yes, you could just make no characters, farm through the Iron Wolf stuff to get your Ubers, but I like, what for? What for? When you get an Uber. I mean, it might be just different for other classes, but Necromancer is the least Uber needing class in existence. Stygian Stone drop rate is kind of low. The problem is they want us to do tormented bosses. But for some reason, they decided to make the Stygian Stone drop rate so low that it doesn't exist. So how does this fit together, Blizzard? I mean, you essentially change the tormented bosses so that they make sense, that people would engage with your boss mechanic that no one essentially asked for, right? And then you make him vastly unachievable. I mean, you do you, Blizzard. Sometimes I am confused. I just launched the Bone Spirit Pass Orb. I really need to look out where I launch my Bone Spirits. Ryan? Ryan Pit for a few hours and you get some. I mean, you're saying that's fine, but I think you should at least get 10 per hour. Because right now I can get more materials. Like I can get more boss materials for tormented bosses. And I cannot do it. Like, again, I have 200 or 300 living steel right now. And I'm not using them because I'm like the amount of Gregoires that would be is annoying. So I would rather wait for Stygian Stones. But I only have 9 Stygian Stones. And these are all from the Iron Wolf caches. What uber unique can you wear for Necro Minions? Technically the Grandfather. Technically the Grandfather, which should increase your Golem shebang. But that's again a big technically, because it only works if you do actually tech into critical strike damage. Because if you're not teching into critical strike damage enough, if your critical strike damage is really low, then the bonus critical strike damage that you're essentially receiving from the Grandfather isn't doing anything for you, right? You need to essentially make the item yours, right? You need to use the item and make it work. It's like when the Grandfather increases crit rate so tremendously, then you need to have a baseline, very, very impressive crit rate already happening. No impressive baseline crit rate or crit damage. No goodness. What crit chance do you want before putting crit damage? I mean, you just want your crit chance at least to be 50%. I mean, for this build, for example, you want 100% crit chance. Oh, what do you want? Yes, chat, you heard right. You want a 100% critical strike chance, because why not? Seriously. But it's always cute when you kind of say you just want a bit more mats for farming, chat, and people complain that you want everything for free. No, chat. I did 100 levels of the pit, okay? I did 100 tiers of the pit, and I got 1 single Stygian stone. Now you could say, Pony, that's okay. But it seems kind of weird when you do 100 tiers, right? 100 tiers and only get 1 Stygian stone. That's not asking for things for free. That's just like there's clearly a bug, clearly, that needs to be fixed. I know some people really want to struggle in life and in video games, but please don't make your personal need for struggle other people's problem, right? It's okay. It's okay if you want to be starved for gold. I mean, I've seen people telling us that the gold economy is okay right now. Like, they've been looking at the 6 million cost to downgrade your materials, and they're like, this is okay. This is how it should be. I mean, it's okay if you feel like this, but please don't make your need for struggle, your need for hardship, my problem, because it's clearly not okay. It's clearly not intended, as it was fixed straight away, right? Yeah, in PTR, I did less than 110 runs in the pit. Exactly. In the PTR, you get Stygian stones every run. Now, we don't need to get Stygian stones every run, but if I run the pit for 1 hour, I want at least 6 to 10 Stygian stones. Please. I'm gonna put my effort into farm, and I kind of want something to show for it. I think I've seen Voody farm recently, and he was like, what was it? In 5 hours, he got 2 Stygian stones or 3. Considering that 5 hours game time is usually 2 or 3 days for the casual gamer. Yeah. You know? I mean, imagine you're a casual gamer and you want to do a tormented boss. So you only have to farm 3 days. 3 days for you, because that's like the equivalent of 6 hours, right? And then you can finally start doing some tormented bosses. Yeah. And Voody's a fast farmer too, exactly. Like you're not putting in the time where you actually fail, right? Because what if you fail the pit? You no longer get gear reward at the end. You get 1 piece of gear and a bunch of I mean, there's some gear falling down, then you get gear, and then you get a bunch of distilled fear, because they wanted to have that. You can grind gold and then buy some stones. Sure, you could do that, but that's obviously not a solution to the problem, right? I mean, it's not a realistic suggestion where you're saying you should just grind gold to buy yourself Stygian stones, right? Right? Surely you wouldn't just say that and be like, this is the solution. I mean, right? It'll be intriguing to see what the first patch really contains. I mean, they're like, I hope they're not making the pit easier. I like the pit where it is, you know? I think the pit should be hard. Tier 100, like level 100 of the pit is a nice baseline. I think if you reach level 100 of the pit, guys, you're amazing. Without the Holy Bolt Elixir, okay? So obviously you can get level 100 with the Holy Bolt Elixir. And in case you don't know what the Holy Bolt Elixir does, it currently overscales and goes crazy. And that's just weird. And it essentially makes like, oh, wow, what's happening? What's happening, chat? That dude is usually so annoying to kill. We just pooped on him. So yeah, the Holy Bolt Elixir makes essentially like dungeons to or for the minion necro way too easy, because it's like double dipping on some of the stat bonuses, and it scales too high and goes absolutely bonkers. So yeah, that's a little bit weird. But it's cool if you essentially just want to push a bit further, right? But I think if you get to 100 without using the Holy Bolt Elixir, then that's great. And that's definitely something that I think the casual player can aim for. But you need to actually be good for tier 100, so that gotta be clear too. Even if you have like a 12er masterwork gear and everything, you will still not just have a like an absolute breathe through experience. You will still like fight for your life as you're trying to get through that level of the pit, right? Not gonna be like, oh yeah, this is so easy. Oh shit, you're killing me, boys. I'm just trying to get out of this hellhole because I was just here to do some whispers and get some gear. Is Bone Spear Minion Mage not good? It's fun. We just made a build that you can look up. I mean, it was posted in today's YouTube video that we uploaded. But it's not like super killer endgame. So you can do tier 100 dungeon. You can do a tier 61 pit. Again, mandatory things every build needs to do. Tier 100 dungeon, tier 61 pit. And you can do normal Uber bosses. You can't do Uber Lilith. Uber Lilith does need specialized builds at this point. Or, I mean, you need to have a decent build to kill her, aka the minion build. You probably have the easiest time. 270 intelligence. Wow, that's a lot. I mean, seriously. When? Did I get so much? What do you think about Sec Golem minion build? But you need to please precise what you're talking about, right? Like you're just saying words, but you need to add more words to the words you're saying. Like, I am playing Skeletal Reapers together with Shadow Minions, and I'm sacrificing the Golem for critical strike damage. What do you think? You know, like a whole sentence, kind of. Where can I upgrade my gear for yellow dots? That is called masterworking, and you can do this at the smith. But in order to do this, you need to clear a tier 46 dungeon. Unless you have cleared a tier 46 dungeon, you cannot masterwork. And if you clear a tier 46 dungeon, you can then go into the pit. You then have to gather the material, and then you can masterwork. I just read Run 03 pit with your build. Thank you very much. No, Laszlo, thank you very much for trying it out. Did you do it without or with the Holy Bolt Elixir? I have to ask because it's just for benchmark reasons, right? Not to diminish your achievement. It's literally for benchmark reasons, just to see how much the elixir is being used, right? And how well the build is running for others. Without, see, that's impressive. Thank you very much. I mean, my goal tomorrow is to gather some gear for the build and essentially push a bit deeper into the pit. So we want to masterwork some stuff. We want to have a good time. I might be rerolling some masterworks too, even though I'm really scared because it costs like 5 million gold to reroll a masterwork. And then it costs like, so the problem right now is to 12 times masterwork an item is 20 million gold, chat. In case you didn't know this, but if you want to masterwork an item, it's actually 20 million gold. Hi. This dungeon here is incredible fun right now to go through. Just get boots with double affix from the small Helltide boss. That's the greatest part about this season. That greater affix drops everywhere. Like, right? You can just open a normal chest and you're like, oh, greater affix item, let's fucking go. Just as it should be, right? So you can literally get your greater affix shit everywhere. And that's amazing because you want that, right? You want to be like having this experience where you open a chest in the Helltide and suddenly, oh, what? Triple greater affix? Dankeschön. Are you waiting for the Golem Mastery chest? I have one with 3 ranks greater affix. The problem is that one is masterworked 8 times, and I essentially have to reset the masterwork to remasterwork it. But the double problem is that greater affix Golem Mastery chest piece actually is not good, right? The only good thing it has is the, oh god chat, a double greater affix chest piece. You know what that means? There's going to be Golem Mastery on it and max life. You can feel it already, right? Yeah. This is it. We're in the end game now. I just picked it up. Did the hotfix fix the coin issue for downgrading materials? Yes. So you can finally farm the highest material, aka you should at least farm tier 61 of the pit, tier 61. Then you get Neath Iron, and that Neath Iron you can now downgrade to Ingolith and Opticide without paying through your nose. Because before it was 6 million gold to downgrade, now it is 60,000 gold to downgrade. So they substantially balanced this and they finally didn't fuck it up. Because remember last time when they talked about uber unique crafting and they said, we reduced the amount of sparks you need, and then you went from 5 sparks down to 4 sparks. Yeah, this time they said like incredibly reduced, and they actually did. What build is this? This is the build called Necromancer Got a Shotgun. You're using your Bone Spirit on 0 cooldown, and as you can see, I'm just holding my button down, right? So you're using your Bone Spirit on 0 cooldown, but not only 0 cooldown because that would be boring. It is 0 cooldown and 100% crit chance. The damage you're dealing is everything up to 15 million damage, and that will go higher over time as you masterwork and temper even more and get some greater affixes, because right now the only thing that's missing in this build is some greater affix stuff, which I'm sadly not getting yet. And then you're going to be absolutely demonically slaying out. It is a very good build for farming the pit. And with farming the pit, we're really talking about just trying to get gear for everything else too. And just having an overall good time. The problem is the build does need a significant investment into the gear. So you need good cooldown reduction items and so on to even play the basic version of this. So it's not like a minion build that you can play like without anything put in. But if you're like me, you do really enjoy the power fantasy of a Bone Spirit build. Because this is, for me, the greatest thing is having a Bone Spirit like power trip going on, right? Okay, that's Darkness fully upgraded. That's good. I need to start upgrading Scourge too. Did I start upgrading Scourge already? Undaunted Warrior. Territorial Scourge. Oop. Can you two-shot an Uber? I cannot two-shot an Uber, but let me show you what we do to Ubers if you like. I mean, again, not tormented bosses, just normal Uber bosses. And here we have a Durio. Okay, let's do a Durio quickly. Does the 25% from masterworking work on core skills? For this, you have max roll. Let me show you something. So max roll, I don't like the website a lot. I'm sorry, not because of max roll. I get lost on the website, like, you know, something get lost. So let's say we take a chess piece, runic mail right now, okay? And the runic mail would get the modifier Golem Mastery, good? And you would get a 2-rank Golem Mastery. Now let's say it's a greater affix +3, okay? I'm masterworking this item 12 times. If I masterwork this item 12 times, nothing would happen because nothing happens, right? But if I masterwork the item 12 times and I would hit greater here, it goes up to 4. If I hit greater again, it doesn't go up to 5. If I hit greater 3 times, it will go up to 5, but that's wasted. So you essentially just want to hit the greater 1 single time, and then you need to 8 times upgrade to actually get a bonus from this. Crazy, right? That's how you can get 1 more out. Technically, you can get up to +5, but for +5, well, you notice, right? So +4 is realistic. Correct? I mean, I have, for example, +3 to Macabre skills here. I think you also get +4 if you... No, you have to hit 1 greater to actually get +4 there. Else you won't get there. Yes, it does. Flaws. It does. I have the quest that says I need to masterwork an item, but at the Blacksmith, masterworking is still grayed out because you haven't cleared the tier 46 pit dungeon. You have +6 Skelly Mages on your pants. Yeah, I think that's when you start, like, Skelly Mages can roll +3. So Golem can only roll no, Skelly Mages can roll +4. So I think on your pants, if I'm not mistaken, let me not lie to you, because I usually try to avoid that. If you go for cancel creation now, empty slot here, if we're going for pans, pans can essentially, when you have skeletal, yeah, I think skeletal mage mastery can go up to 3 as a greater affix or 4 as a greater affix, and then it just goes higher. But yeah, the website is not perfect right now. It's just not displaying things how it always happens. So there might be some discrepancies. It's 3, yeah. Will Blood Arty be good in your build? No, you can't Blood Arty, essentially. It doesn't work. Okay, this is intelligence and life per second. I hate this right now. This is maximum resource, which is actually kind of cool, but sadly, I can't use that. So, we were talking about Duriel, right? Again, we can't one-hit Duriel. What we can do is we can trigger this. And then we do that. You might not be able to one hit, but that's not the point. It's way more funny this way because you're just literally booping on him. Wibbity wobbity, you got bibbity bobbity, you little shit. Okay, yeah, that's what you do to him. Okay, you poop on him. Each time you masterwork, no, after 4 ranks, 25%, after 8 ranks, 25%, and after 12 ranks, 25%. Might have to try this build out. Like the start of the YouTube video has the explanation on how the build works and everything we did to make it work. But you'll also get the YouTube video tomorrow. So tomorrow's YouTube video is for this build. Then tomorrow's stream is going to be about the golem improvements and pushing the pit deeper. So I'm aiming for pit like further up, 100 plus. And that's going to be really challenging. So I'm super excited actually for that part of the stream, because people keep doubting your build, and unless you upload like a pit 100 run without the holy build elixir, people just don't believe you that you can do it, right? And we're gonna make tomorrow the safe version. So I'm actually want to try out a different version of the build that is a bit safer to play for the people that are too scared to play without Blood Mist. So we're going to be reintroducing Blood Mist into the version, even though I like to play without Blood Mist, but I'm just used to it, so I know how to avoid things. I mean, I literally had a commenter today saying I don't believe this build works because I'm stuck at tier 61 of the pit, and what he was, and from his comments you could see that he's just taking too much damage and not avoiding things. So he's skill issue. No offense. But that's why I want to make a more secure version of this build, because I have my experience with Necro, right? I have like 2,000 hours in Necro, so I know where to stand, when to stand. But obviously with a lot of people now trying out Necro, you need to give them easier versions. Is this the new meta? No, this is just the fun. Okay, so you will not only get meta builds from me, you will also get like absolutely cracking fun builds. And this is the most enjoyable build for me so far this season. I mean, minions are great, don't get me wrong, but they can be a bit dull to play. I mean, yes, seeing your golem smash things, cool. Your minions are fun too, but it's just a very, very low finesse build, if that makes sense to you. Where this build here especially, is a lot of finesse. This is viable for hardcore. This is not a level build. This is an endgame build. And since I don't play hardcore myself, I tend to not give you many viable hardcore explanations. The problem with this build is, or the risk in hardcore, due to you launching Bone Spirit, you have to stand close to your opponent, right? So in order for this to work, you have to stand close to your opponent. So as you see, I'm walking into everyone and shotgunning them. I do the same to bosses. So if you're fighting a boss, and you'll see that in a second, you're not standing on a safe distance. You don't have like reaction time. You're standing inside of them, and sometimes you might just unfortunately get hit by an ability because, well, you didn't pay enough attention, and that could kill you, and it could lead to very unlucky deathies. And that's just down to the nature of the build, right? I guess this is the final version of your Necro build for this season. Of this build? Or no, I have way more Necro builds for you. I'm far from being done. So see, we're fighting the Blood Bishop, right? And instead of launching it from here, I'm doing this, right? I'm living inside of him, making some corpses, and here he could do his shadow thing. And if you're standing unlucky, that shadow thing might be bad for you. Oh, I didn't crit? See, like now I accidentally died because I was just bamboozled about not critting. Boop, 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 and he's dead. Does minion do it faster? Yes, minion does it faster. Not the point, though. Now, you know what? I need to max territorial because we're going to be just playing territorial. Territorial is a must this season, guys. Damage reduction from close enemies is just what kills you. What's the best golem build you've put up on Mobalytics? The YouTube video from 2 days ago. It's literally currently the best version, but we're going to change this version. So this video, the one-hit meta version 2.0, is currently the newest version, but we're actually going to do a 3.0 version. So again, tomorrow's video, 3.0. I mean, currently I'm trying to gather some items for this. And by the way, to the topic of upgrading the masterwork, like just to give you a ballpark on cost, because now let's assume I have a chest. So let's go for Golem Mastery. I have a chest piece, correct? And that's this one. But look at how shitty it is. Maximum life, life per second, Golem Mastery, Barrier Generation, and maximum life. So what I have to do right now is I have to reset the masterwork, do it again with Opticide, reset it, do it again, reset it, do it again. And you know what the biggest scam is, Chad? That the resetting the masterwork does not depend on the amount of things on it. So if I reset with 4, it's 5 million gold, right? And if I reset with 8, it's 5 million gold. And if I reset with 12, guess what? Guess how much it is, Chad? Exactly. I do personally feel like that the amount of masterwork you put in should scale the gold higher or lower. But at the same time, it shouldn't just cost 5 million gold to reset. Seriously. What is this? Again, this is not struggle anyone asked for. Like, you want to play around with the new system. You want to have fun with the new system. And paying 5 million gold is not fun. Sorry. This has nothing to do with me wanting things for free. It is just literally like, I want to reset this until I hit the perfect. I want to ball around. I already paid today 40 million gold in total for re-rolling stats. That's what I alone paid today. Now tell me, do I want to pay another 40 million gold for masterworking? Because if I do that, where am I ever going to get the gold from? Right? Where am I ever going to make this gold back? Because I'm like, yeah.
Take a chance, wanderer. It seems your prayers have
I know Blizzard likes to add struggle into the game because we all asked for struggle. Like, we all love struggle. I mean, should we reset it one time and see if we can do it different, Chad? Would you like to see this? I mean, I do have a perfect amulet here. This has 4 ranks in Hellbound Commander and a lot of max life with critical strike chance, golem damage, ultimate cooldown. It's beautiful. So where's my Golem Mastery chest again? We can reset it one time if you want to. I'm willing to dip into my funds here. Let's take it. Reset the masterwork. Thank you very much. And then we'll try again. Okay, so it has 4 ranks in Golem Mastery. We're going to upgrade it once. 3 ranks in Golem Mastery. 3 ranks in Golem Mastery. 3 ranks in Golem Mastery. And we upgrade. Oh, and by the way, on top of the 5 million gold, you obviously pay the upgrade cost, right? Now, this is more maximum life. Doesn't hurt. Also not really good. Then we're going to go on right now, correct? 450. 600. And then we're going to go to our Alchemist Resident. Because now it is not so expensive anymore. So I farmed some Neath Iron, and I can now decraft my Neath Iron into Ingolith. And that cost me only 80k instead of 4 million. Because yes, this did cost 4 million before, right? Now we're going to take it again. Masterwork. Still, now it's 4 Golem Mastery. So we went from 3 to 4 without actually hitting it. Okay, I didn't hit it. We went from 3 to 4. That's the point here, around 6 to 8. Now I do need more Ingolith though, so we have to go farm more Ingolith. That's there. That's here. I'm just checking out like what's available because I'm essentially doing these quests the whole time, right? My god, this guy bitches a lot. Stop crying. The only person I heard crying today is you, Hawk. So good night. Never see you again. Someone just killed the boss. The boss is back. I'm totally gonna kill him. This is a dig move, chat. Don't do this. This is a dick move. Don't do this. Why? Well, that's actually pretty simple because if you kill things, that's taking it away from the others. Also, I'm not going to go back there now to do any PvP shenanigans. because I got way better things to do. What's the easy way to get weight armor with a better stand? What? I mean, easy way to get armor is probably just putting sockets into your jewelry. Alternative, you could be just going into your Paragon board to pick up a lot of armor. And as a Necromancer, you do have a skill too that gives you 15% more armor. I currently run a Whirlwind Barb. I have 3 sparks. Should I sacrifice my Doombringer? No, you don't have to sacrifice a single spark. So if you have 3 sparks, you make another character. With that character, you're pushing through the Iron Wolf thingy again, and the final reward is actually another spark. So like you don't actually ever have to disenchant an Uber Unique again. You could just make new characters, and every character gets a spark. Okay, Chan? Oh, I almost died here. How far with the wolf rep do you need to go for the spark? Oh, you need to finish it. Ah! But let's be fair, like since you're leveling a character in the Helltide, if you want to make another character, you just get an Uber Unique. And since Harlequin Crest can be used by everyone, you just get a Harlequin Crest or something, or a Ring of Starless Skies. Right? They should give us better gold farm. No, they should just make everything cheaper. I mean, like, so we have 2 problems here right now. Problem number 1, the Whispers this season suck. So problem number 1, Whispers suck right now because the actual Helltide Whispers are not enough. I mean, we sometimes get a +5, sometimes we don't get a +5, sometimes it's only +3. It's too few Whispers and they're not good enough. So that's problem number 1. And problem number 2 is obviously that everything is too expensive. So now if the Whispers would actually be more, and if there's more interesting Whispers to do in the Helltide, the problem would kind of solve itself. Because if you remember season 3, we actually had incredibly amazing Whispers in season 3. You had like interact with the Arcane Tremor, kill the Son of Malphus, kill a bunch of robots, activate 5 of the weird ass robo thingies, right? So per seasonal zone, you had like 5 to 6 Whispers, and then there was 3 seasonal zones, and they weren't actually taking that long, so you could just bang them through. Like every hour you could do 20 Whispers easy. If I try to do every hour 20 Whispers right now, it's possible, right? But it's like tedious. So we do just simply need better Whispers and more gold economy reduction. The fact is and stays, Blizzard already tweeted out that they're monitoring the economy and they feel like something is off. So that's great, right? Does it need to be tormented so Shaker drops? What do you mean? No, bosses don't have to be tormented. Just that the tormented bosses have a higher chance. Like Tormented Endariel and Tormented Duriel currently have the best chance to drop you Uber Uniques. Because they drop 5 times the loot for 3 times the cost, and they have the highest drop chance, simple as is. So if you do want really Uber Uniques, then you're gonna farm the materials on non-tormented bosses, and then you're gonna be focusing on getting these Uber Uniques. The Frostcrawler might actually be a bit tricky. Yeah. Let's detonate this. Oh, yeah, see, that's what I'm saying with the Frostcaller, because I essentially have to stand in him, right? And if he makes like one of these stakes in me, that might be bad. Oh no, I get spawned here, but I need to go there. Where can you tank that special resource for Tormented Duriel and Endariel? You have to kill Gregoire, and you have to kill Varshan. So Gregor and Varshan have to be killed for the steal and everything.
I need more time.
Yep.
I'm not ready yet.
We don't like it. Oh no, oh goodness. I don't think we're gonna get this one cleared actually. I don't think we're gonna get this one cleared, chat. It's a bummer. Might be a very unfortunate coming together of circumstances. I mean, let me actually take a potion just for the sake of it. What if I'm lazy, just put out the Holy Bolt Elixir and be like, screw you? Oh. Ow. Yeah. Ow. Well, I guess since you're mean to me, I'll be mean to you. Let's just cheese this. Just to show you the cheese, right? Again. So as soon as he summons the ads, and he's actually predestined for this, right? Because Spirit Caller of the Frost is like the one unit that has the most ads, and then you kill the ads and they explode. And it does a wee bit damage in this build. Nothing compared to the Shadow build though, because the Shadow build, and in case you don't understand why the Holy Bolt is going so crazy, the Shadow build is having the Shadow Blight key passive stacker going on, right? And that Shadow Blight key passive stacker seems for some reason, and now that reason is unsure why, multiplicative working on the Holy Bolts too. But not only the Shadow Blight key passive stacker, I think it's the Flesh Eater node that's also working. And it might even be, yeah, there's like a lot going on with that to essentially boost it higher. So don't expect your build to magically get better because you're using Holy Bolts, right? Oh, I finally understood what he's actually exploding. He's exploding the corpses of the dudes. So I just need to not stand at the corpses of the dudes, I guess. Yeah, so he's exploding the corpses. Okay, so don't stand where the corpses are. Double check. Oh, did I just get exploded by that? You know what? I guess I can stand like at least a modicum of distance to him. So, you know, like instead of just standing right in him, maybe I can like just stand like 10 meters away. Oh, no, well, yeah, I can, but ow. Spirit Caller is the hardest. He's definitely the most annoying. He also killed the most hardcore characters. There have been very interesting videos already because it's like his frost he throws, but it's more like the actual explosion happens so fast. He goes like for shaking his stop and then suddenly there's like this corpse explosion damage, right? And then you die and then you're sad. Like, jeez, I don't even know what hit me there in the beginning. Is Doombringer any good with the Necro this season? That would imply that Doombringer was ever any good. You know? Because Doombringer has never been good on Necro. I mean, most Uber Uniques have always been a waste on Necro, just as an FY, in case you didn't know. I'm just really playing Bat right now, and I don't like it. So, Uber Uniques are in 90% a waste on Necromancer, and that's because Necro can't really sacrifice many aspects. I don't know if all the other classes just have shitty aspects, right? But Necro has some of the best aspects in the game. Just like in general, the offensive Necro aspects are just insane. And that's like where you can't really make much compromise. You just simply don't have a lot to give away. And that's the thing. Whenever you choose to play an Uber Unique, you're not going to be playing something else. That's bad. I hate the guy with the girl with the wind. This time I'll just stagger you. Yeah, so you're not. Die, Spirit Caller of the Frost. We hate you. With we, I mean everyone involved. Oh God, stop it. Haha, long range. Oh no, no. Wait, let me escape for a second and not get. What? Sir, range.
I cannot use that.
Shaco, that's about it. Give about a Hulking for DR. No, Shaco is still not happening because not everyone plays Hulking. That was range. We get brutally molested, Shan. And people have a real big Shaco obsession, but it's still not good in minions. I'm sorry. Aha, spam, spam, spam. Explode everything. I wonder how I managed to not die there. Oh, I wonder how I not managed to die there and then he actually did his stupid attack right on. I am in the middle. You cannot hit me. I'm a Holy Bolt to be nerfed. I don't think Holy Bolt is going to get nerfed. Simply, it's not like broken. It's the interaction with Necro that breaks it. So Holy Bolt in itself, not broken. The interaction with Necro broken. So Holy Bolt in itself doesn't actually need to get nerfed, right? It's just the interaction with Necro that needs to be looked at. How can you get tankier with a one-shot Golem build? You have to take every damage reduction that you can, more or less. You could put the damage reduction on your amulet. You have to take a lot of damage reduction in the... You have to take a lot of damage reduction in the Paragon board. You have to be at the armor cap. So these are the things you can easily do, right? The biggest problem is that it doesn't matter how tanky you get, you're still going to be a victim to one-shots, and you simply don't have to stand where one-shots are. Because when it comes down to the bosses in the pit, especially from tier 100 on, like, you can maybe avoid one shot, but afterwards you instantly need to fully heal up and be completely out of the area again. For that, you need, like, maybe you can help me here for our friend who also cleared the 100 plus pit. In order to, like, avoid these one shots, you do need at least 35,000 life most of the time, because it's like 35,000 life plus 30,000 barium, so that's like 70,000 roughly. That kind of keeps you alive from these one shots. But if you're running around, for example, with 20,000 life, that's just not enough. So we're looking at yeah, we're looking at kind of like 40k, 35 to 40k, to truly be like in a good safe level. And that sounds a bit sad because you actually want to go for damage, but the reality is just like you can't deal damage when you're dead, right? So yeah, you have 11k life right now. You're gonna get good. A lot of life is over the Paragon board. A lot of life comes from Massa working too. But yeah. You obviously gotta get the greater life affixes on the gear. So greater affix is kind of mandatory at some point, especially like life affixes. I mean, if you consider like running a two-handed weapon in a minion build, for example, a greater affix two-handed weapon, 2,700 life. If you then consider that you have greater rubies in all, or royal rubies in all your gear, that's a 9% per ruby. You can have 5 rubies. So you're getting the 45%. bonus life from your gear, and then having something like a greater affixed, maybe masterworked life affix on a two-handed weapon, that goes a long way, because if you then have 2,700 life greater affix, right, and then you hit it with a masterwork, well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Suddenly we're in the ballpark of having like alone like 3,000, 4,000 life plus just from that. Because again, greater affix hitting with a 25%, I mean, it just works fantastic on certain things. That's like the problem, right? It's really good on some things. On other things, it's useless. I mean, if you greater affix essence per second, that's kind of like, not greater affix. If you masterwork roll essence per second, it's like 25% plus on 6 essence per second, and you're like, I mean, sure, but kind of. Also, to the person saying that he's playing Grandfather in this build, impressive, because I would be annoyed by the cooldown, right? When his Grandfather works in Bone Spirit. By the way, here you notice how different this fight right now is with this guy instead of the Spirit Caller, right? I'm just standing here right now and just spamming away now without going anywhere, and he can't essentially break, like they cannot break my hold, right? I'm just here and I'm just spamming away, and I'm not even remotely close to dying ever. So that's the difference between like a bad matchup and a good matchup for this. Ta-da! Absolutely obliterated. A Blighted Corpse explosion is kind of bugged. The size doesn't do anything for it. You know? I have to wait 2 seconds without running cooldown reduction, but my max is 180 and my hit's much chunkier, although not spammy. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't do it. I need to spam, or I hate this. What I did to do, like, so what we did that we can spam this is this one. That's the whole trick. Bone Storm is a shadow skill now too. That means that our Bone Storm does damage over time. The damage over time works for the barrier. Because if you have damage over time running, then the Bone Storm does on hit barrier, damage over time sticks. On hit, damage over time takes. On hit, damage over time hits. And that creates constant barrier. It's like rubbing your tummy and hitting your head, you know? The standard. That's what it does to get you the maximum amount of barrier. Is anyone else dying a lot more this season? I mean, the season is meant to kill you more often, so don't worry. It's Blizzard's fault, so don't worry. This is not your fault. You don't suck. I mean, you might still suck, so don't get this wrong. You might still suck. Yeah, but it's not your fault. I mean, you might suck, but it's not your fault because Blizzard took so much damage reduction away. Think for a second about it. 4 stats, okay? I was level 100. You had 20% DR in chest, 20% DR in pants, 10% DR on shoes from a unique, DR in your helmet. Like, you had damage reduction almost on every single piece of gear, right? Like, obviously, you're supposed to, like, you know, after now them taking all the damage reduction out, despite them giving you more powerful affixes, I mean, sure, we have more life, but what does more life use you when every hit chunks like a train? Because this is like the problem, right? If your opponent's hit for 50,000, or if your opponent's hit for 200,000 per hit, and you have your damage reduction that gets this low, well, at some point, more life just doesn't do anything for you anymore. Like, more life can only help you until point X. So it's one of these self-created Blizzard issues. Where Blizzard put a gun to their own face and was like, you won't do it. You won't do it. Bet you won't. How do we get Bone Spirit on 0 cooldown? First and foremost, you need 100% crit chance. Second and most important, my cooldown is down to, well, currently 3 seconds because of the challenge shrine. But my cooldown is down to 6.77 seconds. In order to get that down, you need cooldown reduction on the amulet. And then you also need a cooldown reduction tempering, because our tempering is Bone Spirit cooldown reduction, which is actually a really cool tempering. That helps us to get this lower. Then we have cooldown reduction on our offhand and cooldown reduction on our helmet. All these together allow me to have my cooldown down to 1, but down to 0. So I'm currently like literally I can hold this down. And as you see on my essence is also infinite. The only thing is I would like to get a little bit more back, but the problem is I can't. I might be able to take the tempering away from the amulet. So the bone spirit cooldown tempering, but I would have to do the math because it's 17.6%, right? So I'd have to do the math if I can actually do it. And then I could put a resource generation tempering on that would help a lot to get us even more resource, because obviously you want to have as much resource possible when you're spamming, right? And we're kind of going back to like whenever I do this against enemies, we're instantly at 50, and if we hit some, we're like instantly at 120 or so. I mean, you notice like when I cast this, I'm essentially instantly full. And against big bosses, this is obviously the best, because the bigger the boss, the more of your bone splinters hit them. I think they should probably rework the bone splinter aspect to just go forward, because right now you have this bone splinter aspect and they're launching around you, correct? Which is highly inefficient, because it's only good against very big opponents. If you're literally standing inside their nuts and they're like dangling in front of your face and touching your chin, then it makes sense, right? How do you get the season 2 mobility skill? It's a boot aspect. You're running an overpowered variant. Yes, you can run the overpowered variant. The problem, quotation mark, is that you need to burn through enough essence. My main issue is the cooldown again. So if I would now change my amulet to the unique amulet you're talking about, I wouldn't have the bone spirit down to 0 seconds. So yes, you could do big hits, but you couldn't do the spam. And that's the question. Well, what do we get more in damage if I'm able to literally spam this away? I mean, I can do like, you know, I'm with my attack speed, I can infinitely essentially do bone spirit like this, right? And against the boss, like, you have like 0 seconds cooldown at any point. Oh, I need to pick this up. Summoning is currently the best build for Necro. Well, it's the easiest build. So summoning does take very little investment in gear to get good. It is very strong with very little, so you don't need anything to actually make it powerful. And then the more you get, the more powerful it gets as well. So it's like in the ballpark of just getting like, oh, we need to mark this because I missed a soul there. Of just getting like way stronger with the gear, but it's already very strong with very little. How can you be tanky with Necro? Bone Storm helps, because Bone Storm is another huge amount of damage reduction. Also, Barrier helps. That being said, Barrier only helps if you do have something to Barrier. So let's assume you're running Bone Storm Barrier, right? Then you need a huge amount of life, because right now I have 30,000 life. That means I have 30,000 barrier, correct? When the barrier is fully stacked. But if I only have 20,000 life, and with 20,000 barrier, well, that's only 40k total, right? Not really much. 60k total sounds good. They're building yet. There's an old build link that's from essentially pre-season, where I theory crafted the build, and the build turned out to be fantastic. That being said, this is now the actual real build, right? Without theory crafted, because it's working. Almost in 3 minutes. Yes, I know, I'm ready for it. I just wanted to finish this, even though I missed like one run mode here. Another problem I have reaching 100 crit without the crit bone spirit aspect. I have the crit bone spirit aspect too. I think reaching 100% crit without is not something you should aspire to. It's just too good to have. essentially. I hate about the season that Summoner is the strongest. I mean, like, the past season it has been Bone Spear, and Bone Spear is literally just press Bone Spear. I mean, let's be fair, I have a video of a build where I'm using Bone Spear and nothing else in my skill bar, and I beat a tier 100 dungeon. So like, you might find minion playstyle boring, but it's definitely there's, yeah, it's not Bone Spear. Oops. We're just standing in front of this guy and I'm just holding my button down, right? We're just chunking him down. I could, oh no, I summoned him in the wrong direction. I'm so sorry, Dave. And we can't die because our barrier is just perfect. So we did make the build really tanky because I wanted you to be able to do the pit. We could do the build more damagey than tanky though. So let's just go back to our stash and talk a bit about what damage potential do you have. You kill Lilith. I did not bother yet, but the minion build can kill her relatively easy. You just need to like do her mechanics, right? You need to do her mechanics. Well, boss in 1 minute. You know how I like it, chat. Clutch. So then we're gonna talk in a second about the other stuff. Okay, in a second. Well, Barry is using a Bone Storm. This is Bone Storm barrier for this build. By the way, how are you liking my new horse, chat? Finally hit 100 just now. Is Starless Sky worth it? Starless Sky should be worth it in every build because it's a 40% damage multiplier that applies to everything. What is the point of leveling glyphs to 21? Very simple. Okay. You already have the points invested in the Paragon board, correct? So you have, for example, 49 dexterity. Leveling up your glyphs to 21 hires this value. So currently it says 19.8 bonus critical strike damage per 5 dex. On level 15, it's 16.1 bonus critical strike damage for every 5 dex. So you essentially get more. How much cooldown reduction you have? It's down to 6.77 seconds. So my cooldown reduction is currently at... I literally don't know where cooldown reduction is. 31.5%. And that's also like right where we're looking at what you want to have in terms of cooldown reduction. Now keep in mind, to this cooldown reduction there's a temper, and the temper says Bone Spirit cooldown reduction. Now the problem is, if I would play the amulet, so what we have been talking about and theorizing about is this amulet. Let's wait, let me hand this whisper in and then we'll talk about, because I have the 2 items that chat has, you know, I have the 2 items that chat is talking about, and we're gonna put them on.
I need time to do that.
Good. More amulets, more footwork. Oh, double masterwork amulet. Oh, this is the perfect Bone Spear amulet. Crit chance, resource cost reduction, maximum resource. Sadly, I don't need it. That one has lucky hit chance. I don't need that. That one has critical strike damage. That's kind of good. And this one has int, which is fine. Good. Let's go to the target dummy, because then I can show you. It's really fun. There's the necklace, right, chat? And the necklace says if you use 300 resource, you get a guaranteed overpower. And it also says that your critical strikes overpower. Correcto? You feel gauntlets are the hardest to get good? I have a +3 greater affix core skills with critical strike damage and critical strike chance. I don't know what you're talking about, Chad. I've literally found the perfect gloves this season, and it's not even close. they're just insane. Just insane. Good. Yeah, we're talking about the Banished Lords. So there's two components to this. You can play Banished Lords, and Banished Lords here. Let's see if I have a good one. 20, 20, 60. So this one has two cool things. It has resource generation, overpowered damage, and critical strike chance. And after you spend 275 of your primary resource, your next core skill is guaranteed to overpower. Bone Spear is an overpower. Bone Spear is a core skill now. The problem is, let's assume I would put this amulet on right now, correct? Let's assume. The cooldown is now 9.38 seconds. So what happens is... And then I have to wait. Then I can do it again. And now essentially it's a 13 million hit, right? That was an overpower. 1, 2... 1... 2... 1, 2. Now, if I could get this cooldown down, down, okay? If there is a way that I could get this cooldown so I can spam this again, that would be amazing. But the problem is, so now I can essentially do a 12 million, right? Together with a 10 million, together with this. But instead of doing that, I can also do this. And I vastly enjoy this more because it makes me happy. Especially if I stand very close to the opponent, obviously. You get way more essence back, right? The problem is, for this to work here, what I'm doing... Oh, now I didn't crit for a second. You do need, technically, one more resource generation. So if I could put the cooldown reduction of 17.6 Bone Spirit cooldown away to get another resource aspect, that would be perfect. But I don't think I have this, because this is like 12.4 seconds and 17.6 seconds. If I take... Do I have a cooldown amulet here with me? I don't think I can take a normal cooldown reduction amulet and just not take the tempering. Cooldown reduction. Yeah, it's just like to make the current... See, this is only a 6% cooldown. Ah, this is only 6%. That's not enough. I need... It's somewhere around 8, and he also has the tempering on it anyways. You don't have ultimate. You only have ultimate cooldown reduction. Oh, that's so bad. I mean, this has 6 and 13. So this one is 12 and 17. So this is 30% in total. And this one is only 19%, right? Just to simulate. So if I get 19% from here, I'm still not there. I would still be stuck. I mean, this would feel okay, right? Because you're kind of spamming, but kind of not spamming. So considering I would take an amulet with less cooldown reduction, I would still need the Bone Spear cooldown reduction. Otherwise, it just feels bad. But I want to do this, right? Or with Blood Moon Breaches too. We could try this with Blood Moon Breaches, but it won't change the fact that it makes the build feel clunky. So you could do Blood Moon, and you have to consider another thing. Like if you do this, you actually do have to change. So here's the Blood Moon Breaches. So Blood Moon Breaches, and then you go 1, 2, 1. So that's 17 million, right? It just feels so bad. It just feels so hardcore delayed. It makes me throw up inside. Now, what we could try to find out, Chad. Do you want to find something out? Because we could masterwork this another X times to just get things lower. We could potentially change the one essence restoration cast to a cooldown cast on a ring, and then maybe we get it. Should we try this? I think we should try this. Who wants to see that? Anyone here that would like to raise your arms? You want to try? Phoenix, why would you want cooldown reduction? Phoenix, the reason you want cooldown reduction is to get the Army of the Dead more often. Would you sell me the double aspect amulet you just picked up? You want the critical strike chance resource cost reduction thingy. You want that. Well, no problem. Give me your come. You can have it for free. I don't need to sell this to you. Give me whatever you like. You can give me 500,000. Nope, chat. Charles asked first. He asked first. You know? Come. Battle.net ID. I don't need it. I could use it for Bone Spear, but I won't play Bone Spear today or anytime soon, so you can have it. Like, no problem. Okay, since we might want to try this for chat. Chat wants to see this, so we're gonna have to put a socket in this. And we're gonna have to rip the rubies out of the T-bolts. I don't have it with me because I'm an idiot. So because chat recommended, requested, let's try to make this. So if I can make this build the same-ish, that would be fantastic. Chalers, you DM'd. Let me see. Well, we're going to show you battle tag on stream anyways. Everyone can harass you. Okay, so we have the Blood Moon Breeches. Let me temper this. Tempered, right? Which one do you want? Oh, well, the Curse Skill Temper is useless. You know what? The Curse Skill Temper is not completely useless. It's just useless, right? Chalers joined the party. Where are you? I don't have it favorited. Wait until he comes here while I'm trashing items. We need a new ring. No. We're not accidentally trash it. So that's an attack speed ring. Out of principle, I'm keeping every attack speed ring currently. Even if I don't need them, because you might at some point need them. I'm gonna put that away now. Put that away now. Put that away now. Where are you, Chalers? Request a trade. Oh. Why is this account bound? This is account bound. I can't give it to you. I'm sorry. I don't know why this is account bound. Because it's from a Whisper cache. For some reason, Whisper caches are account bound, I think. I am super sorry. That is very unfortunate. I mean, we didn't do anything to it. I think it's Whisper cache. Yeah, ultimate bait. We just robbed him, Chan. We just robbed him. That's terrible. I feel bad. I feel very bad now. How do Blood Moon Breaches synergize again? Let me tell you. So what we're doing here right now with the Blood Moon Breaches is they do one simple thing. Enemies affected by at least one of your curses take 70% increased overpower damage. Again, what does the amulet say? After you spend 275 of your primary resource, your next core skill is guaranteed to overpower. By the way, does anyone by chance have a 60% Banished Lord's Talisman with a max roll on resource generation? I'm willing to trade whatever you want for my uniques, because my Banished Lords are all shit. This has 11. This has the resource generation, but not the multiplier. This has the resource generation, but not the multiplier. And this has nothing and nothing. So actually these are trash, right? I can like these are trash. This one is acceptable, but sadly not good enough. Before I masterwork this right now, let's see if anyone maybe has one he doesn't want. And I can give you whatever you want. Should you play seasonal? Well, you should play whatever you feel like. I mean, eternal is essentially eternal. Seasonal is seasonal. But if your seasonal is the season is over, then your seasonal character will become eternal. So you don't lose them. You have an 11% resource and 60%. Well, if you don't want that, and if I can give you anything else, you know, out of my vast collection of, like, you know, I can give you anything else, Bruno, I would be very pleased. I do need it, though, for other builds, too. Thorns have a 10% chance to deal 145. Okay, that's why people are liking this now. Still not good. The fuck is this build? This is the build where you spam Bone Spirit and kill everything. Oh, that's good. This is love chat. This is, by the way, why I keep every unique. I don't keep these uniques for myself because I'll play them, right? The reason I keep all of these uniques is just in case anyone in chats needs something and I need something, and like, there you go. Usually I would trash these uniques, right? I would just throw them away because why would I keep this shit? I don't, like, you know, you clearly don't need it, but hey. What neck are we talking about? We're currently talking about a Banished Lord's Talisman, this one here. And I need a high resource generation at 60%. Would you rank this number 1 for speed farming 3060 pit? Let's wait for the new version before we do this. You have an extra temerity. Sadly not. Don't worry. If I had an extra temerity, I would keep it for the community. Don't worry. I would not throw that away. I mean, I even, like, we traded away our Godslayer. I traded away a perfect Godslayer. I'm still sad about it. I only have a shitty Godslayer now. So what can I give you? Bob. Bruno. Sorry. I need your Blizzard tag. No, I need your Blizzard tag. I'm not trading my Blizzard tag. What can I give you? You're a Sork. I cannot give you anything. I don't have anything for you. Do you need lucky hit gear? I have a lot of lucky hit gear with greater affixes on it. So what do you need? What do you need? Can I give you some fancy greater affix things? Damage over time, maximum life, lucky hit chance, No, I don't. I can't take things here. Like, if you want to give me something, I'll give you. So this is my standard currency for people that want to give things for free. Here, it's 50 living steel. So, as my international currency, Chad. If someone doesn't want something, he gets 50 living steel. That's why I keep this. You know, you don't wish to get an item, then you get 50. Here, this is all the VARs. you get a bunch of tries there. Thank you. Look at this. Thank you very much. Because this is a vast difference. If you compare these right now, the resource generation is so like it's huge. It's like ginormous. It's like bigger than your mom's butt, and that's like, you can see that from space, you know. So it's like, it's huge. Okay. Good. Let's upgrade that. And we're gonna hit resource generation. Now, I would have to reset this, but I really don't want to. Good. So, what's happening now is we need more cooldown because we're at 9.38, and I'm just not happy about 9.38. Again, I can get more resource by masterworking this item, so we could just masterwork this twice, and I get even more resource cooldown, right? We're suddenly down to 9.32 seconds, so that wasn't a lot. What I need is, I would probably need to change the tempering on the ring, but I really don't want to do this because right now we have a 27 casting macabre skills restores primary resource tempering. What I would do is I need to find another ring. Optimally, I would find another ring quickly. So let me look into all my rings. This is critical strike chance. This has critical strike chance. So you know what? I'll just take you, and you will just go into the temper ring, and we will just give you now the cooldown reduction. No. 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 Very much no. Well, and that's a bricked item. Good. Let's throw that into the trash. And try another one. Well. Critical strike. Because it can only be rings with critical strike chance at this point. Critical strike, critical strike. Critical strike chance. And we try. Here we go again. So, and Bone Spirit. Thank you. But it's 12.5. I kind of want 15. Offensive. Okay, so now you would take this ring and we put it on. And we go down to 8.15 seconds. I'm not okay, but it could be fine. Now that cold resistance could be... maximum life. I spent way too much money on this stuff already. We need to put a socket in here. I thought I wouldn't be playing this item this season. You know what the saddest part about the Banished Lord's Talisman is, guys? You want to know what the saddest part about the Banished Lord's Talisman is? It got nerfed by 50%. Now, the problem is we're not done, because what we need is now, we need a new Paragon Glyph. Because this build could only be played if we are actually getting the Dominate Glyph activated, right? So, next stop would be right now. Transmuting. Done. So the transmuting is cheap now, by the way, in case you wonder. Good. Okay, so this is at 15% now, and we're down to 7.98 seconds. Not happy, but let's try a tier 100 dungeon now with the changes. Okay, tier here, shifting, Quadragons, Howling Warren. I don't know what Howling Warren is. Okay, we get this, that, there, then, thy. We're elemental resistance out. Everyone is happy. We get the thingy, jiggy majiggy ba-bang. How do you get so much money in the game? So the thing is, I literally live in whispers. You know, I wake up 3 a.m. in the morning to do my YouTube videos. While I'm transferring files, I do whispers. While I'm rendering my videos, I'm doing whispers. While I'm waiting for the video to upload, I'm doing whispers. I literally, in every waking moment, I do whispers so I can give you YouTube videos to look at. So now comes the super bang. We have to check out the damage. So currently, with the cooldown reduction from...
I need time to do that.
From the curses... We are actually... It's okay. The problem is, with a... Yeah, actually right now it's like, it's right in the ballpark of working. Oh, was that 30 million, Chad? That looked like a 30 million for me there. for a second. We're gonna check how high we can go right now. Definitely more damage per se. It do feel a bit more clunky though.
I need more time.
Honey, do you want to bang? Now I'm doing whispers. Exactly. That's it. It's like, honey, I'm going to the steel mill today, farming my whispers. Yeah, it was a hard day at work. I farmed whispers all day long. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. But the worst part is, so as someone like who's playing the game casually, I think it's almost okay because you are most likely going to make one build and stick with that one build. Most people, most casuals, not the people that play some. Most people, most casuals do one build and play that one build. So they're never going to experience the level of pain of trying to do more different builds. But I have been burning through so much money now in like, so the last 2 days, today included, we have burned through roughly 200 million to masterwork, to temper, to make builds work. The biggest issue is that all items are only one build items. Okay, so it's not like that I can use the items from this build for a different build, right? I can only use the items from this build for this build. And why is that? Well, that's actually very simple. Because of tempering and masterworking. That makes it so specialized, right? I can't just say, oh yeah, you know, the bone skill damage ring. I can also use them on my minion build. And that will not be happening. At which level do you get Stygian stones? As soon as you enter the pit, you could technically get Stygian stones, but there is a bug currently, as it seems, where you're not getting Stygian stones. So, yeah. Pull everyone together, kill everyone. Pull everyone together, kill everyone. You know what the only advantage of this right now is, Chan? That we're having our essence regenerate in the time where we're essentially waiting for the second banger. Our essence is regenerating itself. We need to try out a pit though, because I'm not yet sure if I like this improvement. Because the biggest problem right now is that we're not spamming our ability. Not spamming our ability means two things. I mean, first and foremost, clunky. But second and most important, not spamming our ability also means that we're not getting the amount of cooldown reduction that we're used to at the Bone Storm. And that's actually an issue, because usually you would have the Bone Storm always off cooldown, and currently I am having it more often than not on cooldown. Now the glyph we need to level up is Dominate. Dominate gives you bonus overpower damage, and right now we don't have much overpower damage. The thought would be, and here's a very crazy thought, Chad. Okay, let's level this up. If Dominate would work, and we currently have, this is 1,400% critical strike damage, right? And then your overpower skills that overpower, your critical strikes that overpower have 60% increased damage. So currently our overpower damage is only 264%, right? But we could sacrifice our skeleton mages for more overpower damage. So we could already, like this, just make our overpower from 200 to 400. Howdy. Now, what's the maximum damage that we can deal them right now? We'll see. But let's first push this glyph to 100. Sarah's Slayer. That's going to be fantastic. The gameplay sucks. No, the gameplay is just different. It's really preferred to have just the lowest cooldown possible. Now, I think if I masterwork my my offhand 2 more times, I think I can get to the 1 second. The bigger problem is if I reach the 1 second right now, I don't have the essence that I need. So it's kind of like we're ruining it for ourselves. But I did forget to change the aspect on my ring. So I didn't think crit damage affected overpower, so you didn't play since launch. Well, see, that's the point where you're mistaken. They changed this in season 2, and that's why what a lot of people are missing with the not have played since launch. Overpower can crit. Okay, that was a 32 million. Damage is definitely higher. And that's a good thing. I think the cooldown is currently fine. I'm like, I need to get like used to the gameplay. I think it's like I'm getting fine. We need to try a pit and how a pit boss feels because that's ultimately the, oh, that's 40 million. I saw 40 million, chat. I mean, those are some outlandish numbers usually.
I need time to do that.
The important part is how does the pit boss feel in terms of my Bone Storm coming off cooldown? Because if my Bone Storm is not coming off cooldown fast enough, I'm going to be stuck with like having to face tank things. And if I have to face tank things, I might as well just shoot myself because that's the equivalent of face tanking things, right? No, we might efficiently just shoot ourselves because like that would be the equivalent of face tanking some things. Random 14 million. I love that. Oh, you know what? The Bone Storm is not holding because Osseous Gale is missing. That's the aspects that's missing right now. Oh, because we're playing Osseous Gale. Osseous Gale is the thing that consumes corpses. We're doing less damage because of it. Oh my goodness, Chad. We're missing a 40% damage multiplier right now. Can you imagine this? So we're doing 40 million crits, right? But we're missing a 40% damage multiplier. Sorry, give me a second. I need to compose myself. You know what the coolest part about the build is? Do you notice on my character this little healing? The yellow energy that's coming there? That's when the thing essentially triggers, right? That's when we're getting this like yellow energy happening. That's very cool. So like I'm gonna do it again here. You notice that? That's what I'm talking about.
I'm not ready yet.
My lady, how about you just get pooped on? Pooped on. Oh, I keep forgetting to actually use my grasping veins. Okay, that was 46 million with grasping veins. Let's do grasping veins again. I mean, well, we're definitely killing the boss faster. So step 1, we're definitely, it's a speed improvement. So kudos to Chad. You're right. I was wrong. I was being a bit reluctant. You were correct. This would actually give me a speed boost that I was not anticipating. Now we have the Dominate glyph leveled up. The question rather is how to get it into the board. Okay, for this, we need to return to Karagar, my base of travel. And then we'll see. No, wait, actually not to Karagar. We need to test now how high can we go. Can Overpower work with a Bone Spear? Yes, it can, but no, it's too clunky because, again, it's about essence used. So the Overpower here works so good because I need to use 275 essence to make it work. Now, how long do you take with Bone Spear to actually use 275 essence? Answer that honestly. You need to shoot, Bone Spear is 27 essence, so you need to shoot 10 plus Bone Spears to actually get it done, correct? That's kind of like a little bit shitty because who wants to shoot 10 plus Bone Spears, right? Whereas in this build, I do my Bone Spirit 2 times and it's already overpowering. But that's the crazy part, that the overpower you do counts for the next overpower. Okay, like here, okay. Listen. So again, I need to use, I have 141 essence, correct? I use 141 essence with 1 cast. Boom. Out. But, and we're talking about like something big. Okay, the big bud. That means that if I cast once now, I have used 141 essence. If I cast twice, I've used 275 essence. But if I now cast again, correct? If I now cast again, I have already used 141 again. So that one was the overpower one, and then I'm already overpowering again, right? And that's 17 million without anything. If I now run this and that and consume 5 corpses, and then I do my overpowers, we're looking in the ballpark of 49 million, 44 million, right? Something in that direction. 50 million, 36 million. This is quite good, right? The only problem is I don't get to actually use my corpse terminals much. Good. But this is now without the dominate glyph. Where do I get it in? I'm currently playing corporal here. I'm playing dexterity there. We have territorial for the damage reduction. We do have this for the bonus. And here we're currently running sacrificial. We get the bonus damage out. We get this one out. That's another 3 points. We can trash the territorial here. And we're going to put in dominate. Dominate works with willpower. That means we're going to trash everything that is related there. We're going to go 2 points, and then we're going to go up here. We're going to take all these points out. We're going to put 2 points there. We're going to kick everything in the nuts on this side. We're going to move this over. We're going to take these out. We're going to put that back in. We're going to get over here. That is 37 points right now. Boom, that's 42. So suddenly we get another 100% overpower plus, okay? While we're still at the armor cap and everything. That 100% overpower plus is actually 636% because we have the skeletal mages sacrificed. No skeletal mage sacrifice brings us at 412 or 412, yeah. And if I then, again, go for this, boop, we're suddenly sitting here at 636. Which then, again, doing this, get the bone storm. That was a 68. 86. There was almost 100 million, chat. Right? It was 62 million. You notice it's quite something, right? That you can get together there. What we would need is more essence per second to essentially make this work harder. There's one more thing that I could do to make this better. So currently we're playing the Bone Storm aspect and we're playing the Swelling Curse. The thought would be, what if I throw the Swelling Curse away? This one. That gives us the Bone Splinters and the thingy. And you would technically play the aspect of Torment. Because right now we could go for the aspect of Torment, and that would give us 155% Essence Regeneration plus. Now, if you're looking at this, we're currently regenerating 21 essence per second. And that times 100%. So we're suddenly at 41 essence per second. Haha. more actually, 155% plus. So that should technically maybe work better than the bonus essence that we're getting from the splinters, because there's 6 essence per, and that is 18 bone splinters. So it's somewhere in the ballpark of, like, wait, if I hover my mouse over here, right? But what if we now, and that we can try out, swap this over to essence per second. Oh, you saw 102 million? Well, that's good to know. Okay, before we do this, should we try out a pit without the essence generation and then a pit with the essence generation? I think that's probably the best way to do it and how it feels, because right now I feel like I need to wait an extra second to have this filled up, right? It's always like cooldown and then 21, 23, boom, 21, 23, boom. Okay, let's do a 61 first, because 61 was kind of like our ballpark testing here. If this, like, how well this is working. We're going to boost our life, because don't forget, this is something, okay, don't forget, chat, overpowered damage is also our life X fortify. Ah, this is actually shitty. I need more fortify. How could I get more fortify? How could I get more fortify? Because right now I'm not getting much fortify, because you get fortify over corpse production, but I'm not producing that many corpses. I would need another point in the necrotic carapace, most likely, to just get more fortified together. Okay, Serration, how about you eat Deed's nuts, because you're anyways not that useful. Should you take a damage percentage on weapon or crit damage? Crit damage is always better because crit damage multiplies higher with Witch. But if you have damage percentage and greater affix, it doesn't hurt, but crit damage is always better. And that was just casual 20 millions on them. But you notice how we still have to like wait this extra second. You know, 45 million just sitting there. Oh, 34 million. Okay, I mean, like this build, so far we have had 2 builds that were actually improved by Chan. I mean, I do like my other version of the build too, and I would call it probably the poor man's version, because the poor man's version was actually able to do tier 100 dungeons and everything. It was just taking longer. So I would say this is the rich man version, which is actually perfect. That means if I give you a build guide to this right now, I can give you a build guide that covers both. By the way, are we just blasting absolutely through this? I can give you a build guide that's essentially covering both, right? I'm not sure why we're taking this much damage right now, because we shouldn't. Oh, we're missing 10% damage reduction from close, but that can't be. That shouldn't be it. We're missing 10% damage reduction from close because I just put that away. Maybe I would have to get the territorial back in. I mean, I could just easily, so that wouldn't be the issue right now to get that back in. Blood Drinker and Corpse Hunters for Blood Orbs, then I don't have a source of vulnerable anymore. I mean, right now my source of vulnerable is my Corpse Tendies. I mean, you could say maybe we don't need vulnerable, so screw vulnerable. I mean, I could probably rework the Paragon board to accommodate for this. Could be tricky. I mean, doing 100 million crit, though, does feel good, so I'm kind of happy about it. Also, yes, we do play Flesh Eater, guys, and the way how Flesh Eater works is that we're currently running Osseous Gale. Osseous Gale is the aspect that eats corpses to prolong the duration of Bone Storm. And as you can see, my Bone Storm is literally always up. I mean, virtually, like it just stays up, right? Until the next one is up. I mean, I still like see now it's run down, and this is especially perfect against bosses to just truly make sure that you always got it going on, right? That's kind of nice. Pull everything together. Honestly, it doesn't feel less clunky. And if I get more cooldown reduction, it's going to feel even less clunky. I guess the clunkiness or the less casting gets offset by the bigger casting, because I just need less casts per enemy. Because I mean, against him, like we're pretty much spamming it now too. 26 mil. Yeah, we're definitely clearing this faster. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no, no, no. More energy, more footwork. Yeah, this is smoother. But because we're not have to, I mean, like the being able to spam is nice, but we also have to stand still for the spamming. So with a 1 second delay, we cannot spam but we can still move fast and hit hard, right? That was very smooth. That was very smooth. You would kill the boss faster with minions. Yes, Martin, but guess what? And this will hit you maybe by surprise. Not everyone wants to play minions. I know. What? Does anyone want Ixfeld's Corroded Signet? Anyone? Drop your Battle.net ID. I'll give it to you. Whoever's fastest gets it. I have multiple. I don't need it right now. It's in the ballpark of I really don't need it. If you want it, just be quick and nimble. I asked everyone and they said they want to play minions. Damn, I knew it. Sampo Super, there you go. What we're going to do is we're going to get our glyph now to 21 to see how much damage we can deal. Okay? Because we're not done yet. There's supposedly more damage waiting for us. Correct? What would be interesting is getting... I don't know if I could get more overpower somehow. I think this like the... I mean, I could weasel out another point somewhere. Like here, crit damage point to get more overpower for more... Right? Unique trading has been on the whole time. So Sampo, are you here already? Sampo Super, there we go. Request to join party. Try 100 for us to have fun. You mean tier 100 pit? Tier 100 pit wouldn't work. Okay, where's fodder? Where are you? Here you go. I'm here, fodder. Request trade. Go. In. Enjoy. You need to accept the trade. Oh yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, trade canceled. You're not accepted. Can you pick it up if I drop in? Oh, it worked. That was simple. Wait, really? You can pick it up if you're in the same party? Ah, that's mine now. I'm gonna sell it. I didn't know that that's a thing that you can actually pick it up when you're in the same party. I feel bamboozled. If you can't do the tier 100 pit, why are you promoting the build? My question is, why do you want to do the tier 100 pit? Sir, I'm promoting this build because this build is incredible fun. It's super brilliant to play. It's probably one of the most enjoyable builds I've done this season so far. And in case you forgot, and I'll have to reset your mindset for a second, people play this game for fun. People don't play this game because they definitely want to push tier 100 of the pit. Most people will never go further than 61 because people suck. Sorry people. This is no offense. The reality is that most people will cap out around 60, 70, maybe 80. 100 is reachable for a very minimal part of the community. Because for 100, you actually need to be good at the game. So 60 you can do if you suck. 70 you can do if you suck. 80 is going to be hard if you suck, to be honest. 100 is going to be unreachable if you stink. You need a level of mechanics. You need a level of awareness, a level of reaction speed to be able to prevail. Right? And let's be real, ARPG gamers are not necessarily known for their great mechanical playstyle, you know? But yeah, that's how it is. What amount of armor does the minion build need? Every build needs 9,230 armor. Every build, not the minion build, every build. Every character, every build, whatever you do. Okay, this is a walk in the park with a shotgun. Through zombies. What a walk in the park. Okay. This is a vast improvement to the build from before. I did not want to believe that. So poor man's version and rich man's version of this build. Okay. That's gonna be good. I like this. I like making guides that accommodate for people that stink and for people that have the shit already. It's gonna be good. The best part is if you nowadays want to do builds and you're lacking a certain key item, you can just trade for it. I mean, let's say you really want to play this, right? And you're lacking the Banished Lord's Talisman. I mean, getting the Banished Lord's Talisman is not hard. You do some duriels, you don't get it, and then you just trade for it, right? And even if you don't have friends, you just ask in all chat. I mean, people are just really forthcoming right now with the trading feature, to be honest. Especially if you offer money, right? If you say, I got 10 million, I got 20 million, they're like, give here. Any Blood Surge Necro build. We will do Blood Surge too, but I'm not sure how good Blood Surge will be. It might be interesting that Blood Surge might not focus on Overpower. So there might be a world where you do overpower still to a degree, but you focus a lot on crit too. Because there's the new aspect of untimely death, which works on overheal. So if you're overhealing, you actually do bonus crit multiplier. And if you bonus crit multiplier that together with corpse tendrils, that's actually pretty good. Now what I'm currently thinking about is if I could phase out Reap for anything else. But it won't get in my mind what I could actually phase this out for. Dan? Get vaporized. Okay. No, not territorial. No, I didn't want to. I wanted to push my overpower further. Giant doofus copter chan. Why are you so slow? Because I have nothing in movement speed. Nothing in movement speed. What build can use Grandfather? Technically, this build could be using Grandfather. Technically, I'm saying that because the problem is even less cooldown reduction. But Bone Spear can use Grandfather. The Minion Necro can use Grandfather, but there's a big caveat that you might have to sacrifice quite some aspects to make this work. Still, though, it can be used. So yeah, why would we promote this build again? Because it's really fucking fun to play. And you can do everything with this build. Should we try a Tormented Boss? I mean, I could probably one-hit Duriel now. We should try to one-hit something of the Uber bosses. I mean, we could definitely one-hit Gregoire. Right? We should be able to one-hit Greg. We essentially just have to get our bonus. We just have our bonus crit going, right? We should be able to. Right, Lilith. Lilith is special. I don't think we do have the damage to do Lilith. By the way, our Fortify is now better than ever, Chan. Huh. I mean, I'm still not where I would like to be Fortify-wise, but we're at least having half the Fortify going on. Ooh, hello, Pens. I need a better source of Fortify. Why do we need Fortify? Because overpowered damage is life x Fortify, or life plus Fortify x overpower multiplier x critical multiplier x everything. So that would be for the maximum amount of overpower shebang. If I want to hit like the highest possible, the biggest of the biggies, the super whammy kiss slammies, right? Oh, we wanted to try out with the different aspect too.
I need more time.
At what point in the level is your build that needs to change to more damage than armor? Wait, to more rather than your armor. You always do more armor. You never do more damage. At this point, like depending on what you want to do, like let's say you only want to kill uber bosses and tormented bosses, you can mostly focus on damage and fuck like you need the armor cap, obviously, right? But you can screw like having 40,000 life. You don't need that for tormented bosses. Tormented bosses are like a cakewalk, especially if you do them solo. If you do them with friends, it's a bit different. Gonna get a 0 cooldown with a two-handed weapon on this build. Not if you use the amulet. Because if you like, you would have to rely on your rings to then do all the cooldown reduction. But if you do have your rings do all the cooldown reduction, you're gonna have a hard time getting the resource reduction back in, the resources back in, right? Because again, you also need to have the maximum amount of resource. So don't forget that. You don't only need for this build like good crit, good overpower. Nah, you need also resource regeneration and your, oh my goodness, they just got fucking pooped on. They got absolutely pooped on, chat. These guys, they were just standing there and the ghost came and was like, sup, pooped on.
I need time to do.
Okay, we get our fortify running, which is good.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh no, he choked the life out of me. Minions 2.0 at this build, but it fully comes down to what you're looking for. I mean, if you want to push deep into the pit, you take the minions. If you want to have a chill time farming, this is definitely better. That being said, minions is also very nice for Helltide farming. So if you're most like spending most of your time Helltide farming, I would definitely recommend going for the minion build, because the minion build is just like some really lazy Mansa, you know, AFK shithole. See, right now in the boss fight here, I'm not really making much fortify, right? So especially once my fortify is like kind of broken, we're not refortifying. So that's something I need to fix.
I cannot. I need more time.
Also, losing life is kind of like atrocious with this build. Oh god, that was a lot of cooldown reduction for this too. Just
I'm not ready.
oh, my problem is I don't even see when he summons like his wall of shadow there, right? Because I'm literally just standing in him. I think we need the resource generation. I think this is going to be vastly better. It must be vastly better. I need to try this out. Okay, let's get this to dominate. 1, 2, 3. Okay, one more, then we have this done. I just want to knock this out, and then we try the resource generation to get this higher. Okay. So that's a random tacit. I don't need a random tacit. That's armor. Wow, that's a lot of armor. Not interesting though. Okay, let's do a final one. Forbidden City. Deadman's Dretch was relatively quickly, wasn't it? How many hours of sleep do you have? I get 7:30 hours to 8 hours of sleep per day, but I go very early to bed. So when my children go to bed at 7 p.m., I usually go to bed as well, because I wake up at 3 a.m. to make these YouTube videos for you. You know? Since I don't want to work in the night. Have you ever tried working in the night when you took care of children beforehand? You're trashed. I don't know how you would ever do that. Do your children play Diablo 2? Well, since the game is very casual, no, they don't. One of my children likes New World a lot because it looks really realistic. You know, like she loves like looking at the animals in the forest and that kind of stuff. And she loves Elden Ring because there's a giant dragon shooting lasers, you know? So we were playing Elden Ring, and we were doing Dragon Lord class Deus Ex. He's that gigantic two-headed dragon, zombie dragon, that's shooting lasers. And she was like ill and she was at home, so she came downstairs to watch me play Elden Ring. And she was like, he has lasers. And she was absolutely enthralled by that. She loved it. I mean, it's a giant dragon that's flying around and teleporting, and he had lasers. And he does actually have lasers. I mean, let's be fucking real. It's absolutely based. I'm with you there. When I was thinking for a second, you know, giant zombie dragon may be scary, but honestly, he doesn't really look scary. You know, he's like, giant things usually don't look scary because it's the tiny things with the unknown stuff hidden, right? That looks scary, but it's just a dragon. You know, dragons are not scary. Nowadays. It used to be scary back in the days. Nowadays, they're kind of hip, you know. Nowadays, they've gotten woke. Back in the days, dragons used to be like fierce and fire and but nowadays, dragons have gotten like kind of woke. Also, if you ever use Vulcan in an argument for real, we can't be friends anymore. I'm sorry. New World is fun and addictive. Hey, if I wasn't a content creator, New World is definitely one of those games that I would probably play every single week because it's just a very good game in my eyes, personally. But as a content creator, obviously New World is not an option because, well, like I couldn't make a living there. It's simple as is, you know, no matter how much I enjoy New World, like if I want to make a living as a creator, that would not be an option. Then I might as well just stop, you know, being a full-time creator and just be a hobby creator instead. Okay, like these dudes, they have absolutely no chance. They're just getting pooped on. This build has developed from this is very fun and works to we are actually doing brutal right now. Interesting. Especially because I thought it wouldn't work this good because of the cooldown. This has me like very happy that it works because I anticipated that it wouldn't actually work due to cooldown issues, but I was wrong. Now, you never heard me say this, Chad, because instead of saying I'm wrong, I'm just going to claim this to be my own idea. And I'm definitely not going to give credit to Chad, who said this. It's just like, I found the best new build without help or inspiration. I did this, yet this is all me, right? I did this all myself. It wasn't Chad who convinced me to do this. So that's the story we're going to tell YouTube tomorrow. And since this is not a live stream, no one will ever know. How has Bone Spirit such a low cooldown? So we are having an offhand that has cooldown and cooldown. So I mean cooldown intrinsic and cooldown on it. And then we have on our rings a special tempering that says Bone Spirit cooldown reduction here. And that Bone Spirit cooldown reduction is actually 15%. And the more you temper it, the better it goes. And like, this is not even the max, right? We could get more on it. You know what I like the most about Bone Spirit casting, Chad? It's kind of like that you're popping like out of your chest, like, ugh! Like it's literally your soul leaving you and destroying someone else. Kind of entertaining to me. By my soul you shall be purged. Bam. 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 Damn. Okay, 21, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how much max we have now. Okay, we are officially at 750% overpowered damage and 1,400% critical strike damage. Well, chat, that's yeah, that's something. That's in the ballpark of quite the stats there, right? Yes, you can make it essentially go to 0. The problem is if you make it to 0, and we've had this problem before. So right now we're at 1 second. And that 1 second gives us enough time to restore enough essence to make it worth casting. Because the biggest problem is if you're casting Bone Spirit too fast in a row, then you're not getting the maximum out of it. because you want to cast it fast in a row, but you want to cast it like fast in a row in bursts. Like, you know? Because if you if you do it too fast in a row, then you might get to the problem where you're not casting it on full essence. And if you're not casting on full essence, it ain't worth it. So right now, our only essence regeneration is the spirit circle, the shattered spirit. And what I want to try out is, what if I throw away the shattered spirit, okay, for a second, and I would replace this through tormented, because now tormented says when I crit, I get bonus essence generation, okay? So if we're looking at this right now, Blood Arty is good for this. No, Blood Arty doesn't work. I'm going to share it later. I'm going to share it tomorrow. So roughly from now on in 12 hours or so. Because after I'm done with testing today, I'm going to care for the family. So no more YouTube video today. So this is the video for tomorrow. Okay, so now what we're going to do is you essentially crit. And then do you see how fast my essence goes up? Like, look at my essence regeneration right now. So wait. Put myself here. Good. So my essence is 21 point. Boom. And that's 53 essence per second. So what happens is I'm going to pull this out. I'm going to do that. And we're going to do 1, 2, 3. That wasn't a crit. It's actually uncalled for. 4, 5, 6, 7. Now I'm not sure if this is faster than the aspect that would actually give that full to me. What do you think, chat? Is this faster? I feel like the aspect did fill this up faster. But the interesting part is if I now get more essence per second. So right now I have 3 essence per second here, correct? And I have 8 essence per second here. So if I would now get more essence per second by masterworking this further, then I should be getting more essence per second regenerated, right? Okay, no. We need to masterwork some more. Does anyone have boots with bone spirit and more essence per second, chat? Trading like living steel? Okay, want more essence per second. Where's my... Need more Ingolith?
I'll be here soon.
I got all the living steel. So let me try now out with the other aspect how smooth it feels, okay? So we're gonna now take the torment that I just had before, and we're gonna go to a dungeon and see how smooth that feels. With Masterwork, this aspect would be better than the other one. Yes, I think so too. If we now Masterwork these boots up and that up, I think I'm going to get my essence per second. We could get essence per second. No, we have essence per second on the helmet too. Yeah, we have helmet, boots, and that. So we have quite a lot. Since when do we have the essence per second helmet back on? Do we have it the whole time on? Yeah, so that has 5 essence per second. That has 8, and that has 3. So we already have multiple levels of different build here. Let's actually do a 70 now because we're getting cocky. But we usually farm like 61s because 61s are the nice ones to farm or the easy ones. We still haven't fixed, chat. We still haven't fixed one thing. Joshua, your message going through. Don't worry. I just won 10 now with your number 1 build. Well, Laszlo, I love to hear that. See, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Laszlo is knocking out those with our build. So we still need to make more fortify. I mean, we fortify on corpse creation with our skills, but you notice how few that is. I mean, again, we don't actually need fortify for our damage, so we would do enough damage without. Oh, no, that would kill me. No! Sure, I would survive. Blood Orbs and Blood Drinker. Yeah, but Blood Orbs and Blood Drinker is way too much of a hassle to essentially say that is a valid way of doing it. Because it's just simply not. Okay. That was 53 million, just like that. I mean, it's fun that this is not a Petri dish build. So it's like this doesn't just work like if you're standing in front of the target dummy and if everything works together perfectly, then you're kind of getting it. Isn't there a temper for fortify? So this actually just does work in reality, you know? It does actually work. That's quite nice.
I need more time.
Yeah, right now I would say the swelling curse is still better
I need time.
because I'm definitely slower without the swelling curse. Let us see how it is during a boss fight. I mean, this is a 70 as well, so let's not forget that. We've done a 60 before. Oh, we wanted to one-hit bosses. No, I forgot. Chat, we wanted to one-hit bosses. I completely forgot. Let's go kill some Uber bosses after this, right? Yeah, the swelling curse is definitely working better still. I'd say because most of the time I notice how my essence is not full on casting, and the swelling curse definitely had it fuller. I mean, it's nice for these longer range casts. So when I'm like running away from people, then the longer range casts work better without the swelling curse, because the swelling curse kind of forces you to stand close to people, where with this I can also stand like on Narnia in comparison. I mean, it's still better to obviously stand close to people because you're just saving yourself travel time, right? Do I hype it? Aaron, like, we already heard your opinion. It's irrelevant. Thank you, though, for wasting our time. We already told you why this is not a hype hit build. If you don't understand words, then I'm sorry. I can't help you. And this is a pit fun build, you know, where you have fun farming the pit. It's definitely not a pit pushing build. We're not trying to get deeper with this. For deeper pit pushes, you only play the Golem Necro. You play nothing else.
I need time to do that.
Why so rude, Tibet? Because we already told him everything about why we're not doing it, but he keeps insisting. So we're not being rude. We just, you know, treat him exactly like he does us. With much indifference. Yeah, we're definitely doing less damage. Mm-hmm.
I need more time.
It's okay, but
I'm not ready.
our cooldown kind of stings, that's for sure. I mean, we're doing enough damage, like, right? It's not like we're not doing enough damage because... Aha, 1, 2, 3. Aha, you don't get me. Boom. Oh, what's that, 50 million? Looked like a 50 million for a second. Are you just trying to breathe fire on me, huh? How about I breathe fire on you? Yeah. Oh, no. I was like, well, what if I just kill him? No, range. What if we just kill him instead of like dodging? I should have just killed him probably. Which necro build is the strongest to push? The Golem Necro. Okay. There's like right now you have to understand that the pit is hardcore endgame content, and not every build will be able to do that content, right? This is just the facts, hard cold facts. I'm not making this up, you know, on the fly. so the pit will just simply, like, you're not able to get the lowest low possible with every build. There are fun builds that will allow you to farm the pit relatively quick. Then there are builds that will allow you to push deep. There are builds which are slower. There are builds which are faster. And no matter what build you're playing, no matter what build you're playing, there is a world where you don't get deeper than a certain level. And that's simply because the pit is actually hard. Right? So you might get to pit level 80, and after 80 it gets really complicated. I mean, this is pit 70, right? In pit 70, there is quite a lot of the shadows happening already, but it's all rather measured, I would have to say. Like, you have enough downtime between the things and whatsoever. The problem is with further pits, the more life the bosses have, the longer you have to concentrate, right? Okay, that one was good. The longer you have to concentrate, and that's where slip-ups happen, obviously. Pit 100 is really horrible. Yes, it takes a while. What if you want to farm pit, not push? I mean, like, this build does really good right now for just pushing through. The problem with golems is you always have to wait for your minions to do the damage, and that can sometimes be tedious because it's a very hands-off build, right? You're kind of like pressing the button, and then you're waiting, and then you're walking, and then you're hoping your minions attack the right things, and so on. We should masterwork this item for more resource generation. Every % of resource generation would essentially amplify the resource that we have, correct? Oh yeah, we wanted to one-hit bosses now. Let's get back to one-hitting bosses, okay? Let's try Gregoire first. Yeah, we have 19. Okay, let's try to Gregoire first. And then we try a Tormented boss, okay? I kind of think this build will fail on a Tormented boss. How much does anyone know how much life a torment has? Okay, so what would you say nightmare 19 nightmare equals in pit level? I mean, like, if you can't do nightmare 100s, like, you will cap out on the pit very soon, because the thing is that nightmare 100 bosses are sturdy and they have a certain damage output, and the nightmare 100 boss is like tier 55 of the pit, I think. 50, 55. So tier 100 is like tier 50, 55. That a tier 55 pit boss is way harder than a tier 100 boss because they have these boss echoes going around. Okay. Oh, you spam skills. No. Don't get me wrong. Minion builds spam skilled still. You have to get your rotations in. It's not a complete hands-off build, but like you don't have direct damage input often. Like, sure, you have your golem skill, but that's mostly it. It's not like you jump in like I do with my bone spirit, and my bone spirit does 50 million damage. You know, like I'm essentially just actively running around and I'm shotgunning things. It's just the difference in agency a little bit. Okay, so we have this skill ramped up. We have our life ramped up. We just need more fortify. So let's summon the dude. I mean, we're doing essentially 30,000 less damage right now. Do this. Get that. Activate this. Curse him. Okay, next one. Let's do a Durio. Let's do a Dario first. Let's see if we can break her. See, this is why I like the build. It makes me laugh. I mean, who doesn't like one-hitting bosses, right? I have Decompose and Blight to replace Reap. I mean, I don't need the Reap. The Reap is essentially used as another layer of damage reduction, because if I hit with Reap, I get 15% damage reduction. That means in between of every Bone Spirit, you can technically do a Reap for bonus damage reduction, but I don't really do that. So that's the thing. I could replace Reap through something else, but that I wouldn't cast too. So the problem. I would need a, I mean, technically I could go for Bone Prison instead of Reap. I mean, my only way to make corpses right now is when a skill makes corpses. So if I Blood Mist, for example, you see this? If I Blood Mist, I make corpses. So my skill makes corpses, aka I'm getting Fortify. Okay, Altar of Anguish. One, two, three. One, two, three. I just got 2 uniques, but it wasn't actually the thing. Technically, you could play Godslayer Crown in this if you think about it. I mean, we have damage reduction here, right? But let's say I would just talk about maximum damage. It would actually work because Godslayer Crown has cooldown reduction too. Lilith, I think before I do Lilith, I would like to do a Tormented boss. I want to do Tormented Varshan because I've actually not done him yet. How important is the Darkness lift for your Shadow Golem build? I'm trying to switch from regular to Shadow. Well, Darkness is bonus damage reduction, and the deeper you go in the pit, more damage reduction is always better. Okay. Why can't we just summon the bosses over and over again? Need to reset the dungeon? I mean, bad game design. What's the key piece to this build? Currently, it's cooldown reduction. Simple as that. You don't need, you don't need the Banished Lord's Talisman. You don't need the Blood Moon Breaches. It works completely without. We have proven that. But with the Blood Moon Breaches and the Banished Lord's Talisman, you essentially quadruplify the damage. Okay, so not needed, but makes everything go boom harder. Let's see. Tormented Varshan. If I fail, chat has to come and save me, okay? I mean, I guess we have the damage. Just annoying with Varshan and his Barrier. Hey, we're fortified. Cool. Yeah, I mean, we have the damage, but it's definitely not a uber boss, uber tormented boss wrecking build. He tried to give us the Patrick the Starfish. Feels like we're not really making progress at times. The problem is he's burning essence, Chad. You know, Varshan with his hits is burning essence partially, right? So we're doing less damage per... That was 55 million between. Yeah, but like you're getting it killed. Okay, so you can kill a tormented boss with this. It's like, it's not mandatory in my eyes for a build to be able to kill tormented bosses, but I'm happy when a build I make actually is able to kill tormented bosses, right? It's just a little something that I guess is good. That's gonna take a while. I guess for this build, no Varshan because he burns essence. But also we need to try out the splintering again. I mean, I want this essence aspect to be better, guys, but I do truly believe the splinter... Oh, no, I just launched him to Mars. I truly do believe the splintering is actually stronger. We have more regular big hits. Interestingly enough, we're fighting against a tormented boss, and we're fortified from using... We're fortified from using freaking Club Mist. It was enough to fortify us. We still need to decide. You know how we could make more essence if we consume corpses for essence. Just not a reliable source of fortify. Oh no, I took damage for the first time ever. Not okay. Why you damage me, brah? Could you please have your barrier go away? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Anyone else feel like we're getting a bit tedious here? Or is this a challenge, John? Oh, I did this a bit too early. Oh, shiznit. That killed me. Let's put on the other aspect now out of interest. Because that was now like right with the aspect where I'm saying like maybe it's not so good. Do you know a general damage range with your golem should be hitting for? No, but what you could be looking at, if you really have good items, you can look at the damage with golem, and I think it's under... I don't know if it's here, damage with golem, or if it's under utility, but somewhere in their bar is something called damage with golem. And that damage with golem stat should be in the ballpark of 2,000 plus, if you have everything good. Like, my golem build is currently at 2,800 damage plus, really, like, elevating him up into oblivion. So we're going to take the... Here, the tormented out, and we're gonna put bone spirit, shatter spirit back in. And let's see what shatter spirit does now. Okay, if it does feel better versus Varsh because you're like standing in him. Do you have a ring that triggers automatic corpse explosion? I currently only have one single ring of sacrilegious souls lying around, and I can't give that one away. I'm sorry. Just in case I might need it for a build, because I need to keep at least one copy of every... Now, was I wrong and Varshan is just like not big enough to... Okay, is this barrier just staying forever? Interestingly enough, I feel like the other aspect was actually working better versus him. Because of the amount of times my bone storm was... Oh, Jesus Christ, bone thingy. Where did you go? Now, this is very slow going. We started this. We'll bring it to an end. Did anyone ever bother learning Varshan's mechanic? Because I've literally like never ever looked into it. I literally don't understand why he gets his barrier, when he gets it, what he gets it for, what he actually does when he has the barrier, you know? And like, okay, I never bothered to understand why you're doing what you're doing, Mr. Varshan. I'm sorry. Is it like good to kill the minions he summons? Should you not kill the minions he summons? Right? What are we actually doing? I think he gets barrier when he eats my essence. Wow, you just like didn't do a single point of damage all round long, and suddenly, oh, I forget the stacks, right? Tormented bosses are doing these damage stacks. Yeah. That was it again. Yeah, I forget that tormented bosses put like these damage stacks on you. Jeez, this is taking a while. Okay, chat, someone save me. Someone come with their blood golem and save me. Normal boss it is, tormented bosses maybe, but not Varshan as it seems, because his barrier is making this hard. Save me! There was this problem sending a friend request. Try again. I guess Gregoire would probably be better. I'm just thinking, like, I mean, we just killed Andariel. I wouldn't want to fight Tormented Andariel because she's just annoying. Even though the Bone Spirit would actually be really good to break her, stupid mechanic. Right? Yeah, the barrier is annoying. The barrier makes me feel like I'm not doing damage, but the thing is that the barrier is like nothing I can actually break through, right? Okay, I don't know why we can't get you invited, sir. I'm sorry, the game hates you. It's not me, it's you, it's the game. Whoop. What you gonna do now, huh? What could you swap out for Reeb? It doesn't seem to be used. Well, the thing is, Reeb might not be used, but it also is in the skill parts anyways. And technically, it does provide damage reduction, which actually is good because you Reeb, like you pull things together, you Reeb, and you get damage reduction. So technically, I should do every 2 seconds, I should do 1 Reeb. Right? I should do like this, then Reeb. That, then Reeb, right? I should technically Reeb in between because it just makes perfect sense to do that. Reeb. Ow. I'm better than you. Oh. Better than me. Okay, so who wants to come and kill Tormented Varshan? I'm ready. Bring your blood golem, bring your barbarian bash build. Get us in. I don't want to fight. So the thing about Reeb is I don't have anything else I could use. So nothing profits this build. No core skill does actually help this build. I don't know why. Do you not have crossplay activated? I'm not sure why invite to party. The problem was sending the party invite code. I really think Bone Prison with Blight could help. No, it would actually be useless. I don't think that Bone Prison with Blight would help because you're assuming that I actually do have, because for Bone Prison with Blight, I need the aspect. I don't have spaces for aspects. I could put in Bone Prison just for Bone Prison, right? So I could just put Bone Prison in to give Bone Prison, like, if an enemy is trapped in Bone Prison, gain plus additional 5 per enemy trapped, or like reduce an active cooldown for each enemy trapped for up to 3 seconds. So that's the only thing I could potentially do, and it would provide more vulnerable. But yeah, that's the only thing. The biggest problem is that in order to get there, I need 1 skill point. That would be for Bone Prison already, correct? And then I would need another 2 skill points to actually get there, but I don't have these skill points, right? I mean, I could take them out of Necrotic Carapace because that's not really working very much. But on the other hand, Necrotic Carapace is the only way how I get Fortified right now, correct? Which is not true because technically, and that's the part, you can actually use Reap to make corpses. Also, stuck in Japan, I've seen every single message you have essentially put down in the past 18 minutes, which have all been extremely weird, so goodbye. I'm sorry that I didn't react to all of your messages instantly, because sorry YouTube, sorry Twitch that I ignored like the hundreds of other people and didn't like cuddle that poor person. Can you invite Slick Jones? I need your battle net, Slick Jones. Like you have like your name plus a number, you know, we need that number. Do you have a minion build without golem, just skeletons? Yes, it's a bone minion build, but with the golem, it's billion times everything is better. No? I have an amulet with the aspect of a cult dominion, but it gives +3 skellies. That's normal because it's an amulet, but it's not worth it. Okay. Let's see. I hope you're strong, chat. I need a bunch of strong people. Like I don't need liabilities now. I need a bunch of bangers, right? You better be absolute demons, Chad. I need some demons now, right? Or Varshan is just gonna wipe the floor with us. Okay, I think I need to leave the game and come back for this. But if I leave the game, probably the fight is gone. So let's see if this works. But I can't invite anyone because of the error code right now. So it might be that my Varshan try is just gone there. Then we solve the problem otherwise, Chad. Minions worth using now? No, minions are the thing to use now. Minions are not worth using. Minions are the thing to use now. Okay? They're the thing. To try is gone, chat. Well, thank you for helping, but I couldn't invite anyone anyways. Why is the +3 on the amulet not good? It's very simple. The +1 more skeletal warrior and mage is not worth the absolute downside, okay, that you're getting for not having another damaging aspect on your amulet. So it's literally a waste of aspect, right? Is the current build on mobalytics? No, the current build is not on mobalytics yet because we just changed the build completely. So I will walk you through the build. And there is a guide coming tomorrow that explains everything, especially since we're just not 100% happy yet. So this is not perfect. The Paragon board is not perfect. I think I want some different glyphs. So we're close to perfection, but I think I'm going to like tomorrow morning, sit down and braincraft a lot of things more. The fun part is though, we can one hit every single Uber boss. So that's kind of cool. Is the Blood Golem build the one-shot Golem build? Yes, the latest updated one. But there's a new one coming tomorrow as well, chat. So tomorrow we're going to go back to the Blood Golem build for some pit pushing, probably. Even though I just made this build perfect, so I kind of don't want to go back to the Blood Golem build. I actually want to keep playing this build here. But the curse of a content creator, right? The good thing is, if I have this build already, if I have the equipment already for 10 million gold, I can just swap around. Okay, let's do... Oh, that wasn't enough. We didn't one-hit him, Chad. My multipliers didn't multiply. We didn't one-hit him, sadness. Okay, build is powerful. Undeniable. Build is working. Build is fun. We still have to think a bit more about how to get fortify, and there was a fortify tempering. I'm not crazy. There is a tempering that fortifies you as well. Wasn't there something? Chance for hemorrhage to form blood orbs? No. Blood mist cooldown, blood mist duration. Profane didn't have anything as well. What's the utility? Was crowd control, Iron Maiden, Thorn Army. An offensive one? It was damaged while fortified. Yeah, I know, but was sure there was a fortified tempering. Griffkeeper or something for black minions. So let's go in the paragon board. There's nothing that grants us like the only glyph that grants you fortify is like, I mean, you have exhumation, which obviously gives you fortify when you use that. You do have the chance to use here. This is exhumation. Consuming corpses fortifies you, so that would be simple. But I don't. So let me show you something, but I hate this. What consumes corpses in my build, Chad? This never said corpse explosion consumes a corpse, right? What consumes corpses in my build? What, Chad? Should I show you something? So we have the Bone Storm with the Bone Storm aspect that actually consume things, right? So if I now activate my Bone Storm and I make corpses and I eat those corpses with the Bone Storm, I fortify. So that could be a source of fortify whenever you activate Bone Storm. But it's whenever you make a corpse, again, like I'm making corpses right now with a Blood Mist, right? Then I pull everything together. And then I activate Bone Storm, and we start eating corpses with a Bone Storm. And we fortify for the duration, so the duration is longer. I mean, technically, you also fortify over Reeb, because every 4-second Reeb makes a corpse, right? So if I actually do use Reeb, I could fortify like that as well. I mean, this would be a legit reason to actually use Reeb more often, right? To just get some basic fortify in. I mean, like I've never had this much fortify regularly, I guess. Yeah, fortify only consumes 8 corpses though. So I think the option is actually use Reeb. Right? The actual option is use Reeb. To make bonus corpses. Mm-hmm. Boom. Goodness, I love this. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is a tier 100 dungeon right now, right? We can do this to tier 100 dungeons. We can do this for pits. Yeah, this is the answer. Like, we just need to Reeb. Okay, so we finally found a reason why we would have Reeb exist, Chad. I think that's fine. So I'm happy with the decision making on that one. Right, so like my fortify here, not there right now, and then we Reeb, and we Reeb, and suddenly we're fortified too. Mm-hmm. In the middle of the street, my house. My house. Oh. You're not playing the. If you're playing this build and not constantly making sounds, why are you even alive, Chan? Slay all enemies with a ghastly depths. I love when they give you like an event. Oh shit! Almost died there. I'm better than all of you. So Reap is a defense building skill. Yep. I mean, end of the day, it works, so I'm happy. What's different about this season that everybody makes it out to be better? Well, they essentially completely reworked everything. You know? The complete overworld is worth it now. I mean, so the biggest problem in Diablo was you reached the end game and you essentially never ever touched the overworld again. You weren't outside. Like, you had this whole map going on, right? And you never did anything on it. Now it's more opportune to actually spend your time outside of Nightmare Dungeons after you're done with Nightmare Dungeons. Because the problem was you were done with Nightmare Dungeons. You had all your glyph XP. So you technically never have a reason to go into a Nightmare Dungeon again. But Nightmare Dungeons were the only place for loot. So you actually had a reason to go into Nightmare Dungeons, which was kind of like a bit annoying because you kind of didn't want to do Nightmare Dungeons anymore because you were sick of them. Well, now they turned this around and made like that it's finally worth it to actually be in the overworld and you don't have to hog these Nightmare Dungeons anymore, which is, for me, an absolute amazing change. Yeah, this is working great and I love it. Build is almost perfect. I say almost perfect because there's always room for improvement. But we're getting there, Chad. This is good. I like it. Let me walk you through. For the people that are interested. Let me tell you what we're doing currently, okay? There's two versions of this, one for maximum cooldown reduction, but I'm going to show you the damage version. So we're using the Banished Lord's Talisman, and essentially when we spend our essence, we get guaranteed overpowers. Then we have a ring that gives our Bone Storm a longer duration and Bone Spirit cooldown reduction plus critical strike. Same as here, critical strike and casting a Macabre skill, which this is, gives us essence. Technically, this essence could be also put over to resource generation at this point. That the spelling curse would go crazy, but I like the resource we actually get back here that scales up. Then you do have your Bone Storm is Ultimate Shadows now, because the Bone Storm being Ultimate Shadows allows the Bone Storm to continuously leech up Barrier. Very good. Your main hand is Bone Spirit with a bonus critical strike, so you have a 100% critical strike chance because we're sitting at 60% plus the 25 plus the 20% from Bone Storm. Then we get our boots being Vampiric Curse. And you know what I just noticed, Chad? After all of this that we're talking about, we have been playing the whole time without Grasping Veins. This is the Ossified Key passive essence for more critical strike damage. This is then the Whirler Plating for Macabre skills and Shielding Storm. And lastly, Hardened Bones. And what we're noticing right now is that we have 1,400 damage and we haven't been playing Grasping Veins the whole time. Which means that the 100 million crit you have seen me do is actually not even the highest we can do. Because we're literally missing out this respective aspect here that would multiply our critical strike damage up by another 50%. So that 100 million crit that we do, even more dangerous. I mean, it's not like that we're actually doing a lot of Grasping Veins at any point in the game, right? We're just not. So, first, 1, 2, Grasping Veins. 83 million, 70 million, 88 million. Do you see anything higher? 106 million. 72 million. 66 million. Let me make a corpse. 88 million. Not for 94 million. Let me make a corpse because we're not fully fortified yet, chat. So let me fully fortify because this is my full damage potential then. One.
I need more time.
Okay, 98 million. Yeah, this is just going good. So just 90 million crits.
I need more time.
Love it. I love it. Okay, so That's massive, Ryan. And like, again, you have to consider, right? So this is 4 times masterwork, 4 times masterwork. This is actually more times masterwork, but we can get more to core skills. Because the biggest thing that's missing right now is we could do 100 million, right? But our bone spirit is only 14 out of 5. That means our boots can have 1 more, actually 2 ranks more. So we're missing 2 ranks from the boots. We're missing 1 rank here currently. So 3 ranks are missing. And we could have 1 rank more here. That is in total another 4 ranks missing. And now if you consider that every rank in Bone Spirit gives it, we're currently at 184%. Every rank gives it 8% more damage. Multiplicative. So 4 more ranks is a huge amount more. Perfect. Okay, good. Now, we're done. Thank you very much for coming and watching, chat. My family is waiting for me. This was incredible. I enjoyed this tremendously. I can't wait to give the full build guide out tomorrow. Shout out to chat again. So this build was in the concept made and it was working, but chat was like, Pony, you need to improve this shit. There's room for approval, and then we did improve this shit. So now we're doing a regular of 100 million crits because we can. 104 million there. And it just feels damn good. So shout out to you. Have a great good evening, day, night. Don't forget to check out the other content. Actually, that thing with a brand new Prime sub. And I'll hopefully see you all tomorrow again. Same time, same place. Good night.